speak up.
Order. Questions for oral answer. Ms. Joan Pereira.
Question 1.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as the Omicron variant is more infectious, we have seen an increase in the number of COVID-19 cases in the community due to high vaccination and booster rates, as well as tight safe management measures. Infected bus captains or BCs account for less than 5% of the total BC population. LTA and the bus operators are watching the situation closely. If we face a large increase in the number of infected BCs, the contingency plans will be activated to ensure that essential bus services continue to operate. That is the key. And this includes lengthening of bus service headways, starting with low-demand bus services. And some of these plans have already been implemented, with about 90 bus services experiencing increased waiting times of not more than 3 minutes. Where possible, LTA and the bus operators will also deploy more double-deck buses for services with higher loading. Sir, I would like to thank our commuters for their continued understanding and support for the hard work and sacrifices of our public transport workers as we ride this wave together.
Ms. Pereira.
Thanks, Speaker. Thank you, SMS. I have an SQ. May I know if bus companies have a group of reserve drivers, or maybe even recently retired drivers that they can turn to in times of need? If not, this would be something LTA might want to consider moving forth. Thank you.
So I thank Ms. Pereira for her feedback, her suggestion. I think that's a good point. We do have a group of recently retired, and also former bus captains. And we have been reaching out. As Ms. Pereira is aware, we are trying to increase the number of local BCs by reaching out to more individuals to join us, to take on this important and meaningful role, to be part of the public transport workforce. At the same time, we know that it is not easy to train a bus captain because it takes time. So while we try to bring back the former bus captains, retired bus captains, we also need time to train new ones. So this is an ongoing effort. We want to do both. We want to bring in new bus captains to join us to grow our workforce for public transport workers. At the same time, if we can bring back some of the former bus captains, as well as those who are recently retired, that will also help. If I may also make a call to commuters, that during this period, I think what is very important is to keep everybody safe on our public transport system. So please cooperate with the safe management measures, including wearing your mask on MRTs, on trains, minimize talking. These are all simple but effective steps to keep everybody safe. Thank you.
Ms. Joan Pereira, next question.
Question 2.
Mr. Speaker, sir, amongst the 21,800 individuals aged 18 and above whose vaccination status has lapsed on 14 February 2022, 38% are work pass holders, 14% are permanent residents, and the remaining are Singaporeans. MOH is unable to ascertain the reasons for them not getting their boosters, but indications are that many of them are overseas. Among Singaporeans not boosted, as for the Singaporeans who are not boosted, the majority are seniors aged 60 years and above. A common reason for not getting booster jabs is that they seldom go out, they feel they are adequately protected with their primary vaccination, and they prefer to delay their booster vaccination. MOH will continue to encourage individuals to come forward, take their booster shots when they are eligible, using SMS reminders, making vaccination as convenient as possible, and also importantly, deploying our mobile vaccination teams to the heartlands to reach out, especially to the seniors.
Sir Leon Pereira.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Yip Hon Wing and Mr. Leon Pereira have asked about the management of marine wildlife at intertidal areas, such as Changi Beach. Mr. Pereira has also asked about enforcement efforts against marine poaching for a subsequent sitting, and I will seek to address members' questions together. Over the last 2 years, we have observed a general increase in the number of visitors to our beaches, including Changi Beach. There's also been an increase in visitors to the intertidal zone, especially during low tides. Most of the visitors are families that come in small groups to explore the area during public or school holidays. We are committed to protecting the biodiversity of our coastal and marine ecosystems, including our intertidal zones. To assess the health of these ecosystems, NParks conducts long-term habitat monitoring in collaboration with academics and volunteers. Recent data indicates that our marine biodiversity is generally in good condition, with little change in the composition of the marine ecosystem within key habitats since 2016. Our native wildlife species, including threatened marine species such as the sea turtles and stony corals, are also protected under the Wildlife Act. For example, individuals who are found guilty of trapping or selling protected wildlife species without approval may be subject to a fine of up to $50,000 or to an imprisonment term for up to 2 years or both. But over the past 5 years, there have not been cases prosecuted for the poaching of marine wildlife under the Wildlife Act or its predecessor, the Wild Animals and Birds Act. We will continue to review our measures to safeguard our marine species and will take enforcement action when necessary. Since 2021, with the increase in visitorship to these areas, we have also stepped up outreach efforts at various intertidal areas to raise public awareness on protecting marine wildlife. For example, NParks has deployed more officers and galvanized many volunteers to remind visitors to refrain from touching, trampling, and collecting marine wildlife. Most visitors are cooperative and return the marine wildlife when advised to do so. In addition, we have put up more signs around the intertidal areas to educate visitors on how to interact responsibly with marine wildlife. NParks will continue to step up these efforts. We are discussing with our partners such as the marine conservation community, volunteers, businesses, and the local community on ways to manage the number of visitors at intertidal areas in a way that supports nature conservation while keeping these spaces open for public recreation. For example, last weekend we held a workshop with various partners to discuss how we can work together to educate visitors on Singapore's rich marine biodiversity and to better manage our intertidal sites. We are also assessing the possibility of strengthening protection for marine organisms under the Wildlife Act. And as we transform into a city in nature, all of us have a part to play in protecting and caring for our biodiversity so that our future generations can continue to enjoy our natural heritage.
Mr. Yip Hong Wing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his response. I have a few SQs. Will the Ministry consider publicizing where are these areas so that public are aware that these are eco-sensitive areas? And two, will the Ministry consider working with schools to better educate children on such eco-sensitive areas? Thank you.
Yes, we will consider both measures. On the former, publicizing these areas, the media have been giving coverage to the sites that have been impacted. The low tide days and times are also well known and publicly available information, and hence you see the crowd converging on these sites when you reach those seasons. And for schools, we continue to work with our schools through our programs to work with young people to better understand how to relate to wildlife, including in our marine habitats.
Mr. Lewison, next question. Next question, please. Question 5. Question 5.
Mr. Speaker, I refer the member to MOM's earlier reply to Dr. Shahira Abdullah and Mr. Leon Pereira on 14th of February, where we explained that the Tripartite Guidelines for Fair Employment Practices, or the TGFEP, already require employers to appraise and remunerate employees in a fair and objective manner, taking into consideration the employee's performance and contributions. Attendance-related incentive schemes that consider sick leave utilization are contrary to this principle. Companies should therefore review and make adjustments where necessary. From next year onwards, the Tripartite Alliance for Fair and Progressive Employment Practices, TAFEP, will engage and advise employers who still continue with such schemes to stop doing so. If they continue with the practice, TAFEP will recommend to the Ministry of Manpower to take enforcement action, which will include the suspension of work pass privileges. The Tripartite Committee on Workplace Fairness is deliberating on the scope and design of legislation to enshrine the TGFEP in law. The key objective of this new legislation is to provide a strong statement against workplace discrimination and broaden the range of actions that can be taken when workplace discrimination on the basis of characteristics such as age, nationality, or race occurs. Together with the tripartite partners, we adopt a range of approaches such as guidelines and education. They are effective in addressing various workplace issues. It is not necessary to rely on legislation alone as a solution to every workplace issue. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lewison.
Thank you, sir. I thank SMS for the reply, but I just worry that if we just leave it as guidelines, it doesn't show that we are placing enough importance on this issue. I mean, there are workers out there that are sick, that are going back to work so that they can get these attendance-based incentives. And I think the government has to step in here to show that we are putting a strong importance on this issue and to protect our workers so that at least when they're sick, they can get enough rest. And I think we can do that through legislating this into the upcoming legislation on workplace discrimination.
So in my main reply, I already said that from next year onwards, the TGFEP will deem such actions as contrary to the principles of the TGFEP. So TAFEP will engage employers and recommend that they stop doing so, or we will take suspension of work pass privileges as an enforcement action on employers who continue to do this practice.
Chee Pon Wing.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry of Manpower does not track the number of foreign remote employees hired by Singapore-based companies. Now, COVID-19 has led to remote working becoming more commonplace. This may prompt many companies to consider offshoring activities to lower-cost locations, particularly for lower value-added work. This is not a new phenomenon. We have seen in the past activities such as garment manufacturing and call center operations being offshored to lower-cost locations. At the same time, our economy transformed and shifted towards higher value-added activities such as advanced manufacturing and fintech. This transformation created higher value-added jobs in Singapore. As an open economy that taps into the world market, we must continue to ensure that Singapore remains the preferred location for trade and investment, and we need to continue to move up the value chain. The anchoring of global companies will help to preserve and also spur the creation of good jobs. Together with our tripartite partners, we will continue to help our local workforce to reskill and to upskill for future jobs and skills. However, our success cannot be taken for granted. It is critical that Singapore remains open to global trade and be welcoming to foreign manpower that complements our local workforce. And this is why the Ministry of Manpower regularly updates our foreign workforce policies to ensure a high quality and diverse foreign workforce, together with a strong Singaporean core. If we do not strike the right balance, firms will not only offshore the lower value-added work, but may also have to bring the higher value-added work elsewhere where they can form the best team. This will mean fewer opportunities for future generations of Singaporeans, and is certainly something that we would want to avoid. Thank you.
Siobhan Wing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for the reply. My SQ is as such. Are such workers, foreign remote employees, subject to foreign workforce levers such as levies and quotas, as well as CPF payments? And will there be plans for them to be subject to such levers and CPF payments in the future? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the answer to both the questions is no. However, if companies should decide to move some of these employment terms, and I believe I've also covered it at an earlier PQ reply with regards to which type of employees would require CPF contributions. However, if these companies should change the context of the contracts and the agreements that will attract levies and CPF contributions out of Singapore, we will review this. But at this point in time, to both his questions, the answer is no. Thank you.
Mr. Leon Pereira.
Mr. Speaker, sir, can I have your permission to take questions 7 and 8 together, please?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. For commercial and industrial buildings which deploy solar power on a solar leasing model, the solar developers typically sell the solar energy captured to building owners who would use it to offset the electricity consumption in common areas. For instances where the solar installation is owned by building owners, the solar energy is typically used for common areas by the owners. Electricity charges and savings are negotiated between the landlords and tenants as part of their overall tenancy agreements. With this in view, it is not appropriate for us to provide guidelines on solar savings alone. Nonetheless, landlord can consider taking reference from practices established by JTC Corporation aimed to encourage solar adoption. JTC adopts a two-pronged approach to encourage solar adoption amongst their lessees. First, JTC runs the Solar Roof program. This was initially started to solarize JTC's own buildings. Solar Roof was expanded in year 2020 to other buildings to make solar adoption more accessible for lessees, including those with shorter leases. Today, JTC lessees can choose between two solar deployment models, both of which do not require any upfront capital outlay if JTC's appointed solar vendor for the Solar Roof program is used. The first model available is through rooftop licensing, where lessees can lease their space to any solar vendor for solar panel installations in return for a rental fee. The second model is solar leasing, where lessees allow vendors to install solar panels on their rooftop, and they pay a discounted rate on the electricity generated, which offsets their electricity consumption. JTC implemented the mandatory solar deployment scheme in year 2020, as highlighted by the member. This scheme requires lessees with a new or renewed land lease with JTC of more than 15 years and with at least 800 square meters of contiguous rooftop area to carry out solar deployment. Lessees can adopt the two deployment schemes under the Solar Roof program if they do not wish to own the solar panels themselves. The member will be glad to know that JTC is currently studying even more options to push solar adoption further, especially for lessees and tenants with short remaining tenures. The government will continue to review ways to incentivize and promote more solar adoption, including co-curating solutions with private developers and industry players, as well as work with stakeholders to maximize solar energy adoption in Singapore.
Mr. Leon Pereira.
Thank the MOS for her answer. Just one supplementary question, which is in relation to creating incentives to retrofit for those that are not covered by a mandatory rule, where there's a new tender or a new construction for existing facilities where it is not mandatory. I think in some cases there is an issue where the landlord is not incentivized to really do a solar deployment, which may be able to actually benefit the tenant. And I'm wondering whether this is something that the government can look at in terms of specifying guidelines whereby the benefits can be shared by the landlord and the tenant. There may be electricity generated that goes beyond what is needed for common areas. And, with such guidelines, we may be able to incentivize both the landlord and the tenant to do a solar deployment in cases where it's not mandatory. So is that something that we can look at? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member, Mr. Leon Pereira, for his SQ. And please allow me to share that solar energy is currently the most viable renewable energy in Singapore, and the government is committed to continue to accelerate our efforts to promote solar adoption. Now, we are on track to achieving the solar panel deployment target of 2 gigawatt peak by year 2030, which is equivalent to powering 350,000 households annually. In fact, since 2015, our solar installed capacity has increased by 9 times to over 560 megawatt peak in the third quarter of year 2021. And I earlier cited JTC's mandatory solar deployment scheme, and I would like to share that currently a total of 224 megawatt peak has been deployed across JTC's industrial estate. 224 megawatt peak, compared to earlier I mentioned the 560. So it's about 40%. And this includes JTC's vacant industrial land and buildings owned by JTC and its lessees. Now, I want to assure Mr. Leon Pereira that JTC's mandatory solar deployment scheme ensures that the lessees, which means the owner of the building, solarize their rooftop in line with the national efforts to increase our solar energy adoption. The prerequisite for the mandatory solar deployment scheme is established by JTC in consultation with the solar vendors. For example, as per current market practice, the typical contracting period for solar installation is between 15 years to 20 years. And a minimum of solar installation area of at least 800 square meters is required for the solar deployment for this to be viable. And these requirements are needed to ensure that both the lessee as well as the solar vendor have sufficient runway and scale to amortize the upfront fixed investments into the solar panel installation. Now, having said that, I want to assure Mr. Leon Pereira that any lessees with shorter lease period of less than 15 years or even smaller rooftop space of less than 800 square meter, they can still engage the solar vendor, including JTC's appointed solar vendor, to participate in the solar roof program. Now, I also want to reassure him that JTC is currently seeking new solar vendors who are able to service shorter contract periods so that we can benefit the lessees and the tenant of shorter contract periods. And in fact, JTC is also engaging existing tenants in land-based facilities to explore the possibility of a license fee sharing model. And in addition, as part of the solar roof program Phase 3 tender, which was just launched in November 2021, 3 months ago, both rooftop licensing and solar leasing rates for shorter contract period options of less than 10 years will be made available.
Mr. Lewison.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the member for the question. The Singapore Armed Forces has measures to protect its personnel, including full-time national servicemen, against COVID-19 and to prevent large outbreaks. These include vaccination, testing, and safe management measures, as well as rapid containment in the event of cases. More than 99.7% of SAF personnel have received 2 vaccination shots, and close to 87% have received booster shots. To detect COVID-19 infections early and to minimize its spread, the SAF has also instituted regular testing and safe management measures, such as smaller group sizes and mask-on policy where possible. Service personnel, including full-time national servicemen, who book out of camps are reminded to adhere strictly to SMMs even when they are outside and to monitor their health closely. Those who fall ill, who are sick, are only allowed to return to camp when they have recovered. Those who test positive for COVID-19 are to adhere to national protocols. Even with these measures, our weekly infection numbers has increased by about 17% from the previous week, along with the surge in community cases due to the Omicron variant. Most of these cases were brought in from the community and detected through our routine tests. While there has been limited onward transmission within our camps and bases, and the vast majority of SAF personnel who contracted the virus have exhibited either mild or no symptoms so far, we are not taking things for granted. Infections have the potential to spread. We are tracking the numbers closely and remain ready to adjust our measures if necessary. Thank you, sir.
Order. End of question time. Introduction of Government Bill. Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I have the President's recommendation for the introduction of this bill. I beg to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Issue from the Consolidated Fund and the Development Fund of the sums necessary to meet the estimated expenditure for the financial year 1st April 2022 to 31st March 2023.
Reply Bill.
Second reading, what day?
After the conclusion of proceedings on the estimates of expenditure for FY 2022-2023.
So be it. Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I have the President's recommendation for the introduction of this bill. I beg to introduce a bill intituled An Act to make supplementary provision to meet additional expenditure for the financial year 1st April 2021 to 31st March 2022.
Second Supplementary Supply FY 2021 Bill.
Second reading, what day?
After the conclusion of proceedings on the estimates of expenditure for FY 2022-2023.
So be it. Order, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I seek your consent and the general assent of members present to move a motion to allow a ministerial statement by the Minister for Foreign Affairs on the situation in Ukraine and its implications to be taken now.
I give my consent as the Leader of the House of the general assent of honourable members present to so move. Aye. Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding Standing Order 91-2, a ministerial statement by the Minister for Foreign Affairs on the situation in Ukraine and its implications be taken now. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Mr. Vivian Balakrishnan, wishes to make a ministerial statement on the situation in Ukraine and its implications. As members know, this matter has arisen suddenly and escalated rapidly in the last few days. Ordinarily, the budget debate takes precedence over other business. However, given that the ministerial statement seeks to update members on the Singapore government's position on the urgent situation in Ukraine, a serious security crisis which has implications for the international order, global economic outlook, and also for our national economy, it will be good for members to hear from the Minister for Foreign Affairs before the commencement of the budget debate.
The question is as moved by the Leader of the House. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ministerial statement, Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we are witnessing an unprovoked military invasion of a sovereign state as we speak. Ukraine is a large country with a multilingual and multi-religious population of approximately 44 million people. It has a long history with complex relations with Russia and the other states in the region. Ukraine became independent in 1991 with the collapse of the Soviet Union. Shortly thereafter, in 1994, Ukraine was persuaded to give up its nuclear arsenal, at that time the third largest in the world, by signing on to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. In return, Russia, the United States, and the United Kingdom, via the Budapest Memorandum on Security Reassurances, quote, reaffirmed their obligation to refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of Ukraine, and that none of their weapons will ever be used against Ukraine except in self-defense or otherwise in accordance with the Charter of the United Nations, unquote. Words which perhaps ring quite hollow today. Since then, the Ukraine has faced considerable domestic political turmoil, exacerbated by the separatist movements and tensions with Russia. 20 years after the Budapest Memorandum, Russia annexed Crimea in 2014, whilst the world watched. Conflicts on the ground in Donbass have continued for the past 8 years, with episodic limited ceasefires. And beginning in spring 2021, Russia massed over 100,000 troops at its borders with Ukraine. In January 2022, cyber attacks were launched against the Ukrainian government websites. On the 21st of February 2022, Russia recognized 2 breakaway Ukrainian regions and announced that Russian troops would start performing what it called, quote, peacekeeping operations, unquote. On the 24th of February 2022, Russia announced the start of a special military operation in Ukraine. This was followed shortly by air, land, and sea attacks on multiple targets across the whole of Ukraine. Russian ground forces, including armored formations, rapidly entered Ukraine from the north, the south, and the east, and have reached the capital, Kyiv. Whilst Ukraine is far away from us, we are following the crisis with grave concern. Its economic effects can already be felt here, for example, in rising electricity and petrol prices. Minister Gan Kim-yong will address the economic issues later today. But these are not the principal reason the situation in Ukraine is important to us. The events in Ukraine go to the heart of the fundamental norms of international law and the UN Charter that prohibit the use of force and acts of aggression against another sovereign state. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a clear and gross violation of the international norms and a completely unacceptable precedent. This is an existential issue for us. Ukraine is much smaller than Russia, but it is much bigger than Singapore. A world order based on might is right, or where the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must. Such a world order would be profoundly inimical to the security and survival of small states. We cannot accept one country attacking another without justification, arguing that its independence was the result of, quote, historical errors and crazy decisions, unquote. Such a rationale would go against the internationally recognized legitimacy and the territorial integrity of many countries, including Singapore. That is why we are a staunch supporter of international law and the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. The sovereignty, the political independence, and the territorial integrity of all countries, big and small, must be respected. Singapore must take any violation of these core principles seriously, whenever and wherever they occur. And this is why Singapore has strongly condemned Russia's unprovoked attack on Ukraine. It is heartbreaking to see the heavy casualties and the loss of many innocent lives resulting from this unjustified attack and act of war. We strongly urge Russia to cease this offensive military action immediately and to work for a peaceful settlement in accordance with the UN Charter and international law. We also call for safe and unhindered access for humanitarian assistance to Ukraine and all those in need. Singapore is doing our part. The Singapore Red Cross has pledged a contribution of US $100,000 to support communities affected by the current crisis in cooperation with the Ukrainian Red Cross Society and the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. This will provide essential relief supplies such as hygiene kits, family kits, and household kits for the vulnerable who have been displaced by the conflict. In addition, the Singapore Red Cross has launched a public fundraising appeal to support the impending massive humanitarian operations that will be needed. The Singapore government will also contribute US $100,000 to this humanitarian operation through the Singapore Red Cross. Mr. Speaker, there are important lessons for us to draw from this current Ukrainian crisis. First, whilst international law and diplomatic principles are essential, they are not sufficient. The Budapest Memorandum was supposed to guarantee Ukraine's security by 3 nuclear powers, Russia, the US, and the UK. But agreements are only meaningful if the parties respect them and if they can be enforced. The invasion of Ukraine demonstrates how quickly a vulnerable country can be overrun, especially when confronting a larger and more powerful opponent. This is the acute reality for all small countries, and Singapore is no exception. Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014 and Iraq's invasion of Kuwait in 1990 are stark reminders of this. You cannot depend on others to protect your country. Thus, we must never lose the ability to defend and look after ourselves. And this is why Singapore has invested consistently to build up a credible and strong SAF and to maintain national service as a fundamental element of our nationhood. The capability of the SAF must be undergirded by Singaporeans' resolve, the iron determination of our people to fight and die, if need be, to defend what is ours and our way of life. Without such capability and resolve, no amount of diplomacy can save a country. Second, it's all too easy for a small country to be caught up in the geopolitical games of big powers. Small countries must avoid becoming sacrificial pawns, vassal states, or cat's paws to be used by one side against the other. In a speech delivered in 1973, former Prime Minister Mr. Lee Kuan Yew shared his agreement with Julius Nyerere, the then president of Tanzania, who had said, "When elephants fight, the grass suffers." This is why we work hard to maintain good relations with all our neighbors and with the big powers. When situations arise, our assessments and our actions are based on clearly enunciated and consistently held principles that are in our own long-term national interests. Instead of choosing sides, we uphold principles. This is worth repeating. Instead of choosing sides, we uphold principles. Consequently, when we conduct our foreign policy in a coherent and consistent manner, we also become reliable partners for those who operate on the same principles. However, there will be occasions when we will have to take a stand, even if it is contrary to one or more powers, on the basis of principles, as we are doing now. Third, as a young nation, it is vital for us to maintain domestic unity and cohesion. bearing in mind how easily internal divisions can be exploited by adversaries, especially in this internet age and the advent of hybrid warfare. Dividing and weakening an opponent internally, overtly and covertly, has become the standard complement to conventional warfare. Therefore, our domestic politics must stop at our shores. And I thank all members of Parliament for adhering to this precept, and I would share that I've also shared this point with the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Pritam Singh. Fourth, safeguarding one's sovereignty and national interest often requires some sacrifice and pain. The Ukrainians are paying the ultimate price for freedom with their lives and livelihoods. The rest of the international community that is taking a stand against naked aggression through sanctions will also have to bear some pain and pay a price. Singaporeans too must understand that standing up for our national interests may come with some costs. We must be prepared to deal with the consequences, to bear the pain, to help one another, and to stand up together. We continue to value our good relations with Russia and the Russian people. However, we cannot accept such violations of sovereignty and territorial integrity of another sovereign state. We will continue to work with our ASEAN and international partners to take a strong stance against the invasion of Ukraine and to end further violence and bloodshed and to de-escalate tensions. We also participate actively at the United Nations. 3 days ago, a draft resolution was presented at the UN Security Council to condemn Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Singapore was one of 82 co-sponsors of this Security Council resolution. As expected, Russia, as a permanent member of the Security Council, vetoed that resolution. So the resolution was not passed, even though 11 of the 15 Security Council members voted in support, and the remaining 3 members, China, India, and the UAE, abstained. The UN General Assembly will be debating a similar resolution later today. General Assembly resolutions are not subject to a veto, but neither are they binding. However, as a responsible member of the international community, Singapore will comply with the spirit and the letter of the UN General Assembly decision. Singapore has always complied fully with sanctions and decisions of the United Nations Security Council, but we have rarely acted to impose sanctions on other countries in the absence of binding Security Council decisions or directions. However, given the unprecedented gravity of the Russian attack on Ukraine and the unsurprising veto by Russia of a draft Security Council resolution, Singapore intends to act in concert with many other like-minded countries to impose appropriate sanctions and restrictions against Russia. In particular, we will impose export controls on items that can be used directly as weapons in Ukraine to inflict harm or to subjugate the Ukrainians. We will also block certain Russian banks and financial transactions connected to Russia. The specific measures are being worked out and will be announced shortly. We must expect that our measures will come at some cost and implications on our businesses, citizens, and indeed to Singapore. However, unless we as a country stand up for principles that are the very foundation for the independence and sovereignty of smaller nations, our own right to exist and prosper as a nation may similarly be called into question one day. I note that Dr. Lim Wee Kiat and Mr. Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim have filed PQs on the current situation in Ukraine, and especially on the steps taken by MFA to help Singaporeans in Ukraine. And I'll be happy to address their concerns in a clarification after this, and if the concerns are sufficiently addressed, they can consider withdrawing the subsequent PQs and save time. Mr. Speaker, in the lead-up to Russia's military operation into Ukraine on the 24th of February 2022, MFA had issued 2 travel advisories on the situation in Ukraine on the 26th of January and on the 13th of February, respectively. We advised Singaporeans in Ukraine to leave as soon as possible by commercial means while it was still possible to do so at that point in time. Singaporeans in Ukraine were also urged to e-register with MFA so that we can render consular assistance to them. Following our first travel advisory, 7 Singaporeans left Ukraine by commercial options before the conflict erupted. Since the launch of the Russian invasion, another 3 Singaporeans have left Ukraine and made their way across the border into Poland. We are still in touch with 8 Singaporeans currently in Ukraine who are spread out across several cities. And we're aware of at least 1 other person whom we're still trying to contact. Singaporean safety remains our priority concern. And MFA has been in contact with them, and we will assist them wherever and however possible. We are also exploring options for them to leave the country if the situation permits. In the meantime, Singaporeans who are in Ukraine are advised to seek shelter in place, be vigilant, and to heed the advice from the authorities. Those who have not yet registered with MFA should do so immediately. Mr. Speaker, this is a time for us to come together and to stand up for principles. Uphold principles which are core to our survival, our existence as an independent, sovereign nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any clarifications? Sir Jaugiam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that Singapore has cordial relations with the US, Europe, Ukraine, and Russia, to what extent have the recent events put our efforts out of balance, and how can we maintain our interests vis-à-vis all the parties? Secondly, are there concerns that the recent events in Ukraine might trigger similar territorial incursions elsewhere, notwithstanding different geopolitical interests and settings? And how may this impact Singapore's interests? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Mr. Giam for those salient questions. We do have excellent relations with the US, with the EU, with Russia, and of course we have diplomatic relations with Ukraine as well. Your question on balance, I would address by bringing us back to first principles, that we do not take sides, we uphold principles. And in this case, the principles at stake are independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity. And I explained just now that Singapore's foreign policy is consistent, is coherent. In fact, it is almost always predictable. And I can tell you now from experience over the past 6 to 7 years, with the privilege of representing Singapore on stage, is that big powers and our neighbors and middle powers have also gotten used to the fact that it's not personal, it's professional, it's principled, and we take a position based on these principles which we believe to be essential for our long-term national interests. And I can also tell you, although there isn't time to go through all the details now, even in my tenure over the past 6 to 7 years, I've had to say no on occasion to every single superpower. But it has not stopped us from being able to sit at the table, look at each other's eyes, shake hands, explain where we differ, why we differ, and at the same time to pursue areas of cooperation where our interests align and where our principles are shared. So this is not new. This is not a new posture. This, in fact, is a posture that we have adopted for every single year since we've been independent. And I'm maintaining that tradition. Your second question, are the events in faraway Ukraine possibly a model, an inspiration, or an invitation for similar incursions elsewhere? I will not speculate where other clashes will erupt around the world, except to tell you, and I'm sure you are also aware as a former diplomat yourself, that we are not short of hotspots in the world. Again, I will bring us back to this fundamental point that we talk about deterrence. For deterrence to work, first, we ourselves must have the capability to defend ourselves. Nobody else will shed blood on our account. Secondly, having the capability, the arms, the orbit, and all the funding that this parliament provides to MINDEF. Capability without resolve, without, as I said earlier, that iron determination to fight and die, to defend and protect what is ours and our way of life. Without both capability and resolve, you won't deter anyone. And there's one additional dimension, that your partner or your protagonist on the other side must also have arrived at that same conclusion, that you have both the capability and resolve to defend. That is how you secure peace in a dangerous world. And the larger point I'm making is that yes, we are standing on principle, and yes, we may even have to pay a price, but this is a price worth paying for the future existence, independence, prosperity of Singapore. Thank you.
Sir Vikram Nair.
I'd like to thank the Minister for, I think, taking a very clear, principled position and explaining how Singapore stands on this. I have two clarifications. The first is the United Nations, I think, has always been an important institution, at least for setting the benchmark against aggression. But would this send a message that it will be difficult to restrain, big powers from engaging in acts of aggression? And is there more the world community can do in this respect? Now, I know Singapore is just a small voice in that, but is there more that the world community can do in this engagement? The second is in relation to specific measures that Singapore may take. I think this will be elaborated on later, but I think it'll be important for whatever we do in this message to send a clear signal that we stand against this acts of aggression and the UN Charter must be upheld. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nair. It is always difficult to restrain big powers or emerging big powers who will always give precedence to their national interests, defined on their terms. So let's have no illusions about this. For what it is worth, having international law, having avenues for peaceful resolution of disputes, having the United Nations with its charter, having instruments like the Security Council and the General Assembly, capable of establishing norms, capable sometimes, assuming there's no veto, of arriving at Security Council resolutions is valuable. And as I've said, that's why we are such staunch supporters of international law and the United Nations. We have to, because the alternative is might is right, or the strong do what they can, and the weak suffer what they must. But my point is that you cannot rely on that alone. Every country, big or small, has to have the capability and the resolve to defend itself. Then, to make common cause on the basis of principle with other like-minded countries. And for what it's worth, try to establish norms of state behavior. But human history is replete with conflicts. Conflicts which, when you look back in hindsight, made no sense, wrought far more harm than any objective that was sought at the beginning, or simply miscalculations. So again, I'm making the point that for what it's worth, we uphold principles. We don't take sides. And that is the formula to preserve our future security and prosperity.
So Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim.
Thank you, Minister, for the elaborate and detailed explanation. I'm thankful for the answers to my PQ as well, wherein I asked about the assistance to fellow Singaporeans who are embroiled in the conflict. I have two clarifications. First is that I think both the virus and violence are taking a toll on the people in the Ukrainian region. So it's going to be a great humanitarian crisis. And the refugee situation will also be unprecedented in Central Eastern Europe. So what can ASEAN and Singapore do to alleviate the situation over there, particularly given that COVID-19 is still raging amongst us, and there would be some need to render assistance in that regard. Secondly, I'm told that for small countries, we do hold true to the principle of international law, and we denounce the notion of might is right. But at the same time, we still need to know the lay of the land and navigate our way through. So what are the implications in terms of international order, particularly for Singapore and smaller states, given this particular crisis that's unraveling before us? Thank you.
I thank Mr. Zulkarnain for both questions. You're right. The virus and violence are a perfect recipe for a humanitarian disaster, which is occurring right now. I explained earlier in my statement that the Singapore Red Cross has contributed $100,000. Singapore government will also contribute to that, and I'm sure members of the public will also be generous. And we will work through the Ukrainian Red Cross and the International Society of Red Cross and Red Crescent societies. At the ASEAN level, ASEAN has taken a stand that there needs to be mutual respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty. I hope there will be a humanitarian impulse from ASEAN as well. Specifically for the citizens of ASEAN who may be stranded, I just want to share one little anecdote which also illustrates point. So I said 3 Singaporeans managed to cross the border in perilous times. I can say that at least one did so in a convoy together with Malaysian citizens who were crossing the border into Poland. And I thanked my counterpart in Malaysia for doing so. So similarly, on the ground, I'm sure we will continue to work with each other, look out for citizens of ASEAN, and where possible, tumpang, gotong royong, and help one another. And I think these are good, these are teachable moments, good opportunities for ASEAN to demonstrate value and solidarity with each other where it matters. Your second question, what implications of this crisis? Well, as I said, there are multiple. First off, we already feel the economic impact, and Minister Gan will be dealing with this later today. The abrogation of international law and norms is a clear and present danger, especially for small states like us, and that's why we have had to take such a principled stand. And as I said, standing up for principle is not cost-free. So we also have to be prepared for that. But if the world continues to watch with folded arms, we're headed into a much more dangerous world. After the end of the Second World War in 1945 and the establishment of the European Union, I think many people thought war on the European continent was unthinkable. Clearly, that rosy view is wrong. And you're watching, again, war on European soil, in an advanced, beautiful capital, again, today. And the point is, if norms are not complied with, and if borders can be trifled with on the basis of all kinds of justifications and sometimes even pretext, then it'll be a much more dangerous world, and especially for us. So bear in mind that actually we are taking a stand not just for this particular crisis, but we're taking a stand for our long-term survival, prosperity, and peace. Thank you.
Dr. Lim Wee Kiang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two clarifications. One is on the Ukrainians who are currently in Singapore. I'd like to know whether, how are we providing assistance to them? If their social pass or work pass expire, are we going to help them to extend meanwhile the country is in crisis currently now? So do you have the numbers as to how many Ukrainians are currently in Singapore for whatever reasons? Number two, what is the proper channel for us to channel resources to help now? You mentioned about Red Cross is one resources. Will the government have a concerted effort to have fundraising efforts from the public to help the Ukrainian, rather to have multiple websites and we don't know which is the one that's approved and that's authorized? Then also currently Ukrainian president is also calling for a foreign legion to help the country, for fighters to come in. If any Singaporeans were to volunteer to become a fighter to go to Ukraine, will the government object or will the government stop? What is the stand on this? Thanks.
That's actually 3 questions. I don't have the figures on Ukrainians who are currently in Singapore and the passes that they are on. This is something which IC and MHA would look at, and I'm not in a position to give any blanket assurances on that. And I think I will also have to reiterate our long-held position that we cannot take refugees because we are one of the most dense cities or states in the world. Nevertheless, we'll look at the case by case, depending on the merits of the particular situation. On channels, my advice would be to support the Singapore Red Cross. I think that's clear, reputable, safe, and the Red Cross and Red Crescent societies were created precisely to have a role in such conflict situations. So I would encourage people who are minded to provide humanitarian assistance to work through the Red Cross. On your third question about the Foreign Legion, again, I will have to come back to principle. Singapore does not take sides. Singapore does not allow the import of foreign politics into Singapore's domestic environment. Similarly, Singapore cannot support the promotion or organization of armed groups, whatever their justification, into other countries. So our long-standing rules and regulatory system must continue to apply. So Singapore citizens, your duty is to Singapore, to fight and die if need be, to defend our national interests, and to take a long-term view of what our national interests are. So I would leave it at that.
Mr. Leon Pereira.
I just have one clarification for the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Will the government be exploring the initiation of a common position on this very grave issue with the other ASEAN member states? Is that something that is being considered? Is that something that will be looked at, in spite of the challenges in doing so, which obviously do exist, and that's very clear? Thank you.
Thank you. The short answer to that is yes. All the foreign ministers and our officials have been in intensive contact over the last few days. And as I said, we recently, in fact, I think just a day ago, issued a ASEAN common statement. I will be frank and tell you that the 10 of us will have a variety of views. But I'm glad that we were able to issue a consensus statement that reaffirmed mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. I also hope that there will be cooperation on humanitarian assistance to Ukraine, and as I said earlier, also cooperation on helping each other's citizens emerge safely from a conflict situation.
Mr. Lim Bao-chuan.
So let me voice my support for the government's stand on the Ukraine situation. May I ask the Minister, considering China's stand in the United Nations on the invasion of Ukraine, how would this affect our relationship with China? Second clarification required is that would the Minister be able to clarify or explain what does MFA thinks about Russia's statement that they will be putting nuclear forces on high alert? What does that mean? And would Singaporeans who are staying in NATO countries be considered safe, or would there be advice that they were to evacuate from those countries as well? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm the Foreign Minister of Singapore, and I would hesitate to speculate as to what China's full position and actions will be. But I can make the following observations. China abstained at the vote on the resolution that was presented to the United Nations Security Council. Second point is China has expressed some solidarity, at least more so in recent times, and some sympathy for Russian concerns. My third observation is that I believe China does hold firmly to the principle of independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Beyond that, I do not wish to speculate, but I do want to assure you that we have been, as always, in constant contact with my Chinese counterparts. In fact, President Halima and I were just in Beijing, I think it was just 3 weeks ago. I'm not even sure that the Olympic truce has expired yet. And I will not be able to reveal details, but we certainly had an opportunity to listen to the leadership of China's views on unfolding events. But that was 3 weeks ago, before a hot conflict emerged. I do not want to be speculative into your second question about the impact of elevation of the nuclear alert. There are nuclear powers in the world. And every time a nuclear power gets into a hot wall, we need to be very, very concerned. Beyond that, I do not wish to speculate, except again to express our hope that there is so much more to lose from letting this situation get out of control. So our hope is that restraint will apply. There will be an immediate cessation of hostilities, of violence. I believe there have been some arrangements for negotiations to occur between Ukraine and Russia at the border with Belarus, perhaps today or maybe even as we speak. I hope those negotiations will bear some fruit. Your point is that this is a dangerous time and we all need to be concerned. Thank you.
Ms. Dinispo.
Clarifying Singapore's stand beyond declaring our principles. I'd like to ask if government would review the ongoing initiatives, whether economic or defense or cultural initiatives and projects with the Russian government and any of the government-linked organizations, especially for those based in Singapore, and decide what action, after review, to take decide what action it will take that will support the principles that Minister has just articulated.
Mr. Speaker, we've spent quite a lot of time already on this subject. And as I said, we're working through the details, so I don't want to run ahead and I don't want to engage in speculation. But just make the point that we have no quarrel with the Russian people. And I think you are indirectly alluding to the project that we have on the Russian Orthodox Church building. And I would imagine that this is a project which, in my own view, should continue, because this goes beyond the politics and the conflict which is going on right now.
Order. End of ministerial statement. The clerk will now proceed to read the order of the day.
Item 1, resumption of debate on the budget statement.
The question is that Parliament approves the financial policy of the government for the financial year 1st April 2022 to 31st March 2023. Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker. What caught my attention about the budget speech was the Minister for Finance's characterization of the budget as a first step to renew and strengthen Singapore's social compact towards a fairer, more sustainable, and more inclusive society. The Workers' Party agrees with this important direction in pathfinding the way forward for our little red dot. Workers' Party Chair and Aljunied GRC MP Ms. Sylvia Lim will speak further on this with inputs on inclusivity and innovation in her budget debate speech tomorrow. However, there are aspects of the budget that are of concern to us. We disagree with the decision to raise the goods and services tax, especially at this time, and the Workers' Party MPs who speak after me will put forward alternative ideas for revenue generation. I will outline the Workers' Party's position on the GST and briefly introduce the areas the WP MPs will speak on. Then I will share my views on the main prongs of the budget. First, the GST increase. While the GST hike was anticipated, it comes at a difficult time for our people. Inflation is on the upswing and prices are high. Supply chain disruptions are having an outsized impact on people's purses. There's real concern on the ground that the announcement to raise the GST will lead to price rises across the board. In fact, some price rises have already occurred, with speculation that these were in anticipation of a GST hike. The Workers' Party's position is that the government need not raise the GST. There are other options for raising revenue. A Straits Times column last month discussed the urgency of rebuilding public finances in the face of budget deficits and the drawdown of reserves. The GST was held up as being one of the largest and most stable revenue sources, difficult to replace with any other kind of tax. The impression created by the article and similar arguments was that raising the GST is the only viable option for financing offset packages for the needy and healthcare and to balance the budget. We disagree that there are no other options. The Workers' Party has previously raised several proposals in this House, both on taxes as well as adjustments to the reserves framework. These options do not constitute a raiding of the reserves as the PAP enthusiastically and inaccurately portrays. We have supported the call for fiscal prudence as a principle of governance, but we also believe that the judicious use of progressive tax measures can achieve wider societal goals in Singapore. Within this term of Parliament, we have proposed a wealth tax and raised the prospect of more progressive corporate tax policies. We have also supported the carbon tax. The government, for its part, has not rejected further wealth taxes outright, but spoke of the difficulties of implementing some of these tax measures. These will have to be proactively explored, particularly in view of the limited impact of some measures announced in the budget, which have been characterized as a tax on wealth. For example, on the additional registration fee or ARF tier for luxury cars announced by the Minister for Finance, a senior manager of a large car dealership which includes luxury vehicles in its stable was asked if the higher ARF would curb spending on high-end cars. He was quoted in the Business Times as saying, "It's possible, but I think there's still enough wealth going around." As the Workers' Party continues, as the government continues to explore wealth taxes, the Workers' Party's view is that a distinction needs to be made between different types of wealth taxes. We should recognize the legitimate accumulation of wealth through effort and tangible business activity, especially that which creates jobs for Singaporeans. Even as there remain scope for wealth taxes, the values of entrepreneurship and equitable reward for hard work can nonetheless be recognized and even promoted through tax rebates or relief for such individuals. However, wealth accumulated through capital appreciation should be dealt with differently and taxed accordingly in the name of a fairer and more inclusive society. The Workers' Party has also previously asked if we can tweak the reserves framework and the way reserves contribute to our budget. We have proposed, including a portion of land sales into recurrent revenue, and also an adjustment of the NIRC allowed for recurrent spending to be raised to 60% from the current 50%. The government has disagreed with these reasonable suggestions. In 2001, then Prime Minister Goh referred to the reserves as a golden goose. The Workers' Party remains of the mind that we can continue to grow the golden goose but at a slower rate. The impending population bulge for our seniors portends stress lines for our healthcare needs and our welfare system. The Minister projected that starting from current levels of healthcare spending and assuming increases at a similar rate in the next 10 years, the government could be spending 27 billion on healthcare yearly by 2030 compared to 11.3 billion in 2019. But the fact is that our population is getting older and living longer. While it is responsible to ensure that wastage is minimized as far as possible, our healthcare needs will likely be on an upward trajectory. For the very Singaporeans whose energies contributed to the reserves and who have played their part to fatten the golden goose, spending for them in their golden years and at their time of need should not even be a question. Moderating the growth of the reserves also improves intergenerational equity and accounts for the changing needs of Singapore and its people. It must be noted that the government has shown over time that they are of a similar mind. At the 2001 National Day rally, then Prime Minister Goh said that the reserves must be protected and fattened. However, changes to the reserve scheme have been implemented by subsequent PAP governments. The 2008 change of the net investment income to net investment returns, with the immediate conclusion of up to 50% of NIR contributions from MAS and GIC, and the inclusion of the MASE in the NRC formula in 2015, were all deliberate moves. These changes have made the NRC component the largest source of revenue for the yearly budget from around 2 billion in 2006 to close to 22 billion for the upcoming financial year. This number will only continue rising. This is despite the fact that the government's adjustments have slowed the rate at which the reserves grow. Here I ask that the government not rule out changes to our budget framework. Just as we should not kill the golden goose, we should also not fatten the golden goose at the expense of the people's well-being. On the necessity of a GST hike, the Workers' Party has also made the point that the government should lay out its revenue and expenditure projections for the rest of the decade. This is so that the necessity of a GST hike can be considered properly and with greater introspection. We note that the government has resisted the publication of such revenue and expenditure projections, but the publication of such information is not unusual in other jurisdictions. Just last week, on the 23rd of February, the Hong Kong government issued its budget statement. At Appendix A, the Hong Kong budget includes a medium-range forecast of its revenue and expenditure positions for each subsequent year up to fiscal year 2026 to 2027, with assumptions laid out. Can the Minister tell us why the MOF does not make such medium-term forecasting part of our public-facing budgetary process? And more specifically, does the MOF have such projections at least up to 5 years in the future? And what is the hesitation in publishing these projections? Doing so would allow the public to have an in-depth insight as to the need to raise GST and the sustainability of public finances in the years to come. The question of projections with respect to public finances must also be considered in the context of the absolute necessity of raising the GST at this point in time. For example, a Business Times article today advanced a view held by market watchers that Singapore could potentially make a net gain in terms of revenue from the global move to introduce a standardized minimum corporate tax rate. Even so, it is of little doubt that the GST has been put to good use by the government to finance spending. But after more than 2 decades, its drawbacks remain. The GST is a regressive tax that hits lower income earners harder. And this fact has been recognized since the GST was introduced in the early 90s. My colleague, Sengkang GRC MP, Ms. Herting Roo, will speak more about the GST. Like now, the concerns back in the 1990s were about the average Singaporean worker, who was vulnerable to increases in the prices of necessities. Today, with offset packages targeting low and middle-income Singaporeans, it is the middle class that is particularly anxious. In spite of the headline-grabbing GST offset package announced at this budget, there is anxiety as to how much prices will rise in future over the period the offset package would cover. In addition to concerns about spikes for specific CPI items, there are also concerns about minor price hikes across the board that will hurt cumulatively, not too different from the analogy of the frog in a pot of gradually boiling water. Should the aggregate of price rises be significant, the impact of the additional offsets may not be as optimistic as highlighted in Annex F2 of the budget for 3-room and 4-room HDB households, where the enhanced assurance package is estimated to offset the GST hike for 11.8 and 7.9 years, respectively. As Singaporeans well know, no offset package lasts forever. The government expects that in time, Singaporeans will internalize the GST hike. At this budget debate, the Workers' Party will raise additional alternative proposals to raise revenue so as to stave off a GST hike. In particular, Sengkang GRC MPs Louis Chua and James Lim will explore other levers for revenue generation. Apart from the reserves framework, the alternatives proposed are not inconsistent with the principle that recurrent expenditures should be met by recurrent revenues. What continues to weigh heavily on Singaporeans today is the rising cost of living, including for the middle income or sandwiched class. Cost increases in electricity, gas, and transport were thrust upon Singaporeans last year and over the last few months. Energy prices continue to rise. The enthusiasm with which the government spoke of the electricity retail market in 2018 as a means to manage the cost of living has become decidedly more muted with the exit of multiple retail players. In December, the electricity tariff for households was raised 5.6%. And there was a recent revision of household refuse collection fees, which took effect last month after a previous hike in 2017. A Today article from late October last year quoted the Monetary Authority of Singapore predicting that food, preschool, and healthcare costs may go up this year. In view of the current economic outlook, it is safe to say that this is a foregone conclusion. According to data released by the MAS and MTI last week, the headline consumer price index remains at what it was last December at 4%. CPI data from last month show that utilities and other fuels rose 11.8% compared to a year earlier, and transport is up 12.7% year on year. Lower income Singaporeans, working Singaporeans, and middle class Singaporeans are all being hit very, very hard. There's also a pattern of increasing public transport fares over the last 3 years, as shown in information from the Public Transport Council. While adult card fares were alternatingly increased and reduced between 2014 and 2017, they were raised by 6 cents in 2018, a further 9 cents in 2019, and then another 3 to 4 cents in 2020. While measured in cents, these increases are by no means small to many who have to incur these costs every day, not as a luxury or as discretionary spending, but as an unavoidable expense simply to get to work and back. About 3 weeks ago, Comfort Taxis announced an increase in fares by 8%. Just last Friday, all the other taxi companies announced that they would follow suit. All these and the other inevitable price hikes to come over the next 5 to 10 years will blunt the impact of the GST assurance package, to say nothing of the psychological impact of the package's reduced effectiveness against a backdrop of rising prices. The Workers' Party's position on the GST notwithstanding, I welcome the announcement of the formation of a committee against profiteering to address concerns that some businesses could use GST as a cover to raise prices. I would like to raise a few issues relating to the committee. First, in order for this committee to be effective, the public should be clearly informed as to what evidence they would need to file a complaint with the committee. Otherwise, it would be a case of the word of a person against that of a business. Second, at a time when inflation due to the supply chain crunch is a real concern, some businesses may have good reason to raise prices or a legitimate reason to raise prices. For example, because of the rising price of raw materials and not under the pretext of a GST hike. This may cause misunderstanding amongst the public about resorting to the committee to investigate the price hikes. But if rising business costs are due to supply chain woes, then prices should correct in time and even fall as the supply chain crunch eases. If they do not, then it would be legitimate for the committee to inquire why this is the case. Third, the committee should look into the businesses that move to raise prices before the GST hike is introduced. It should not rule out looking into complaints of such preemptive price rises that try to bypass the committee's terms of reference. SMEs, hawkers, and sole proprietors should be allowed to respond to the committee if they have been falsely or unfairly accused of raising prices. Finally, the committee should closely track price rises at heartland shops, where many Singaporeans purchase food and essentials. Minister of State Ms. Low Yen Ling has written to me to nominate one member from the opposition benches to sit on this committee. I have extended this invitation to our parliamentary colleagues from the Progress Singapore Party, and NCMP Ms. Hazel Phua has agreed to sit on the committee. Let me now move to topics other than the GST. The Workers' Party is of the view that the budget is broad-based in providing assistance to individuals and businesses to address both immediate as well as short to medium-term concerns. Specifically, it provides useful transitional support such as the Small Business Recovery Grant to businesses in eligible sectors that have been hit hard by COVID-19. One input we have is to ask the government to actively consider appeals from businesses that fall outside the eligibility criteria on a more flexible and case-by-case basis as far as possible. We also support CPF transition offsets to help phase in the raising of employer and employee CPF contribution rates for senior workers. This rising of rates is vitally important in supporting the retirement adequacy of senior workers. What was not fleshed out in significant detail was the Minister's commitment that the government intends to refine how employment pass applications are assessed to increase certainty and transparency for businesses. Even while it is a given that Singapore will always be open to foreign talent, we must always prioritize Singaporean talent who represent the Singapore core. If a Singaporean can do the job or be trained to do the job, the government should not inadvertently make it easier or more convenient to resort to hiring foreigners. I hope Minister will share more details of the government's thinking on the new EP framework in his wrap-up speech. The budget also renders important support to businesses to ensure that our workers at the lower end of the salary spectrum will see meaningful salary increments. In this regard, I hope the Minister for Finance can consider moving more decisively to ensure that Singaporean workers who take home less than $1,300 can rely on the PWM credit scheme to raise their wages immediately. With the PWM credit scheme as announced by this budget, I would argue that this can be achieved forthwith instead of waiting for all PWM sectors to be rolled out incrementally before the low wage situation for these workers is addressed. Let me explain. Assuming that we want to provide immediate relief to the 32,000 full-time Singaporean workers who earn less than $1,300 with a generous $400 a month wage hike for 13 months each financial year, a back-of-the-envelope calculation shows that it would require about $167 million a year to significantly uplift the well-being of these lower-income workers. This sum would constitute 8% of the $2 billion set aside under the Progressive Wage Model Credit Scheme, and only 9.2% of the $1.8 billion that the government has committed each year over the next 5 years for this scheme. I hope the government is persuaded to move quickly on this, even as discussions on more PWM sectors are ongoing. As they already earn very low salaries, these 32,000 workers can and should be supported with higher wages immediately. A second intervention I would suggest for low-income workers amongst us concerns the changes to the workfare income supplement. The Finance Minister has introduced a new minimum income criteria of $500 per month. There was no such criteria in the past. The Minister said that the policy intent of this is to encourage part-timers and casual workers to take up regular, full-time work. However, this new criteria will penalize part-timers and casual workers significantly. There are legitimate reasons why Singaporeans take up part-time or casual work. Some may be caregivers who do not have the flexibility to take up full-time work. Others may not be able to stand for 8 hours a day, for example, in a food and beverage setting, for various reasons, including their advanced years. For some individuals, full-time work can be grueling. For others, retraining is easier said than done. Yet, some others simply cannot find full-time work in the limited areas they are qualified for and take what part-time or casual work they can find. According to the Ministry of Manpower's Labour Force Singapore 2021 dataset, there were 46,600 residents who earned less than $500 a month last year. The new criteria will deny the workfare income supplement to these workers. I would urge the Minister for Finance to remove this criterion so that our most financially vulnerable workers can benefit from workfare. The Workers' Party believes that the government can move the needle for these low-income earning Singaporeans in a decisive way. It would be consistent with the philosophy of this budget, charting our way towards a fairer, more sustainable and more inclusive society to alleviate the financial stress of our most vulnerable Singaporeans. In his budget speech, Aljunied GRC MP Mr. Faisal Manap will speak on other segments of Singaporeans who continue to be left behind because their plight has not been adequately addressed. Next, the carbon tax. Singapore's net carbon emission goal as part of our green transition recognizes the important shifts that are taking place across the globe. The budget announcement of a carbon tax of $50 to $80 per tonne of emissions by 2030 is consistent with a commitment to mitigate this climate emergency. Hougang SMC MP Mr. Dennis Tan will focus on Singapore's transition to the green economy in his budget speech. More generally, Workers' Party MPs have made several interventions and suggestions during the debate on the climate motion in this House last month, covering subjects such as greenwashing, just transition, and accelerating EV adoption, amongst others. I note the Finance Minister's commitment to provide U-Save rebates to cushion the impact of the carbon tax on households from 2023. Going by the government's own calculations taken in a linear way, it would follow that a carbon tax of about $75 per tonne could potentially increase utility bills by $12 a month. However, unlike the new tiers for personal income tax at the upper end, property taxes, and ARF hikes for luxury cars announced at the budget, the Minister did not reveal the absolute quantum of revenue the carbon tax is projected to bring in up to 2030. The government should reveal these figures. This is not only for the purpose of showing how the carbon tax revenue would be utilized to support decarbonization. This information would allow meaningful debate to take place on the funding for these carbonization measures. Let me say that again. This information would allow meaningful debate to take place on the funding for these decarbonization measures and whether and how cost of living pressures for the average Singaporean could be further alleviated through the carbon tax. Before concluding, I am reminded that in Singapore, A's are not usually given for effort, but for outcomes. With this budget positioned as a first step in renewing and strengthening Singapore's social compact, the government should review how it reports on initiatives that were previously announced and whether they met their goals. The new social compact ought to require a report card that goes into far greater detail than the bi-yearly Singapore Public Sector Outcomes Review. Let me explain using the industry transformation maps, or the ITMs, as an example. A transition is taking place from the original ITM to ITM 2.0, which is now dubbed ITM 2025. I wish to ask if there is a report card of what has been achieved by the initial ITM, especially for deliverables where Singaporean workers are supposed to benefit. In previous exchanges in this House, notably in 2020, we received assurances that Singaporeans are benefiting and are prioritized in such efforts to generate quality jobs, so there was no need to worry. To date, however, we do not have a detailed data set, sector by sector, on how many jobs were generated by ITM 1.0 since its inception in 2016-2017, and how many of those jobs went to Singaporeans, and at what wage levels. The ITM 1.0 roadmap set out to develop new and redesigned jobs with better wages, provide more overseas opportunities, and more strongly support Singaporean workers' upgrading and skills deepening. Without numbers, however, it is hard to tell whether these broad and lofty goals were achieved. The overall picture may be rosy with rising wages and low unemployment maintained, but the precise deliverables of the ITM have to be followed up upon to know whether outcomes have been meaningful or whether alternative approaches to improve outcomes should be considered. A significant goal of the ITMs was to further the interests of Singaporean workers. To this end, the timely reporting of ITM 2025 outcomes should be made a key objective of this government. When I asked for specific figures for the first ITM outcomes and what it has achieved for Singaporean workers, the Ministry of Manpower stated that more time was needed before we could obtain the full data. Surely enough time has passed for such data to be available, as the planning for ITM 2025 is well underway. If such data is released, it can ameliorate the persistent angst surrounding competition between Singaporeans and foreigners over job opportunities. Further, making such information accessible would help Singaporeans better understand the overall economic landscape so that they can develop their skills in specific industries. This is really about empowering the Singaporean worker to make informed choices surrounding their economic future in line with the nation's. In this regard, the announcement of further adjustments to our foreign manpower policies announced by the Finance Minister is instructive. The value proposition for businesses to hire Singaporean workers ought to become more compelling given the anticipated increases of S-Pass qualifying salaries and separately foreign worker levy hikes announced in the budget. With the minimum qualifying salary for new S-Pass holders increasing from $2,500 to $3,000 this September, and further increases already forecasted for September 2024 and 2025, it would be useful for the ITM framework to proactively track, disclose, and identify which of the ITM sectors are more reliant on S-Pass holders and where there could be opportunities for Singaporean workers. Businesses would also benefit from this information as they can be incentivized to redesign jobs to attract Singaporeans. The same expectations should be set aside for the large taxpayer dollars set aside for national plans like the Research, Innovation and Enterprise 2025 plan, where $25 billion has been allocated from 2021 to 2025. The outcomes of such initiatives should be a major feature of the new post-pandemic social compact that the government seeks to renew between citizens and the government. My colleague Aljunied MP Mr. Leon Pereira will explore the national goals the government should focus on aggressively, including poverty alleviation, inequality, and social mobility. Ready access to data on outcomes of government initiatives, including multi-year ones, would greatly support all three prongs that Mr. Pereira will advance. To conclude, COVID was and remains a generational crisis. But it has also proven to be a priceless opportunity to reflect on the robustness of our social compact and the lived reality of Singaporeans, particularly at the lower and lower to middle income levels. It is also an opportunity to reflect on our values as a people. How much do we value the efforts and contributions of those around us, regardless of socio-economic class or nationality? How does the Singapore system recognize the effort and labor of those who work with their hands, like our conservancy and landscape workers, or those who invest their lives in looking after the needs of others or nurturing future generation of Singaporeans, such as our teachers and our nurses? What about our artists and sporting talents, and what about the foreign workers in our midst? Their living and working conditions must be a priority for not just their well-being, but our well-being too. I say for our well-being too because caring for others establishes the standards we set for ourselves on the type of people we wish to be. While COVID has been debilitating for the economy and for many families, from a community perspective, it reminded us of the nurse, the teacher, the cleaner, the security guard, the bus captain, and so many others who continued working to keep Singapore on an even keel. The efforts of these Singaporeans make my colleagues and I in the Workers' Party proud to be Singaporeans. These times have shown the resilience of our people, a subject my colleague Aljunied GRC MP Mr. Gerald Giam will peg his budget debate speech upon. The Workers' Party notes the broad thrust of the budget and supports the call for greater fairness, sustainability, and a more inclusive society, a philosophy that comes with much promise for the future. However, the Workers' Party will object to the budget as we disagree with the decision to raise the GST. Thank you.
Mr. Liang Eng Hua.
Mr. Speaker, sir, following the budget statement on 18th of February, we have watched with grave concerns tragic developments in Ukraine. I echo the statement by the Foreign Affairs Minister that we are shocked and appalled with the blatant aggression and are saddened with the loss of lives and destruction there. It once again reminded us on the importance of our own ability and our will to defend our sovereignty and our independence. We must expect no one else but ourselves to defend what is ours. So the conflict may be half the world away from us, but its implications and its ramifications will impact us in many ways. Among others, its effect on the global economic recovery, as well as the elevated oil and gas prices. Can I ask the Finance Minister for an update, notwithstanding what the Foreign Affairs Minister's statements, as to whether the Ukraine situation would have a bearing on the budget that he delivered on 18th of February, and also what other implication or impact that will be for our economy. So now my take on the budget. Social compact is not a new concept to us. It has always been our underpinning core values of the government, manifested in many of our policy formulations, and it's a vision that galvanizes us as a nation and unites us in our commitment to care for each other. Yet, after listening to the Finance Minister's budget statement speech, the meaning of social compact took on a refreshed and more tangible feel, and operationalized versions of sorts or more realizable. Over the last decade, countries and democracy around the world, including Singapore's, have been grappling with three deep-seated issues. Firstly, the widening income and wealth inequality brought about by globalizations and the proliferations of knowledge-based economy. Secondly, the stagnation of very slow wage growth for our lower wage workers. Thirdly, climate change crisis. How do we manage the pace and the trade-off to pivot to a low or net zero carbon society? Budget 2022 will stand out for how we have made decisive and bold moves to tackle this issue head-on and to build a fair, inclusive, and sustainable society. Let me start with the tax changes announced. In the budget, we saw significant increases in the income tax rate, as well as the wealth taxes, the property tax, luxurious car, ARF. These increases will bring in additional revenue of $600 million for the government. Not quite a needle-moving number that can pay for the projected rise in expenditure due to its narrow base. But it helps to steepen the overall progressivity of our tax structure and towards a fairer system. Corporate tax changes are also expected to come next. The 2 percentage point increase in GST will happen in 2023 and 2024 in 1 percentage point step each. And coupled with this increase will be the massive upsized $6.6 billion assurance package to cushion the impact of the GST increase. The GST increase and the upsized assurance package put together actually further enhance the overall progressivity of our tax structure. And this is because the assurance package will have more than adequate payouts and rebates to cover at least 5 years of additional GST expenses for the majority of Singaporean households and about 10 years for the lower income household. The existing permanent GST voucher scheme will also be enhanced to provide continuing offsets for the GST expenses of the lower to middle income household and retirees households. On the other hand, the higher income and the wealthier will pay more GST, especially with the 2 percentage point increase, as they tend to be bigger, higher spenders, bigger consumers, and hence will contribute more to GST. So over the last decade, we have been adding more social support features into our social security structure, which has helped improve the progressivity of the overall system, such as the workfare for the low-wage workers, which in essence is a negative tax. Silver support scheme, which targets Singaporeans in the lower 20% in terms of lifelong income. Higher permanent GST offsets targeted at lower incomes, seniors, and smaller housing taps. Means-tested subsidies in public housings, healthcare, education, tilted in favor of lower income, and that majority of Singaporeans do not pay income taxes. Taken together, it attested to the system of social compact that we have always wanted, where the better off contribute more, and those with less contribute less and will receive more benefits and support to help them cope with life. In recent years, as income and wealth disparities continue to widen, the view that the better off should contribute more in taxes has gained traction. And it is heartening that in Singapore, we are also hearing calls from the high-income earners and those that are wealthy themselves. This reflects our values and mutual responsibility amongst ourselves as a society and as a nation. Of course, there's often this argument that says rising income or wealth taxes may diminish our competitiveness, or that wealth is mobile and can be easily moved to a jurisdiction with no or low taxes. Yes, we have to be watchful of this possibility, but we should also not underprice ourselves. Singapore has its very compelling proposition as a AAA-rated global hub, excellent infrastructures, deep and diverse talent pool, trusted and enforceable legal and regulatory structure, strong and stable government, among others. We are rated among the best places to live in the world, and we are a nation that is always passionate about excelling ourselves and constantly charting ahead and investing for a better future. And this is the Singapore premium. We cannot just count on low taxes or lower costs as a way to attract investments and talent. It is not sustainable. The significant moves on tax structure in Budget 2022 demonstrates our confidence and also our self-assuredness as to what Singapore can offer. We have to keep working on strengthening each of these fundamental propositions and not only safeguard, but also keep growing the value of this premium. So the other major move in this year's budgets is in the uplifting of income for the lower wage workers and to tackle inequality. In a globally connected and knowledge-driven world, those equipped with in-demand skills and know-how tend to be duly compensated for their expertise. Salaries of the top earners have seen their income rise at much faster pace. We are not averse to that. On the other hand, the incomes of our lower wage workers continue to stay stagnant or not keeping up with the rise in costs to live a better life. We are concerned with this, with widening income inequality. And that's why we have workfare and other skills upgrading program, among others, to intervene and uplift the wages of low-income Singaporeans. In this budget, we saw significant expansions to the progressive wage model, PWM. It will be extended to more sectors with the aim to cover 94% of our full-time lower wage workers and through an accelerated pace of implementation. The government will co-fund the wage increase of low wage workers through the Progressive Wage Credit Scheme, PWCS. Businesses with workers earning up to $2,005 per month will be assisted with co-funding of 50% in the first 2 years and 30% in the next 2 years. Those earning between $2,005 to $3,000 will also receive support, but at a lower co-funding ratios. In the related moves, companies who employ foreign workers will now be required to pay all their local employees at least the local qualifying salary of $1,400 per month. And to complement the progressive wages move, the Workfare Income Supplement, WIS, will also be significantly enhanced. The qualifying income gap will be increased to $2,500 and also extending to younger workers aged 30, as well as increased payouts among the various WIS enhancements. These various measures amounted to a very substantial package to uplift the wages of the lower income workers, about $1.8 billion per year over the next 5 years, or totaling $9 billion for both PWCS and enhanced workfare. Of course, fiscal interventions alone cannot be the only way to uplift wages. Businesses and consumers will also have to contribute their share to help raise the income of our lower wage workers. And we should continue to encourage and support our lower wage workers to upskill so that they can also move up the wage ladders. So this is a realizable step to strengthen our social compact and to tackle inequality. On decarbonizing Singapore, I applaud the bold moves by the government. The announced carbon tax increases are steep, increasing fivefold from $5 to $25 per tonne in 2024, and thereafter by tenfold and more by around 2030. It is steep enough to bite or hurt and can nudge and change behaviors and business practices. The sharp carbon tax increases demonstrates the government's resolve to achieve net zero emission by around mid-century. Since our founding, we have always kept long-term environmental sustainability in mind. And in fact, have been ahead of the curve. In the 70s, we have already scaled up the greening of our island by sustained tree planting program and safeguarding our nature reserve. We mounted ambitious efforts to clean up our rivers, built comprehensive sewage waste infrastructures, among others. But this coming series of carbon tax increases will be our most ambitious move. It will have significant cost implications to businesses and households. Hence, without transitory support, some businesses may not be able to cope and some may exit. So I welcome the clarification by the Finance Minister that the government does not expect to derive additional revenue from the carbon tax levy. The carbon tax raise will be used to cushion the impact to households and businesses, as well as make decisive investments in new, low-carbon, more energy-efficient solutions. So although Singapore accounts for around 0.11% of the global carbon emissions, we strongly believe in contributing to the global efforts and see it as our moral obligations as citizens of the world. We should leverage on this major decarbonization effort to catalyze development of the green economy and to entrench ourselves in these global green transitions and to create jobs, create opportunities. Finally, sir, I would like to touch on the current waves of cost increases. I've raised this concern in Parliament, in the earlier Parliament sittings, including whether we can delay the increase of GST given the cost pressures at the moment. I thank the Finance Ministers for listening to the feedback from Singaporeans and on the ground. Firstly, to delay the GST to start from 2023 and in 2 staggered 1 percentage point steps. And secondly, to introduce the $560 million household support package to help Singaporeans cope with the daily expenses with the arising from the current cost pressures. So allow me to continue in Mandarin. 议长先生，最近接二连三的物价上涨是国人非常担忧的这个趋势，不管是电费、食品、车资等呢，普遍上我们都感受到生活费的上涨压力。大部分我们所消费的物资都是进口的，所以一旦国际的通货膨胀上升呢，尤其是能源，将会直接影响国内的消费物价。我们虽然是有相当周全的应对措施，如应用我们强硬的新币来抵消上升的这个进口物价，不断的扩大以及分散我们的物资进口来源，一系列的这些协助低收入者的这些配套，但也不能完全抵消外在的这个通胀上升的压力。还好呢，这届的财政预算案，财政部长特别的多加了一个5.6亿的这个家庭援助配套，协助国人应对生活费上的上涨冲击。这个配套包括了给予每户住在政府组屋的家庭多达285元的水电费补助券回扣，每位儿童学生教育户口也将会外加200元的这个填补，以及再次的分发很多国人受欢迎的这个100块钱社理会邻里购物券。由于国际局势以及全球的这些供应链继续处于不稳定的这个状况，我希望政府能继续的密切关注消费物价的波动，尤其是水电费方面，在必要时扩展配套，协助国人应对度过这个难关。议长先生，我也很欣慰，财长也正面的回应国人对今年提升消费税所带来的这个冲击与关注，并把调整的时间表延后到明年后年，分2年调高，每一年1个百分点，这将大大的减轻通胀的这个压力。许多国人的心态是这样：消费税上涨，该来还是会来，迟来好过早来，分2次上调好过1次过上2个百分点。这个调整呢，最为关键的是，我们将会有一个高达66亿元的加强版定薪援助配套，协助大部分的国人抵消消费税上涨的这个冲击。比如说，在这个加强版的配套下，每名成年国人将可以获得700元到1600元不等的这个现金津贴。政府也将会分发给低收入的年长国人600元到900元不等的消费税现金补助券。其他的补助包括高达570元的水电费回扣 usage 以及明年和后年分别分发给每户的这个200元社区发展理事会的邻里购物券。这些补助回扣的金额总数其实是非常可观的，将足以抵消大部分国人未来5年所需支付的这个消费税的增幅，而对低收入家庭更是能抵消未来10年的消费税增幅。举一个例子，一户住在3房4的住屋，2个孩子的家庭，将会从这个加强版的定薪援助配套获得了将近总值5000元的配套补助。然后估计这个家庭需交付的这个消费税，额外的消费税大概是400元。换言之，这个家庭所获得的补助将超出他们额外需支付的这个消费税的10倍。然后住在4房4的住屋的退休者呢，也能获得足够的补助，来完全抵消他们所需支付的这些消费税。水电费方面，在这2个配套之下，1房和2房4将会获得高达平均8到10个月的回扣，3房4及4房4呢，则会获得4到6个月的回扣，而5房4也能获到3个月的这个回扣。议长先生，我们的税务与津贴制度一向都是以扶弱济贫的，有这个扶弱济贫的偏向。这一次的税务改变呢，更进一步的凸现的这个导向。除了提高高收入者的所得税以及财富税，并也同时扩大和加深对中低收入家庭的生活费上的补助和津贴。较高收入或富裕者呢，因经济条件比较好，可以承担较高的税务征收。他们也大多是比较高的消费者，所以在消费税的缴付方面呢，都比中低收入的来得高。据财政部的数字呢，我国的这个所征收的消费税呢，60%是来自于20%的高收入者以及外来旅客。在我们的这个全盘的税务以及补助制度下呢，低收入者每支付的1块钱税，将会获得4块钱的津贴补助。中等20%的收入者呢，每支付的1块钱将会获得2块钱的津贴补助。高收入者呢，当然会少一些，每1块钱支付的税呢，只能获得3毛钱的这个津贴补助。这些数字呢，活生生的体现了我们的税务以及补助制度真的是特别着重于照顾中低收入的国人。我觉得这其实就是我们所向往的一个公平税务制度。所以这一届的财政预算体现了我们在追求的这个社会凝聚、国人共同前进的一个理念。So, Budget 2022 charts the new way forward to realize our vision as a fairer, greener, and more inclusive society. We want to level up our society, secure the well-being of our people, and at the same time, we need to grow our economy, create exciting future opportunities, and to be our best home. Every of the above that we want to do for the good of Singapore and for the good of people requires financial resources. It's meaningless to have big plans and big ideas, but does not come with sound and sustainable financial plan to fund them. We need to have a clear mind how we intend to chart the way forward, but at the same time, we also need to have a clear mind how we can find the means to pay for these new ways. Budget 2022 strengthened the foundations of our long-term funding plan, which is sustainable and fair, and it opens up further exciting possibility ahead for Singaporeans and Singapore. So I support the budget.
Ms. Fumiha.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 will be remembered for the significant tax changes announced. One of the main budget announcements was that GST rate hike will be delayed and spread out over 2 steps, 1 percentage point per step on January 1st, 2023, and another one January 1st, 2024. This move by the Finance Minister brought some relief to concerns amidst rising prices. We all know it would have been more expedient for the government to effect the total increase in one go, and earlier than better. The earlier, the better for the government. But we appreciate the sensitivity shown to delay it and do it in two separate steps. So this is appreciated. Sir, Budget 2022 takes decisive steps towards strengthening our social compact. It unveiled a slew of taxes that impacts the wealthy, ranging from personal income tax, property tax, as well as luxury car tax. These taxes are expected to raise 600 million of additional tax revenue per year when implemented. Taken by itself, this amount may not appear large. However, property-related taxes such as additional buyer stamp duty, ABSD, have in fact contributed significantly to our revenue base over the years. Let me share. In 2021, stamp duty collection increased to 6.45 billion. That means a 2.55 billion in 1 year compared to 2022. And that is 66% increase in 1 year. ABSC was further increased just a few months ago in December across all categories except for first-time home buyers. The ABSD rate for foreign buyers now sits at 30%. As ABSD targets mainly property investors, this has effectively become a form of wealth tax apart from acting as a policy measure to cool the property market. Whilst I know the government may not consider this as a stable form of revenue base for the government, I think investors should not hold out much hope for ABSD to be lifted, as it is now a significant part of government revenue. In fact, we should expect more to come on the property front, including the low-hanging fruit of injecting further progressivity to the basic buyer stamp duty from the current 4% for properties valued at 1 million and above, for higher tiers to apply for more luxury homes. Sir, our tax structures continue to be more progressive over the years. It was only recently in 2017 when the top-tier personal income tax bracket was increased to 22%. Yet this budget proposes to increase it again further to 24% from 2024. In Singapore, top 10% income earners who pay personal income tax already foot approximately 80% of total personal income tax collected. Sir, our unique system of taxes and transfers have been effective in addressing income inequality. We have seen a steady decline in our Gini coefficient from 0.45 in 2010 to 0.38 in 2020 after transfers and taxes. In this budget, the assurance package designed to cushion GST impact for middle and low-income households was boosted to 6.6 billion. Another 9.5 billion over 5 years is being set aside to support the progressive wage model and workfare income supplement scheme, benefiting 94% of full-time low-income workers. Sir, this is commendable and well-timed. Our system is designed such that for every dollar of tax paid, the bottom 20% of our residents receive about $4 of benefits back. The middle-income residents get about $2, and the top 20% receive about 30 cents of benefits. I think we've all understood how it works. My colleague mentioned this earlier too. The principle of helping those with less, inherent in our system of taxes and transfers, has gone some way to moderate the vagaries of globalization and inequality. Mr. Speaker, rather than depend so heavily on taxes to redistribute wealth, can we also not tap on the strong spirit of giving amongst wealthy families? Globally, increasing number of wealthy individuals are engaging in philanthropy. A global philanthropy report by Harvard identifies some 260,000 foundations with total assets of more than $1.5 trillion. In Singapore, we've also seen more privileged individuals giving back, including the setting up of private charity funds with 200,000 and more. More and more family offices are setting up in Singapore with strong mandates to do good and to give back to society. We should therefore enhance our philanthropic policy framework to accommodate new forms of giving and encourage the establishment of more foundations of greater sophistication. Currently, our policies are geared towards straightforward forms of giving. But wealthy families aspire to make significant contributions beyond plain checkbook giving. They hope to tap their financial resources, unique capabilities and networks in creative ways to make an impact. They want their gifts to be transformational, and so do we. Enhancing our policies beyond philanthropy Enhancing our policies around philanthropy can help establish Singapore as a philanthropic hub, a pillar of excellence to build alongside our hub status for finance and sustainability. This intent to promote Singapore as a philanthropic hub is not new. Several changes to taxation and regulatory framework were indeed made by then Second Minister for Finance Tharman in Budget 2007. However, the concept of philanthropy has evolved rapidly over the years. Wealthy families and philanthropists are keen to explore new models such as social impact bonds, impact investing, venture philanthropy, and so on. Have our current policies kept up with the times? In its early days, Singapore benefited in similar ways from generous giving by visionary philanthropists and organizations such as Tan Kah Kee, Govinda Sami Pillai, and Nian Kongsi to build our communities, our schools, and our hospitals. Today, we have a window of opportunity to work alongside a new generation of philanthropists using modern, innovative, and creative ideas so that their contributions can be a fulfilling experience for both the donor and the beneficiary. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 sends the strongest signals yet to businesses about the need to get serious about transformation and going green. The Finance Minister announced Singapore's commitment to sustainability by bringing forward the timeline for the country to attain net zero carbon emissions by and around mid-century. To achieve this, the carbon tax will be raised progressively to $50 to $80 per tonne of emissions by 2030. Higher, much higher than many had expected. The higher carbon taxes will accelerate our drive towards a greener economy. Sir, I support the Finance Minister's ambition to sharpen our competitive edge and capture growth opportunities in the green transition. We should aspire to be the leading location in Asia for expertise in carbon services and be the trusted regional marketplace for carbon credits. However, we need to carefully navigate this journey to go green, to avoid dislocating our industries or losing our attractiveness as an investment destination. We will need to take an ecosystem approach for the transition, laying clear frameworks, standards, roadmaps, and sector-based solutions to build green capabilities and collaborations. We will need to champion green financing and be the preferred issuer of green bonds to enable sustainable investments across sectors. We will need incentives to green our buildings and step up investments in sustainable development and renewable energy. Sir, the higher carbon tax will translate to elevated energy prices impacting businesses and households, and the increase will be significant. This is especially so for the manufacturing sector, with utilities making up to around 9 to 10% of their operating cost. So I urge the government to ensure transition measures will be in place to cushion the increase in electricity cost. Sir, in many of my interactions with businesses large and small, the most frequently cited concerns relate to manpower constraints, an issue that has been further exacerbated by COVID restrictions. The planned increases in qualifying salaries for employment pass and S-Pass holders, which will take effect from September, will hurt. With the tight labour market, employers shared that the $500 increase in work pass qualifying salaries will likely translate to just 4 salary increases for their foreign workforce, as there are few alternatives in the foreseeable future. So the use of salary thresholds is a blunt instrument that does not take into account specific skills requirements and gaps in the market. A point system which considers a range of non-salary factors will make the work pass system more transparent and economical. The higher work pass thresholds have triggered international firms to review the sustainability of their operations in Singapore. Many businesses worry about how they may weather the storm in the coming years. Increases in taxes, higher carbon and energy prices, as well as higher local and foreign manpower costs are the main challenges. Companies need urgent help to fast-track digitalization, reskilling of local workers, as well as job matching to aid the transformation. They are also screaming for the government to calibrate the timing of new policies to provide some breathing space for the transitions. Mr. Speaker, the outlook for rising costs is worrisome. After reaching a near-decade high of 2.4% in January, Singapore's core inflation is anticipated to possibly exceed 3% and above in the second quarter. More economists are predicting that given the externally driven inflation catalyst, they expect inflation will be sustained at high levels for up to 2 years. With the Russian-Ukraine crisis, crude oil prices have been soaring and hitting over $100 US today. So I would like to ask the Finance Minister whether the government will do more to help households and businesses if inflation turns out to be more persistent and higher than expected. Finally, Budget 2022 is estimated to be the third straight budget deficit year for this term of government. Whilst I do agree with the expansionary policy to ensure recovery will be sustained, so I support the budget, it is equally important that we do not lose sight of the fiscal prudence that has defined Singapore's approach to budgeting. The government commonly accumulates surpluses in the early years of its term to ensure that the constitutional requirement to achieve a balanced budget is achieved. So I would like to ask the Finance Minister, given the new emerging risks to our recovery and growth, especially given the Russia-Ukraine crisis, how will the government respond if we will not be able to achieve a balanced budget for this term of government? With that, sir, I support the budget.
Ms. Janet Ang.
Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to join in on this year's budget debate. I would like to declare that I am Council Member of Singapore Business Federation and hope to represent the business community's perspective. If I may start with a quote from Martin Luther King, who once said, The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. I believe that we, men and women, we all are standing at times of challenge and controversy right now. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Singapore business community is very appreciative of the strong and decisive actions by the government in dealing with survival issues in 2020 and preparing to emerge stronger with test, trace, and vaccinate in 2021. Singapore is amongst one of the most inoculated against COVID-19, with, I believe, 86.1% of our population vaccinated and with low casualties. Still, we see how Omicron strain, while fortunately not as deadly as Delta, is causing stress in our healthcare system and a slowdown in our easing of safe management measures and opening up of borders. We cannot afford to be complacent. Our muscle for alertness and resilience has been developed and put to the test time and time again over the past 2 years, and we must continue to keep it well-oiled and ready for action, but at the same time not be paralyzed by fear. So gratitude to everyone, from the multi-ministry task force to our healthcare workers and essential workers on the front lines who have helped keep the lights on and the rest of us safe. A big thank you from all of us to all of you. Now, Mr. Speaker, my personal take on this year's budget announced by Minister Lawrence Wong is the following. 1, it is a budget that balances short-term and longer-term. 2, it is a budget that recalibrates Singapore's financial and fiscal policies to ensure sustainability going forward. 3, it is a budget that all Singaporeans can play a part in returning our economy to a state of readiness for growth, while caring for those amongst us who are more vulnerable and who have less. And 4, it is a budget that invests in the people of our the future of our people and our businesses to be ready for new engines of growth, even as Singapore continues to have to strengthen our healthcare defenses to tackle the evolving pandemic situation and maintain public health stability. Whether it's the $500 million of jobs and business support or the timing of the GST rate hikes, whether it's the carbon tax increase to signal the urgent action needed for decarbonization, or the R&D budget for the Singapore Green Plan 2030. Whether it's the investment in new capabilities of our people and our local enterprises, or the rollout of the assurance package and the uplifting of low-wage workers with progressive wage model implementation. It's a budget that has taken an integral development approach to ensure that our people, our environment, and our economy progress in tandem and in harmony. Now, whether Budget 2022 delivers on its design now depends on how well Team Singapore executes. Now, in the latest national business study conducted by the Singapore Business Federation, the SBF, businesses who reported being negatively impacted by COVID-19 declined from 63% in 2020 to 32%. There is growing optimism as 8 in 10 firms are confident about sustaining their operations in 2022 compared to 7 in 10 firms in the previous survey. And nearly half, about 47% of businesses are confident that the economy will improve in 2022 compared to 31% of businesses in the previous survey. And I must add that, of course, the survey was pre-Russian-Ukraine situation. Now, businesses adopt a cautious outlook towards global and regional economic climate, and in the survey, businesses reported that manpower cost and availability are key challenges that they face, along with demand uncertainty, travel restrictions, and changing regulatory environment. However, 2022 will expect to see more job openings and better compensations as businesses look to build up their human capital. Companies are focusing on digitalization, re-engineering of work processes, and diversifying supply chains as key areas of business transformation. Even though most firms are aware of the importance of digitalization, many lack manpower and resources to transform their businesses. Businesses need government support in technology adoption and development of human capital as they push towards a more digitalized future. So assistance with digitalization remains the top area of support reported by businesses, with 43% desiring government's help in this aspect. Support towards human capital development rose to be among the top 3 areas of business support needed in 2022, with 37% of businesses reporting a need for such assistance. Now, the level of business internationalization remains consistent with 2020, and this is another area that they are counting on government and the whole of society support. There is no evident drop-off even in the face of travel restrictions. China, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia continue to be the popular destinations for expansion. Meanwhile, geopolitical risks, including the US-China continued trade tensions, the acceleration of inflationary risks, the escalating costs of energy, and the recent Russian-Ukraine military conflict will dampen the optimism going forward. Still, we need to focus on what we can influence and keep moving forward. Budget 2022 does cover many of the areas that the businesses have called out for government support. Everyone is relieved to hear Minister Lawrence Wong announce deferring and staging GST rate hike implementation. Thank you. B, the continued support for businesses to invest in new capabilities like digitalization and automation is very much welcomed by the business community, but the escalating cost of IT manpower and shortage of IT skills continue to be a big challenge. C, Singapore being open to the best global talents to complement our local workforce gets the thumbs up by both the local business leaders and leaders of MNCs, though they still worry about policies not being aligned to the goal. And D, budget carrying both the stick and carrot to rally our businesses into action toward achieving our Singapore Green Plan 2030 is acknowledged as inevitable, and that there is a lot of work ahead of all of us. So for the purpose of my speech today, I would like to speak on 4 issues and put forward some ideas which have come up in my discussions with industry leaders and TACs, and we hope the government can support and help to address. First up is manpower availability and costs. The business community in general is concerned with manpower availability and costs as it is. Some sectors in particular, F&B and construction, are very concerned with the adjustment to foreign work policies or FWP in this year's budget. These industries have been hit hard with labor shortage exacerbated by border restrictions, and many companies in these industries have participated actively in WSG organized recruitment fairs over the past 2 years in an attempt to hire more Singaporeans to fill the open positions, but have had little success. These industries are local industries, and their manpower cannot be offshored. Our restaurants and our BTO flats depend on them being able to have the workers. So it is hoped that the government can look into sectorial differentiation when implementing the changes to the foreign worker policies, at least for the foreseeable short to medium term. Now, some manufacturing companies which are more labor intensive are also concerned that there may be a hollowing out of manufacturing to lower cost locations. Perhaps we might have to accept that outcome as inevitable, considering Singapore's scarce labor resources. Meanwhile, I would like to suggest that government and industry could get together to review the costs across the entire supply chain of our key industries and consider our strategic competitiveness end to end. This will also help identify supply chain risks and identify actions to mitigate supply chain disruptions, which we have experienced firsthand during the pandemic. There is also a suggestion by TACs for an alliance for action to be set up to look into manpower issues for overlapping industries. Next point, SMEs need capital and credit, talent and network. Singapore has had an aspiration to grow global champions from amongst our local enterprises. Temasek-linked companies have done Singapore proud in putting Singapore on the map, whether it be DBS or SIA pre-COVID-19, or Keppel or Singtel. Outside of tech companies like Chee or Grab or Carousel and other tech companies, the question is why our Singapore medium-sized companies don't get the same lift. It boils down to a lack of capital, talent, and network. Last year during COS, I applauded the $1 billion local enterprises funding platform set up by Temasek and the government. I did suggest that the support be extended beyond the LLEs to include our local SMEs, or at least the medium-sized companies. Now, in Singapore, we have promising mid-sized companies which may be stuck due to a lack of capital, lack of access to tools and networks, especially for going beyond Singapore, and lack of leadership and expert capabilities needed to break out and stand out. Now, with some support by way of talent, capital, and network, we give ourselves a better pipeline of global champions in the making. Now let me segue to share with you two stories which saddened me a little, but I thought I should share. The first story is the story of the M&A journey of a Singapore mid-sized company. When they were looking for partners, they received 40 over NDAs signed by companies from all over the world, but none from Singapore. The second story starts off well with how the government's temporary bridging loans and enterprise financing scheme were going to help our local companies tide over the difficult COVID times. Unfortunately, the relief was short-lived as the companies found their commercial credit lines with their banks terminated and transferred to the TBL and EFS offered by the government. I'm sure these are sound credit risk decisions made by the bankers, but for the SMEs, they are in a tight spot. Perhaps there are misunderstandings in the implementation of TBL and EFS that needs both sides to dialogue and move forward. It would be interesting to see how many of such cases did happen. That said, the SMEs do welcome the announcement that Minister Lawrence Wong made for this year's budget that EFS will be enhanced to include merger and acquisition and trade loans. Talent. Talent is a big topic and a big challenge. I will focus today on one small suggestion, and that is getting our cohort of public service scholars to get their feet wet and their hands dirty by being assigned to our promising SMEs for a year or two or even just 6 months as part of their bond. This experience will in fact equip them with the empathy they will need when crafting policies for the country and sharing the talented resources with our SMEs. Leveraging IP is also an exciting opportunity for our companies, but our local enterprises who have attempted to do so share that IP filing and registration need deep pockets. Some of the TACs have requested for government to consider providing funding support to guide and enable businesses to actively leverage on intangible assets as a competitive advantage. This would include leveraging on overseas IP owned by Singapore companies. I believe that the Ministry of Law and IPOS are already supporting, but perhaps SMEs can be made more aware. Point 3, going green. Now, our businesses have all woken up to the Singapore Green Plan 2030 vision as a call to action for today. It is no longer something to think about tomorrow. So, the carbon tax rate increase and the roadmap ahead is a clear conviction that sustainability is a matter of importance and of immediate action. The writing is on the wall. COP26 targets is not just the government's business, it is everyone's business. So our companies, however, need help from getting educated on everything green and sustainable to how to set their net zero plan. Financial support for green transition is critical for businesses as they map out their net zero plans. I will speak more about what is needed during my cut with MSE, but for now, suffice to say that the Made in Singapore brand needs to soon carry a new mark of global sustainable standard. My fourth point, investing in our people for the future. To navigate a tight labour market, businesses are turning towards building a strong local core through enhancing recruitment efforts and offering competitive wages. Businesses will continue to upgrade their team's skills and upgrade their expertise and knowledge, and the support by government via the Skills Future Enterprise Credits, the newly set up NTUC-administered grant for transformation plans, and other programs, for example, schemes to support the development of ICT capacity, will all go a long way. Minister of Education, Mr. Chan Chun Sing, has in recent speeches called out the key role that the IHLs, that is ITE, polys and universities, can play in partnering our enterprises to skill up and transform. I would like to share a couple of examples of industry IHL partnerships targeting at addressing skills gaps in the industry with the hope of inspiring more to do so. I declare that I am the chairman of Singapore Polytechnic, and so pardon me if my examples are from SP. The first example is how industry can proactively work with IHLs on their curriculum to enable the students to be work-ready, job-ready when they graduate. So the Sing Poly faculty at the School of Chemical and Life Sciences School developed an opportunity for deeper linkage with industry via the Diploma in Perfumery and Cosmetic Science. The school co-created the Industry Now, INC, curriculum with industry experts like IFF, Lucas Meyer Cosmetics, and Johnson & Johnson Private Limited. The innovation involves 3 semesters of learning in class and lab, 1 semester of a co-supervised live industry project sponsored by industry partners, including startup companies like Newsmatics Private Limited. The students then go on to complete their final 2 semesters in a year-long internship with an industry partner. The feedback has been very positive, and to date, 41% of the first cohort graduating in May this year are already offered jobs. Now, with the positive feedback on the course, the second cohort of students undergoing ING have doubled in size. The second example is a bold ecosystem collaboration. Sing Poly designed and set up an advanced manufacturing center in collaboration with 16 industry partners, including experts like Tooth Suit Digital Service, S-Tech Private Limited, Bosch Rexroth, Delta Electronics, and Umwa Tech Private Limited, and others. Together, they curated the Advanced Manufacturing Learning Journey curriculum, focused on enabling companies to reimagine and rethink manufacturing processes. Since the launch in October 2020, 177 companies and 632 professionals have gone through the Advanced Manufacturing Learning Journey. More than 20 companies have taken the next step to work with Sing Poly to assess where they are and have gone on to develop projects with Sing Poly staff, some involving SP's final year students as part of their final year projects, while others have SP students working projects as part of their internships. There are many such initiatives which all the IHLs have rolled out to support industry. The call to action is for all our Singapore companies to accelerate the reskilling of their workforce for transformation, and for the Singapore workers to seize the day and get reskilled to stay relevant in the dynamic, fast-moving workplace. The government has put their money squarely on investing in our people to be ready for the future. So it takes all to work together. Mr. Speaker, while we are in this chamber, there are people, businesses, homes and institutions in the cities of Ukraine being bombarded by artillery and aggression of the Russians. How can this be happening? If it can happen to Ukraine, can it happen to us? I shudder at that thought. Singaporeans must not think it could never happen. What are the lessons for us to draw on? One thing for sure is that our total defense and diplomatic core cannot be overemphasized. Singaporeans cannot take our existence as a nation for granted. Our founding fathers, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew and his old guard colleagues, wrote our Singapore story. They had the courage to dream big, to create a first world oasis in a third world region. Their rallying cry was for this mud flat to become a metropolis. We were poor then, but we were certainly rich in spirit. Many of our forefathers were immigrants. Many were the work permit holders, EP holders, and S-Pass holders of their time. Some may have come as workers, others as merchants and traders from afar, yet others came as missionaries, as teachers and nurses. Singapore had nothing then. We were nothing. Why did they come? I will wait for MediaCorp screenwriters to tell that story. Now, whatever the reasons that brought them here to our shores, they had the grit to defy all odds, and in spite the diversity of race, cultures, language, religions, our forefathers and mothers, uncles and aunties bonded together behind that big dream. And so, here we are today, having inherited a Singapore that is one of the world's globally recognized city-state, with strong governance, high trust, smart, innovative, and hardworking people, though a little kiasu or risk-adverse at times. Now, through the COVID-19 crisis, we saw how well we could ride the rolling waves of the pandemic with our reserves and our strength of resilience of our people, and the reserves that has been built over years of prudent fiscal discipline and strong monetary and economic excellence. In the wake of the pandemic, we saw the hearts and minds of Singapore citizens and residents reflect the care, the generosity, the empathy, and the love for neighbor, whether our essential workers or our migrant communities. Going through the storm is one thing. Building back up is where we are now, and we must not fall into potholes of narcissism, discouragement, and pessimism. I believe that Singaporeans at the core have a strong sense of integrity and a deep sense of responsibility to our work, to our family, to each other, and to our country. As we learn to live with COVID, we must learn fast to tackle this next pandemic of climate change that is already upon us. We must take responsibility for the development of our own skills, leveraging the support that the government is providing. Together, let us not wait for the fish to be handed to us, but let us learn to fish for ourselves and our family and our neighbors, and live the dream that our forefathers could only imagine. Let me close with a few lines from our NDP 2021 theme song, which I hope will inspire us to join our hands as we chart our new way forward together. I won't sing for you, but the words are, "There were times we were uncertain, but we just kept walking on. It's always the darkest just before the dawn. See this island, every grain of sand. Hear this anthem, it's the voices of our friends. Come, whatever on the road ahead, we did it before and we'll do it again." With this, I conclude with my support for the Budget 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and the House, for your kind attention.
Associate Professor James Lim.
Mr. Speaker, in my speech, I wish to explain why raising GST is a bad idea at this point in time, how it will also be bad for working families, and what we can do as alternatives to raising GST to meet our fiscal needs. Mr. Wong began his speech by painting a cautiously optimistic picture of both Singapore's as well as the global economy. We grew by 7.6% last year, exceeding even the upper bound of MTI's forecasts. Unemployment also plunged to 3.2%, close to pre-COVID levels. And exports, the traditional engine of growth for our economy, expanded by around 12%. With growth, employment, and trade figures strong, there is some justification for a renewed sense of confidence as we emerge from the pandemic. But the economic picture is not all peaches and roses. In January, inflation clocked in at 4% compared to prices a year ago, and the highest prices in almost a decade. Higher prices have been exacerbated by an overall increase in the cost of living in the city, which has already been rated as one of the most expensive in the world. And tailwinds from the generous fiscal stimulus as well as the favorable external environment will fade further and growth, accordingly, is expected to fall to around half that of last year. It therefore strikes me as premature to be contemplating any form of tightening in the stance of fiscal policy at this time, or the removal of wage support for all but the most hard-hit sectors of the economy is most prudent and economically sound, going in the other direction of making fiscal policy more contractionary takes a sensible argument to an absurd conclusion. Doing so would introduce unnecessary frictions into what is still a nascent recovery. It runs the risk of shooting ourselves in the foot, of scoring an own goal. But this is precisely what will occur with an increase in our goods and services tax. The example of Japan is present here. Japan applied consumption tax hikes, their equivalent of the GST, 3 times in recent history, first in 1997, then in 2014, and subsequently in 2019. The first 2 times, GDP collapsed, and the economy promptly went into a recession. Inflation also jumped. What is worse, the subsequent collapse in output meant that the tax increase itself failed to produce sufficient revenue to justify its increase. The most recent time was also accompanied by a recession, although this time the effects were exacerbated by the onset of COVID-19. While the most recent Omicron variant has turned out to be less detrimental to economic performance than earlier ones, this episode is a reminder to us that a GST hike would rob us of the precious opportunity to revive support for the economy if, knock on wood, some unforeseen pi or rho variant, and I understand I'm showing off my very limited knowledge of the Greek alphabet here, were to emerge. In Singapore, we last hiked GST in 2007. This did not trigger a recession the following year, and the economy eked out a 1.1% growth rate in 2008, but it nevertheless represented a sharp drop in activity compared to 7.8% the year before. Back then, we were helped by the fact that in both years, global growth remained in positive territory. This time around, the global environment may be less favorable. The International Monetary Fund forecasts a slowing of world GDP growth from an anticipated 4.4% this year to just 2% in 2023 and 1.6% in 2024. Thus, global growth will be slowing just as the burden of an increased GST will be kicking in. A hike in GST is unarguably a contractionary fiscal policy that could offset what had hitherto been a very healthy consumption and investment growth over 2021. The private sector, by anticipating the anticipated tax changes and the need to save more, could further scale back on spending today. A GST hike is also particularly ill-timed because it holds the potential to stoke already elevated inflation. What the direction of inflation in the future is anybody's guess, and economists have a particularly dismal track record of predicting price dynamics, one that would make a weather forecaster blush. It would not be surprising if inflation remains elevated through till year end. Supply chain constraints have not resolved as quickly as previously anticipated. Energy prices are high and could rise more in response to geopolitical tensions and the likelihood of global sanctions. Labor markets are tightening, spurred by the global great resignation and lying flat movements. Indeed, MES expects as much, having raised its latest forecast of inflation to the 2.5 to 3.5% range. Moreover, this state of affairs may even become a more lasting fixture. There's a risk that inflation expectations have become unmoored from the traditional 2% held by advanced economies worldwide, and is now permanently higher by up to half a percentage point compared to prior to the pandemic. And if this turns out to be the reality, then rolling out a GST hike at this time will only add fuel to the inflation flame, which is already starting to burn uncomfortably hot. It is for this reason that any delay of the hike, were it to occur, is critical as opposed to the historical pattern of rolling out increases in July. Doing so in a staggered fashion, 1% in 2023 and another in 2024, will certainly cushion the impact. And this measured approach is echoed by economists and observers, and SMEs have also expressed their relief about the delay. But the key question, Mr. Speaker, here that remains is this. Will the government stand ready to potentially re-examine the timing with a view toward an even more significant delay should macroeconomic conditions remain unfavorable for a tax hike come 2023 and 2024? And should the government proceed with a tax hike at the pre-announced dates, will they complement the hike with a justification based on the contemporaneous economic situation? Now, but why raise GST at all? The reason provided by the Ministry of Finance is that our revenue needs have risen, especially with regard to providing healthcare in a rapidly aging population. There is no doubt that we should do more to take care of the elderly among us, the Merdeka and Pioneer generations that have contributed so much to bringing Singapore to where it is today, as well as generations that will enter the twilight years in the future. My concern, Mr. Speaker, is whether GST is the ideal instrument for doing so. On its face, GST fulfills many of the criteria economists traditionally look for in optimal public finance. It is efficient because taxing all of consumption usually does not distort spending behavior compared to taxing income or other taxes specific to certain goods and services. It is broad-based, meaning that it can raise significant revenue across a large population. And it is simple. Unlike income, we do not need to futz around with appropriate measurement and exemptions. You just pay a fixed fraction of what you buy, period. While this is precisely why we do not rely on GST alone to raise income, there are also some problems. While it is generally sound to diversify the government's revenue stream as opposed to relying on narrow forms of taxation. And more recent research has questioned whether consumption taxes are truly more efficient, especially if we relax some of the standard assumptions. But perhaps most importantly, most people believe that it is actually easier to ensure that income taxes are progressive. That is, those who are better able to afford a higher tax burden pay more. The GST is a flat tax rate applied to all purchases of goods and services, which hits lower income households disproportionately more. In and of itself, it is therefore regressive. Now, the government's solution to addressing regressivity has been to pair GST with a voucher system, where cash rebates of a certain amount, albeit not matched directly to actual spending, are issued to lower income households. This transfer can indeed be progressive, and it may be the case that the overall tax system, even after raising GST, will remain progressive. But an increase in GST will, in and of itself, reduce progressivity, which means that we end up less progressive than compared to the status quo. I therefore welcome the ministry to clarify if the plan to raise GST while expanding the scope of the permanent GST voucher scheme would, on net for the nation as a whole, be more or less progressive relative to a scenario of not increasing GST at all. This is because we all understand that the generous 6.6 billion assurance package, while certainly welcome during the transitional period, will not last forever. After all, the earnings of lower income groups have been eroded comparatively more as a result of the pandemic. Prices are rising everywhere, and furthermore, support payments via the COVID-19 recovery grants will expire by year end. I have focused much of my remarks on the importance of supporting the less fortunate, not just because of some heightened notion of equity. Many studies have pointed out how pandemic-induced changes will have lasting effects on incomes, saving, educational attainment, and other socioeconomic outcomes for poorer households. Mr. Speaker, the poor were already relatively behind prior to the pandemic. As a society, we can ill afford to have them fall further behind. It will be an affront to our sense of equality, of opportunity, and genuine meritocracy, as well as a stain on the morals and values we hold as a society. Now, finally, it's worth recognizing that the permanent GSTV scheme leaves important gaps for certain groups that fall beyond the remit of the program. The income threshold for qualifying for GSTVs will exclude those above the 40th percentile of earners. This means that those earning more than around $2,800 a month, a decent but hardly comfortable salary, will face the full force of the GST increase once the transition period concludes. While cutoffs have to occur somewhere, it's worth remembering that many households in this income bracket are also in the sandwich generation who face expenses of supporting their aged and retired parents, as well as their young school-going children. One alternative, but admittedly more complicated scheme for enhancing the progressivity of the GST is to consider GST where progressivity is built right in. This means the purchase of goods and services that the wealthy are much more likely to purchase, fancy cars, high-end property, first-class tickets, and luxury experiences, be subject to a higher rate of taxation. Now, the government has, in this budget and over the past year, taken some significant steps in this direction. An increase in the additional buyer's stamp duty by 5% and 10% for the second and third properties is welcome, if a little blunt, since it does not entail any associated minimum value, and PR and foreign purchases confront even steeper rates. The budget further sharply increases property taxes for homes with an annual value exceeding $30,000. It remains to be evaluated whether these additional taxes successfully target the wealthy, or whether, much like the ill-fated estate tax, they end up affecting mainly upper middle and marginally high-income households, while the ultra-rich retain their ability to shield themselves from progressive taxation. It will also be valuable to revisit in a few years' time whether such taxes move the needle in terms of freezing and reversing rising income and wealth inequality in Singapore. Now, the other question that inevitably arises is, are there no alternatives to a GST hike? Mr. Speaker, I will submit that there are. My colleagues at the Workers' Party have, in the spirit of providing credible alternatives, worked out several additional levers where, if deployed, could stave off the revenue possibilities, could stave off the need to increase GST. We've worked out the revenue possibilities for each of these levers, which could amount to close to the $3.66 billion expected in revenue from a GST hike. One lever, which we call, say, the corporate tax lever, accepts the broad premise of the OECD-led effort to implement the global minimum corporate tax rate of 15%, known as BEPS. We assume a reasonable loss of corporate and personal income taxes arising from the agreement of 20% and 10% respectively, and full compliance of the corporate tax rate to the new global minimum for multinational corporations, which amounts to about a 2/3 increase in the effective rate from current levels. However, we allow small and medium enterprises to retain their current 3% effective rate. This could generate $3.45 billion. Another lever, which we call the wealth tax lever, puts asset taxation at the front and center of revenue generation. We adopt the government's current threshold of 10 years required for land leases to be classified as permanent, above which land sales receipts must be fully channeled into reserves, and extract just the first 9 years for recurrent expenditure, while redirecting the remainder into reserves. We also incorporate the government's proposed property tax changes, expected to generate an additional $380 million. And finally, we follow the net wealth tax tiers that have been previously proposed to this House to derive revenue from this channel under very modest recovery assumptions. And this could generate $3.7 billion. A third lever, which is the reserves contribution lever. The Workers' Party had spoken at length about this possibility before. To reiterate, we can reduce the share of reserve interest income that we send straight back to reserves, currently held at 50%, to a lower but absolutely still respectable 40%. Importantly, this does not constitute a draw on the reserve stock. The level of reserves will not go down, but merely represents a reduction in the rate of accumulation of reserves. Now, this alone could generate $4.31 billion. A final lever, which we call the externalities lever, entails increasing so-called sin taxes, those levied on gambling, alcohol, and tobacco, as well as carbon-generating activities, for which we apply an increase to $80 a ton, but channel only half the revenues toward mitigating the transition and encouraging the adoption of green technologies. We limit the increases in each of these channels to no more than 28%, which is what the GST increase will entail. And these additional increases will then allow us to increase the effective corporate tax rate to just 8%. And this would generate 3.65 billion. Now, of course, I'll be the first to admit that the government, with its army of ministry analysts and superior access to data and information, would be able to fault some or all of the assumptions underlying these scenarios. What then is the purpose of this exercise? Well, first, it is to put on the table the tantalizing possibility that we can, in fact, choose not to raise GST by adjusting some of the levers available to us. We have deliberately worked out the math behind each of these alternatives such that any single one of these levers would be sufficient to meet the revenue needs that raising GST would offer. Second, we will also show that even when we mix and match among the proposals to craft a revenue mix that we can accept, after all, the math suggests that any single one of the levers would be sufficient to fill the GST hole, much less alternative permutations and combinations of them. And third, and perhaps most importantly, it is to underscore our desire to engage in good faith debate on whether there are genuine options available to us in meeting the revenue hole other than raising GST. The most important thing for us is to cease stating I wish, but to start stating I will. We must instead consider nothing impossible and treat possibilities as probabilities. Now, allow me to end with a few quick reflections on several aspects of this year's budget. In last year's Committee of Supply debate, I flagged the importance of elevating our national R&D expenditures to shares closer to that of most innovative nations in the world. I'm happy to hear that the government will continue to increase R&D spending, public R&D spending, but only at 3 points. First, more can be done given how we still lag the OECD average for total R&D spending, although of course we need to ensure that our outcomes match our inputs. Second, we should ideally direct this toward downstream activities, the D part of R&D, and hence the stated goal of elevating local firm R&D is the right one. And third, the guiding principles of BEPS, of the BEPS agreement means that one acceptable way to lower the effective tax rate for our SMEs and to continue attracting foreign investment is to do so through R&D tax credits. I'm likewise heartened to hear of the continued efforts to improve the lot of our low-wage workers. The Workers' Party has repeatedly called for a rollout of the minimum wage for Singaporeans, and the local qualifying salary effectively institutes such a floor for a significant majority of Singaporeans. Progressive wage model is being rolled out to additional sectors, but I'm left to wonder if the ministry has evaluated how many workers would still remain uncovered by either the LQS or PWN stipulations, and if there's room to increase the LQS to an amount of 1,600, which roughly corresponds to a take-home salary of 1,300. Finally, I believe that the Small Business Recovery Grant targeted at SMEs in the sectors hardest hit by COVID-19 is a good example of how fiscal policy should be timely, targeted, and temporary. Simplifying the qualification process for this application, however, would surely be welcome. Mr. Speaker, there's much to like in this budget, which embeds many elements that I believe will help us improve both efficiency as well as equity in our economy. But the stubborn reliance on raising the GST, in spite of alternative, more progressive forms of revenue generation, is the fundamental reason why I cannot lend it my support.
Sir Christopher D'Souza.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this was not an easy speech to draft, but I hope it will be taken in the right spirit. We can have all the right fiscal policies in place and the mettle to see them through, notwithstanding the pain and pinch, but what we have not sorted out is political succession. Singapore has the unique capability to plan decades in advance. across many policies: manpower, trade, climate change, defense, to name a few. But we must ensure that we have successive generations of leaders to see those policies to fruition. And Mr. Speaker, I say that political succession planning is key in this regard. Just last year, I stood here to talk about what I had hoped to see in our 5G PM, that race should not matter, that he or she should be able to lead the leaders into 2040 and beyond. I focused on 5G because at the time, it looked as if the 4G PM was secure, DPM Heng. Yet just a few weeks later, the bombshell came. DPM Heng had taken himself out of the running, citing several reasons. Don't get me wrong, I respect the DPM for that. It was an act of selflessness in the face of a force majeure, being the pandemic. In short, the DPM said the next PM should have a longer runway to the premiership and a long run in the premiership, that he, meaning the DPM, was not getting any younger and the pandemic was still getting longer. So Singapore was at the heart of DPM's decision. I respect that, but it does not solve the issue of succession. To make Singapore's long-term plans work, such as those contained in this year's budget, Singapore must have a long-term leadership succession plan. These are not my own personal musings. A recently published book by Shashi Jayakumar entitled A History of the PAP 1985 to 2021 was launched by the Prime Minister late last year. Dr. Jayakumar is not one to mince his words. He had to be as accurate in his analysis as he could be because many of the people he wrote about are still alive. What was a central focus of his book? Renewal, principally leadership renewal. I was at the book launch and should at this point declare that I have known Dr. Shashi Jayakumar for 20 years. We were university mates, and I count him as a close friend. But putting personal affiliations aside, there were several themes that struck me as I listened to the 3 speeches given at the book launch. The first speech was given by Peter Shoppert, director of NUS Press, the publisher. Let me quote 2 poignant points he made, which put into context why the book and themes such as renewal had to be accurately recounted. This is what Shoppert said, and I quote, "It's a brave historian who writes a contemporary history. That historian is brave on at least 2 fronts. First, the contemporary historian writes about people who are very much with us. You will see in the book that interviews form a very important source for the book. And of course, interviewees have their own views and they can read what you've said about them. They can answer back. They might even be in the room when you've launched the book. They might even be invited to launch the book for you. Secondly, the contemporary historian must give a judgment on events as they are still current, as they are still playing out," unquote. Being the author, Dr. Shashi Jayakumar was invited to deliver a speech about the book at its launch. What he chose to focus on was insightful and piercing. I quote, "There are many themes and ideas in this book, and I do not have time to enumerate on all of them. But I did briefly want to highlight 2 points. The first is renewal. This is felt to be an urgent imperative. From the very beginning, party files show that Mr. Lee Kuan Yew was thinking about the issue at an extraordinarily early point, from the early 1960s, in fact. I really find this amazing. In this area of renewal, things that would see fruition much later, time and again, would be thought of by Mr. Lee and others within the party from a very early stage," unquote. PM was invited to launch the book, and PM too picked up on the importance of renewal. I quote PM, quote, "A pivotal general election had just taken place in December '84. In that election, many of the PAP old guards either retired from politics or stepped down from leadership roles. In the new cabinet, from the founding generation, only Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, Mr. S. Rajaratnam and Mr. E.W. Barker remained. After the election, the younger ministers chose Mr. Goh Chok Tong to be their leader, and he became the first Deputy Prime Minister. Two opposition candidates were elected, Mr. J.B. Jeyaratnam in Anson re-elected, and Mr. Chiam See Tong in Potong Pasir for the first time. At the post-election press conference, Mr. Lee interpreted the election results using a biblical reference. He described it as the inevitable transition from the independence generation to a new generation of voters who knew not Joseph. PM went on to say, the party's early years pre-1985 were full of drama and excitement, whereas the post-1985 story has been one of relative calm and stability. Year after year, Singapore continued to sustain its strong growth and rapid transformation. We carried out two leadership transitions smoothly, from the 1G to the 2G, and then from the 2G to the 3G. This has been a story of stability and progress, of evolution, not revolution, of patient building and improving, of ensuring that tomorrow will be better than today. This book recounts how the PAP continuously transformed and renewed itself over the decades, unquote. So renewal is key, sir, and we need to concretize the plans for it. Before I go into the meat of my speech, let me respectfully ask a few questions. What if SM Teo Chee Hian was 15 years younger? What if SM Tharman was 15 years younger? They would be ideal candidates for the 4G PMship. Or what if Minister K. Shanmugam, Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, or Dr. Ng Eng Hen were just 10 years younger? They too would be ideal candidates for the 4G PMship. The point I am getting at is that I can appreciate that there are many constraints in choosing a leader: age, years in politics, circumstances beyond one's control. To get my point across, let me share what leadership means to me. And here I offer a very humble parallel through the lens of sport. In secondary school, JC, and in the club leagues, I was asked to captain hockey teams. I accepted the invitations. Was I the best hockey player on the team? No. In every team I captained, there were 3 or 4 players better than me. So why was I asked? Maybe because I could read the game. Maybe because I had deep friendships with everyone on the team. Maybe because I was able to decipher what our potential as a team was and work our guts out to materialize that potential. Whatever the reason, I gave it my best shot, and the players better than me also became part of the team's cause. When I moved on to play for Singapore in the men's national hockey team, we chose the best person for the captaincy. It was not me. There were 4 or 5 of my teammates who were better players than the captain we chose, or who was chosen. So why was he chosen? Because he could read the game better than any one of us. He could gel a team better than any one of us. And he understood his opponents and their tactics well. The point I'm getting at is that we cared less about who the captain was. We were more concerned about how Singapore was faring on the scoreboard. And when we played in Malaysia and India, the matches could get very tense. Sure, choosing the right teammate to wear the captain's armband is important. But what mattered more was the whole team's performance. What mattered in any stadium we played in, whether on home soil or internationally, was what was on the scoreboard. What is Singapore's score? Is Singapore up or is Singapore down? What do we need to do better for our performance as a team? For who? Ourselves? No, for Singapore. And for the Singapore flag we wore over our chest. The point I'm making is that you, the 4G, can choose someone who is not necessarily the smartest, but you need to choose someone who is the best fit to bring together the team. You have in your ranks honourable members Chan Chun Seng, Lawrence Wong, Ong Yi Kang, Tan Chuan Jin, Desmond Lee, Edwin Tong, Tan Si Leng, Indrani Raja, and many others. There was Ng Chee Meng, but we sadly lost him in Sengkang. Among the 5G, you have honourable members Sim Ann, Chee Hong Tat, Zaki Mohammed, Chanong Putacheri, Alvin Tan, Desmond Lee, Sun Chue Ling, and many others. First among equals, primus inter pares. Team effort. We lost Amrin Amin and Lam Pin Min, who would have been key members of the 5G team. I miss Amrin and Pin Min. They were exceptional MPs. Now, please don't get me wrong. I, for one, have no ambition whatsoever to be PM, in case that is already obvious, not obvious. Here is another caveat. If I did not mention a member's name in this speech, please, please do not read anything into it. I only have 20 minutes to give this speech, and I don't want to breach the time limit. The point I am making here, and the point behind this speech, is for us in Parliament to show the world that in the middle of this pandemic, we can even sort out the succession plan. We don't need to think variant to variant, day by day, month by month. Rather, Singapore plans decade by decade. A manifestation of such farsightedness is our leadership renewal. We must get it right, and we must make the world aware of the succession plan. Please don't mistake me. Do I think we have the best man as PM now? Yes, absolutely. Around the dinner table, when we meet over a meal, my father and mother would say to me, "Is PM all right? Is Teo Chee Hean all right?" These questions come up especially when Singapore is going through tough times and tough spells. These are real concerns. It is a concern for the person. My response to my parents is that PM and SM are fighting fit, but that the load is heavy to carry. Please don't misinterpret me. The point I'm making is that we have solid leadership now, but we must, with utmost imperative, line up the future PM and his or her deputies so that they get the longest runway possible before taking over the controls in the cockpit. Again, so as not to be misunderstood, I would hope that even when the 4G is in place and holding the reins, PM, SM Teo, SM Tharman, and the seniors in Cabinet will stay on as SMs or coordinating ministers to shepherd the new team. Allow me to move to a different but somewhat related point. Allow me to share some private sector perspective on this. I am a lawyer at Lee & Lee. My clients, including MNCs, look very carefully at political predictability when making decisions as regards which country to invest in. Time and again, my clients have shared that Singapore's predictable political environment gives them confidence to invest their business, human capital, and infrastructure long-term in Singapore. Germane to that is their understanding of Singapore's political succession planning. And here I am talking about political succession planning within the PAP. Is this a speech better suited for a party conference or a speech in Parliament? I would say it is an appropriate and relevant speech to be made in Parliament because the PAP and its succession planning have been organic to Singapore's success story. Along with PAP's effort, coupled with the sweat of Singaporeans, Singapore has transitioned from third world to first and become a choice destination to invest in the 2020s. It is with this belief and principle in mind that I make the propositions today. That is, the ruling party of the day, that is the PAP, must swiftly choose the next PM and next DPMs and give them as long a runway as our current PM can manage. This reminds me of a conversation I had with Honourable Member Sito Ipin in Morocco. We were there to learn counter-terrorism measures and whether Morocco's counter-terror tactics could be deployed in Singapore. In between the busy schedule, Sito and I spoke about political succession among the 4G. Why? Because we like to play political chess games? No. The backbenchers discuss these things between themselves because we want to see Singapore succeed. Sito is a real fighter. He has no need to mince his words. So we talk frankly. Sir, I have been in politics longer than many of the potential candidates for the 4G PM chip. I entered in 2006 at the age of 30 at the request of the PM. Many of the candidates for the 4G PM entered in 2011 and 2015. I come with no personal agenda. I make the speech with no personal agenda. Here in this chamber, I have for years been pushing for causes and policy changes under the steady hands of 4 speakers and under the watchful eyes of 5 whips. Members, please know, in articulating these views, I have Singapore at heart. My humble message to the 4G is this: please apply your minds to succession planning and articulate swiftly your thinking and choice as regards leadership to Singaporeans. They deserve nothing less. In conclusion, sir, I support the budget, but we are capable of so much more. Let us show the world what Singapore is made of. In the throes of a crisis, we can pick a future leader and a core team to take Singapore through its next chapter and beyond. That shows the world that we have mettle. That shows the world our ballast in a time of crisis. That shows the world our deep reservoir of resolve and our steady determination to persevere and fight on. Thank you.
Ms. Ting Ru.
Mr. Speaker, the last few years have sometimes felt like something straight out of a storybook. It was the best of times as we witnessed Singaporeans stepping up and volunteering to help the vulnerable amongst us during lockdown. It was the worst of times as we watched the early outbreak in the dormitories unfold, together with reports of terrible living conditions. It was the spring of hope as we opened up to Phase 3 at the end of 2020. It was the winter of despair as, in particular, our key workers and restaurants suffered many reverses and took many steps back in our path towards reopening. All certainties have been shaken, the script had to be torn up multiple times, and many a time we have been left wondering, and perhaps still are, if the light at the end of the tunnel was actually that of an oncoming train. And today, even as we struggle to stay afloat amidst what feels like endless price increases, we are also faced with understandable anxiety over climate change, over the situation in the Ukraine, as we wonder whether we are witnessing the birth of a great conflict of our times. Today, more than ever, we have seen that the way we react when we are threatened, the actions we take when we are under pressure, is the most accurate reflection of our characters, of who we are as individuals, organizations, and as a society. It has not been easy. The various peaks and troughs which we have experienced since COVID hit us have been exhausting, and there will be more to come still. Our path to living with COVID is a long one, and the fatigue experienced by many of us, from frontline care workers, young parents, teachers, business owners, is real. It is also troubling to hear pleas, both online and offline, for our leaders and policymakers to come down from the ivory towers to see what the situation is on the ground. The situation where our people feel and perceive that this chamber is an ivory tower that is out of touch with reality, is highly concerning, and one which cannot be allowed to carry on. We should adopt a reflective approach on the possible drivers for this feeling amongst the public and work together to overcome it. The budget this year is entitled Charting Our New Way Forward Together. It acknowledges that a new way forward is required and that we, in this House, have a duty to ensure that we do so together and that we do not leave anyone behind. This is something we can all get behind. Indeed, the Workers' Party 2020 election manifesto's preamble is entitled A Singapore for All. But the key is to ensure that the formulation of our policies and their effects on the ground move us decisively towards achieving this aim. As a society, we need to decide together how best to invest in our people, how we should spend our tax dollars. After all, what does it say about us as a society that our senior residents come to us and tell us, as a matter of course, that they have requested for their medication dosages to be cut down because they cannot afford to pay for the food dosages that doctors have prescribed to them to treat their medical ailments? What does it say about us when our young parents have to make daily choices about how to apply the last dollars in their bank accounts as they cannot afford to buy both nappies and formula for their newborns when the family is hit by an unexpected job loss through no fault of their own? These are real-life scenarios that all of us have seen our residents tackle, and while it is true that many helping hands are available, we are often told that much time, energy, and stress is involved in navigating the support system. While these systems are in place to prevent abuse, and quite rightly so, we must also ask ourselves, and continue to ask ourselves, important questions. Who we are as a people, and what values do we stand for? Do we want our policies to empower Singaporeans to be our best selves, or do we restrict Singaporeans from being our worst selves? As we think about our new way forward together, it is still a key principle that Singaporeans must be self-reliant and we must be responsible. Is this consistent with our laws and policies that are formulated with the assumption that everyone is out there to game the system, on the lookout for unfair advantage for themselves to the detriment of others? Does this approach not build a culture of Singaporeans trying to figure out what is legal or allowed, rather than applying their own mind to what makes sense and is reasonable for both themselves and their fellow citizens? Another clear example is the current debate surrounding our MC culture. The requirement for many employers for the doctor's note for any absences from the workplace due to medical reasons stands in stark contrast to my experience during my first job in the City of London. Indeed, in the UK, employers are only allowed to ask for fit notes if employees are sick for more than 7 days. Workers are asked to self-certify if they are sick for less than 7 days. In fact, it was not unheard of for employers to offer duvet days to their employees. Days off, not because they are ill, but because employees sometimes just need some time to rest. These are often structured in a way that works best for their firm or industry and have been shown to actually increase productivity and mental and physical well-being of workers. I'm not advocating a wholesale copying of these approaches, but I believe it is worth looking at our own labour market to see what positive changes we can make by studying these examples. To those who worry that these practices may result in people taking advantage, I observe that these practices appear to work well in a highly dynamic, profitable, and productive environment, as a common understanding was that people were serious about their jobs and were willing to work hard in order to progress in their careers. Indeed, we cannot discount that the financial services coming out of London remain world-leading and innovative. And if the argument that these are things that could not work for Singapore, then we should take a long, hard look at ourselves and ask, why not? Followed by, how do we get there? How do we move to a society where people are empowered to exercise good judgment and be truly responsible? How do we ensure that people do not succumb to the temptation to indulge in corrupt practices because it is a right thing to do and not because they have a high salary preventing them from being tempted? Against this backdrop, I would like to turn to the most pressing problems and issues facing Singaporeans as we emerge from the COVID years. In particular, our residents in Sengkang keenly feel the press of having to deal with lasting financial and social effects of the pandemic. Many of them are members of both the sandwich class and also the sandwich generation, and rising prices have and will continue to hit them hard while they struggle to provide for both the elderly and the very young and their families. For these Singaporeans, the concept of intergenerational equity or international solidarity is extremely important in ensuring that one generation does not unduly bear the brunt of paying for expenditure of either a future or previous generation. My colleagues have and will continue to touch on these issues, but while this concept may appear to be remote in Singapore at the moment, I will also note that as we restructure our economy and society, we should be wary of allowing a situation to develop where political outcomes and opinions are or are seen to be divided strongly along intergenerational lines. This has been seen in the West in the phenomenon of boomer blaming for everything from Brexit to toxic work environments that degrade mental health and only serves to exacerbate generational grievances. And we need to tackle this matter in a holistic way, ranging from creating more opportunities and spaces from the generations to learn from and support each other, and to ensure that our fiscal policies do not get interpreted as unfairly and favoring one generation to the detriment of other generations. Coming back to the issues surrounding the here and now, the ever-increasing cost of living is a topic that we hear feedback about time and again. Individuals, households, and businesses have approached us for assistance with juggling the impact of relentless price increases. They have noted that a final 2% tax increase means that a 28% increase in the amount of tax to be paid. They have also noted that there have been already price increases prior to the tax hike taking effect. Just the other day, I noted during one of my estate walks that a Buangkok coffee shop stall has put up a sign stating that rising prices have obliged them to increase the price of all items by 50 cents, which definitely far exceeds 2%. Furthermore, global brands such as Nestlé have also sounded alarm and announced that they will increase prices of their products, and these increments will not be captured by any GST voucher scheme. I fear that the cascading and knock-on effect that such cost increases will be devastating on households already on the knife edge. Additionally, the war in the Ukraine, which has finally come to a head last week, will only lead to more supply chain disruptions and global price rises. And if it proves to be prolonged, it may end up having a far larger effect than predicted or catered for. We will not be spared in Singapore. Already, crude oil has hit multi-year highs of over $100 a barrel, and stock markets have reacted with volatility. Food prices will not be spared, as Russia and the Ukraine are major exporters of agricultural products, and Russia is one of the largest exporters of fertilizer globally. Any drop in supply would lead to an increase in costs, which means farmers will pay more and have to pass it down to the end consumer. Russia is also a major supplier of natural gas, which has implications for us in Singapore, as around 95% of our energy needs are still powered by natural gas. This will only add to the woes currently experienced by our households and the businesses already grappling with huge increases in their energy bills. Notably, politicians in Germany are already advocating a natural gas reserve to shelter consumers from price shocks in the wake of the conflict. All this further underscores the need for our green transformation to take place urgently. The situation is grim in the near term. It is why the Workers' Party cannot agree to a GST hike, whether delayed or staggered, especially as we believe not all other alternatives have been exhausted. Yet, we also acknowledge that there are long-term pressures on our public purse strings as we search for a shift towards long-term sustainability on all fronts, be it environmental, demographic, or economic. After all, the world cannot keep growing endlessly, a fact illustrated by figures released in November last year, which have shown that India's fertility rate has dropped to below replacement rate for the first time ever. In view of this, we also believe there is room to make our GST system less regressive beyond the current approach to further ease the burden on lower income groups. It is why we have to consider if our GST can start allowing for exemptions on certain essential items, treatment that is often seen in the case of other economies. The list of items should be kept to essentials such as food supplies, healthcare and care services, including childcare. This is what economies such as the UK, Australia, and Japan currently do, and their experiences should inform us as we come up with our own list of exemptions that would be most beneficial to more vulnerable Singaporeans and to avoid the pitfalls some countries have come across while deciding which items should be exempt and which not. Exempting items such as healthcare, infant care, and childcare will also help to ease current and future cost pressures in industries that struggle to fill their manpower requirements with local workers. And I note there are stark implications for those industries with the foreign worker policies which are being tightened by the measures just announced in this budget. Additionally, I note that exemptions applying to children's products and childcare would surely be welcome relief for parents or prospective parents and go towards addressing our low TFR, as financial concerns are often cited as one of the key reasons why people delay having children or decide not to have them. I need hardly add that raising our TFR is an existing problem. Raising our TFR is an existential problem for us that we have been unsuccessfully trying to solve for decades. Consumption taxes are regressive by nature. While it is true that exempting essential items from GST is regressive, the alternative of keeping our existing system of no exemptions is likely to be even more regressive. This is because those on a lower income spend a far larger proportion of their income on consumption, which is always taxed in our case. Therefore, exempting key essential items from being taxed will significantly reduce the impact on lower income groups. Additionally, while it is true that higher income earners also benefit from such exemptions, these items, being essential in nature, should result in any derived benefits being self-limiting. After all, how much more rice can a rich person eat? Another argument is that it is too expensive to implement these exemptions and that this will increase compliance costs for businesses. However, with the advent of AI and advances in technology, these costs should be much lower compared to when GST was first introduced, and any upgrades to accounting or associated software should be a one-time cost for both government and businesses. Additionally, compliance costs were likely to be of far greater concern to smaller enterprises, and I note too that small businesses with turnovers of less than $1 million are not required to register for GST. How can it be that a country such as Singapore, which has long prided ourselves on having targeted, efficient, even convoluted at times policymaking, could shy away from implementing a system of GST-exempt items by saying that it's too much effort? Turning now to how we measure our spending and our progress. I repeat previous calls made in this House to rethink the long-term sustainability of how we measure our progress. Since its adoption in 1944 at the Bretton Woods Conference as the formal measure of a country's economy, GDP has proved to be a useful measure of the progress made by a country. And Singapore has done extremely well from our difficult beginnings. Yet, in recent years, there has been a sense amongst many of us that GDP does not tell the full picture by any means. In particular, healthy GDP figures in 2021 and 2022, especially compared against the depressed bases in 2020, leave out the entire story of our country. There is a growing acknowledgement that beyond economic growth and survival, we should also thrive as a society and be mindful of the impact that we have on our planet. GDP measurements alone fail to address these shifting values in our current world. GDP alone also does not capture the full picture of how we care for our people. To illustrate this point, many may not realize that GDP does not measure things such as planting a tree, and that it does not measure the unpaid household and care labor undertaken by so many of our fellow Singaporeans. Yet one would be hard-pressed to argue that these do not matter in how we measure our progress as a society. How do we therefore determine whether enough has been done to address concerns about, for example, mental health and well-being? After all, it is clear that there is much work to be done in Singapore, judging by the number of registered psychologists and psychiatrists in Singapore, especially in the public sector. There are also long waits to see counsellors in schools and tertiary education institutes, and concerns have been raised about the quality of support received. These are but some examples of what should matter to us as we measure our society and how we measure our holistic progress. Many economists have been advocating for years that countries start developing a dashboard which contains a variety of other measures for how well an economy and society has been doing. Yes, GDP matters, but it does not do well in measuring our human, social, and natural assets. A uniquely Singapore dashboard should therefore be developed and published together with GDP results. This can contain quarterly or annual measurements of our progress in terms of poverty reduction, social mobility, and wealth distribution in an easy-to-understand way, allowing us as a people to understand at a glance what our targets are and the progress we have made or failed to make beyond GDP figures. The dashboard should also contain measurements of the impact that we have on our environment and planetary health. Lessons can be learned from the introduction and abandonment of the green GDP by China in the early part of the century. Our impact dashboard could, for example, contain indices relating to our emissions, land use changes, waste reduction efforts, and have specific measures on how well we are doing in our transition to a green economy, a topic that my colleague Dennis Tan will elaborate more on. Finally, we need to move from being merely a circular economy, as outlined by MTI in 2019, to what I think of as a circular society. This means that while we aim for zero waste in terms of material use and energy resources, we also need to ensure that we do not waste wealth, technology, and knowledge, have a thriving knowledge commons, and a strong culture of philanthropy. The last point in particular is something I note that this budget aims to promote through various tweaks to tax incentives and co-funding measures. To know how successful the increase in spending has been, philanthropic indicators on the dashboard could include details such as trends relating to donations and the nature of who is donating. As little is currently known about how a circular economy or society can promote better social equity, more research is certainly needed, particularly in the local context. Narratives of a circular society can and should be developed, as the long-term sustainability of our country and planet is at stake. We must stop assuming that infinite economic growth is possible and start shifting towards formally measuring our progress on other things that matter. Mr. Speaker, we are indeed at the crossroads, and it will be negligent of us not to put our heads together to figure out how best to chart out a sustainable forward for Singapore. Headwinds will be strong and frequent in the years to come, and our people will need to demonstrate grit and fortitude to survive and thrive. The difficult environment we see ahead of us will test us, and we should not add further to the financial and other burdens of our people by raising our GST when there are other available options. It is therefore regrettable that we must vote no to a GST increase and therefore cannot support this budget. Thank you.
Ms. Jessica Tan.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to participate in the budget debate. We are still dealing with the pandemic, and it has been challenging for businesses and individuals. We need to continue to support those still impacted, but we must position Singapore for the future, and we must grow our economy to provide opportunities and quality of life for Singaporeans. Beyond growth, we must also ensure that Singaporeans and Singapore have the capability to seize these opportunities. I will focus on three topics in my speech today. 1, investing in the growth for the future. 2, strengthening our social compact. 3, inclusion and ensuring that no one is left behind. Investing for growth and the future. In the budget debate last year, I spoke about the need for Singapore to grow and to step up the momentum for businesses and individuals to build capability to seize opportunities when the economy opens up. 1 year on, this call is more urgent. While COVID is still with us, Singapore continues to attract investments in electronics, biomedical manufacturing, as well as new investments across sectors such as agri-food, chemicals, and materials. These create new jobs and opportunities. Many of these new jobs are PMET jobs and require relevant skills and competencies. But to be able to seize these opportunities, our businesses and workforce must have the relevant capabilities. So now let me touch on building capabilities. The pace of digitalization has accelerated as businesses were propelled to go digital to adapt in order to be able to operate in the pandemic. Many are still in the midst of their digital transformation. Now, with climate change, high global energy prices, and the Ukraine situation, there is a pressing need for businesses to become more sustainable. We have seen that companies that had invested in digital were better able to pivot and do business in the pandemic. For companies to be greener, it will require not only funding, but more importantly, know-how, rethinking of how work is done, and how goods are produced and services delivered. Processes, and more importantly, behaviors need to change. We don't want to have to wait for another crisis for our businesses to become more sustainable. Digital can also help with more sustainable business practices. The two are not mutually exclusive. The ambition, as outlined in the budget, is to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. How can we ensure that we don't leave small businesses behind? With the new carbon tax, if businesses do not transition and invest in clean technologies, they will definitely find it hard to survive. Businesses tend to see sustainability as the need for compliance and cost. What can be done to help businesses understand the benefits, competitive advantage, and growth opportunities? In the joint study that was done by EDB and MCI Singapore, it outlined the role that Singapore can play to become a key carbon service hub. Carbon services can generate new businesses and jobs in Singapore. The estimates are that economic opportunities from carbon services could create a projected gross value added of between US 1.8 billion to US 5.6 billion in Singapore by 2050. So what can we do to help our businesses build the capabilities to participate in these opportunities and, more importantly, to thrive? Let me now touch on a more immediate challenge that businesses across many sectors are facing, and that is getting the manpower to meet their business demands. The feedback from companies across industries is the difficulty to meet their manpower needs. These range from tech talent to roles across different segments. This is impacting their ability to operate effectively. The impact of the pandemic on manpower and the level of Omicron infections have made the situation even more pressing. As business picks up, the situation will not allow our businesses to address demand and will impact their ability to grow. What targeted support can be given to allow viable businesses to address these current manpower constraints to transform and, more importantly, to grow? Minister Wong, in his budget statement, stressed the need to, I quote, redouble our efforts to invest in new capabilities, end quote. Technology and digitalization have picked up pace across all sectors in Singapore. Workers, even in non-tech jobs, need to understand and know how to use technology in order to do their work. This is not just about how to use the latest technologies and devices, as they will continually change. While there will be an additional 200 million to fund and enhance schemes to build digital capabilities in our businesses and workers, I think we also need to look at what support will be given to companies to help workers, especially those in the workforce, gain the knowledge and skills they need in this new world of work. These skills are not about having deep technology skills in artificial intelligence or data analytics or any future technologies, but rather how to work with these new and ever-changing technologies to be able to do their work and thrive. With a greater reliance on digital, the security and resilience of our digital infrastructures are crucial. We need to continually invest and strengthen our digital infrastructures. Ministers shared that broadband access speeds will be increased and investments made in future technologies. Can Minister Wong also share what investments will be made to strengthen the reliability and the security of our digital infrastructures? Now let me move on to the point about strengthening our social compact. I thank Minister for a budget that has heard the challenges and recognized the current cost and inflationary pressures that Singaporeans are facing, and for delaying the start of the GST increase to 2030 with a two-step implementation. I would like to make a few points about the assurance package. While the support in the assurance package should and does provide more for the lower income, the assurance package does also signal the government's intent to also cushion the impact of the GST increase to include more middle-income households. This is demonstrated in the components of the assurance package of cash payout, additional GST U-Save vouchers, GST cash vouchers for seniors in the senior bonus, MediSave top-ups, and the CTC vouchers to address essential expenditures of families in areas of utilities, groceries, education, and health. A subtle but important point to note is that the cash payout eligibility is on assessable income and property ownership rather than the annual value of residence. Annual value, or AV, of the property is used as the main criterion for means testing and eligibility for many support schemes. While I do not disagree that the value of property reflects one's means, it does not always mean that all who live in these properties have the means or have more. A point that I raised previously is the application of the AV criterion for those that live with their extended families in properties with annual value above 21,000. These persons could be elderly parents or siblings who live with relatives as they need care or cannot afford housing. In some of these cases, they do not even have means, but because of their residential address, they do not qualify for any support. An example is the COVID support grant. Those who have lost their jobs and meet the CSG or COVID support grant eligibility criteria, but live in a home of AV above 21,000, regardless of ownership, are not eligible for the COVID support grant. With the trend of smaller families, people marrying later, we do have more couples who have to provide for both their young children and senior parents or relatives. Some call this the sandwich generation. I do have such families in my constituency who live in private properties with annual value between 21,000 to 30,000. In the spirit of renewing and strengthening the social compact, Minister Wong had said, and I quote, "We want every Singaporean to know and feel that he or she has a stake in our society, and they will not be left to fend for themselves when times are down," unquote. I would like to ask if there can be a refinement of the use of the AV criterion for eligibility of support schemes. I'm not asking for the AV to be removed, but rather that it be refined to apply to home ownership rather than residence for extended family members or higher AV for the sandwich generation. I must make a point here. As we look at the government to continue to provide and support Singaporeans when they need it, as part of the social compact, we too need to do our part and balance that with what each of us can do. So as we talk about cost pressures, and one of the biggest cost pressures that's now facing us is fuel costs. As a taker, I do also say that individuals and businesses, apart from asking for support, and I will continue to ask for support for businesses and individuals, we all need to do our part to also find ways to conserve, to be greener, so that we then, otherwise it's just addressing costs, but not finding better ways to do things. Otherwise, it's not sustainable. And I'm not talking about green. I'm talking about being able to fund this. Now let me move to my last point about inclusion and ensuring that no one is left behind. Mr. Speaker, Singapore has a rapidly aging population. The employment landscape of our workforce has changed. Those above 55 years of age make up 25.7% of the workforce in 2020. As part of the PAP.SG efforts to better understand senior employability, in the last quarter of 2021, we conducted an online survey with seniors aged 50 years and older. 934 responded to the survey, and 98% of these respondents are Singaporeans. 60% are currently working, and almost 60% of them have post-secondary education. We have a balance of male and female respondents. The respondents are from a variety of industries working in a diverse range of occupations. 98% like the work they're doing, citing meaningful work and having relevant experience. 60% of respondents who are facing challenges at work, with about 1/5 of them citing challenges like needing to learn new skills, dealing with changes and new norms. Amidst the challenge of learning new things, the most commonly cited skills gap is learning new digital skills. With digitalization and the drive for sustainability, can we rethink how we prepare and enable matured and senior workers who want and can work to actively participate in quality jobs in the growth sector in the post-COVID economy? I welcome the enhanced announcement in Budget 2022 for the workfare income supplement. The rise of qualifying income gap from 2,300 to 2,500 and the extension to younger workers aged 30 to 34 will definitely benefit workers, and the increased payout for each tier will provide more support for lower wage workers. I do, however, want to appeal to Minister Wong to reconsider the introduction of the minimum income criteria of $500 per month. This will impact older low-wage workers or those who are caregivers and need the flexibility of part-time work. For this group of workers, while they can and do want to work, part-time work may be more suitable for them. Let me give the example of one of my residents, Madam Lee. This is not her real name. She is 69 years of age and works as a relief program coordinator at an elder care center. She covers the duties of staff who are on leave or medical leave. Her estimated monthly income ranges from $200 to a little over $500 a month. She's currently eligible for WIS and is appreciative of the support. However, with the minimum income criterion, Madam Lee is concerned as she will not be eligible for WIS. Will Minister consider a review of the minimum income criterion for WIS as it will impact those that the scheme is intended to support? Mr. Speaker, I started my speech touching on the importance of economic growth. Economic success is necessary, but on its own, not sufficient for Singaporeans to make Singapore home. If we focus only on economic growth, our people will just leave Singapore and go where the economic opportunities present themselves. Budget 2022 sets out to charting our way forward. And I thank Minister Wong for a budget that aims to realizing our vision of a fairer, more sustainable, and more inclusive society, to see us through the pandemic today, and more importantly, to build a better Singapore for tomorrow. I support the budget. Thank you.
Dr. Tan Wu Meng.
Mr. Speaker, today I will speak on the climate crisis and our climate ambition, our energy security and our survival. Last year I spoke about Singapore's burning platform, a world on fire with COVID. With natural habitats being destroyed, we must expect more pandemics, some worse than COVID. But climate change is a graver challenge than any disease. So we need to stress test our assumptions, test our plans for the future before the future tests us. And so we need to move quickly and boldly. An earlier generation spoke of mudflats to metropolis in one generation. It happened. And now we face a new ambition, again born of necessity and survival. Can we go from carbon positive to carbon neutral, from what is unsustainable to what is sustainable within one generation? Because that is the implication of reaching carbon net zero by the middle of this century. There's not much time, and we need to be seriously bold. Because the climate crisis is about Singapore's survival, whether we stay above water. In 2019, a research paper in the journal Nature Communications showed very vividly, with maps, how hundreds of millions of people around the world will be underwater by the end of this century. And that's just assuming a low carbon emissions scenario. It's our economic survival too. In a world where carbon border adjustment taxes are being talked about, in a world where consumers choose what to buy, where to work, how to invest based on sustainability, in a world where narratives can shift from free trade to sustainable trade, we need to be ready, and it means Singapore needs to raise our ambition to stay above water, to survive, and to thrive. And we can only do this fast enough within one generation by moving boldly and ahead of the market. Mr. Speaker, our climate response must stand up to stress tests. Let me say that again. Our climate response must stand up to stress tests. Energy security for a carbon-constrained world, pandemic security for a world with new diseases, social security to ensure a just transition. All this links up with our total defense. Because if Singapore is underwater, if we can't keep the lights on, we're not even going to be at the starting line in a challenge. If we're laid low by a pandemic, or our people are splintered and divided, we're not going to be able to deal with whatever threats come our way, kinetic or otherwise. I spoke on pandemic security during last year's budget. I've spoken on social security over the years. Today, I will focus on our energy security. Mr. Speaker, energy security has been a big issue around the world in recent years, and especially in recent days. Energy security is existential for Singapore, not just keeping the lights on in our hospitals, in our homes. It keeps our new water plants, our desalination plants going. Our water security depends on our energy security. We know what it means if Singapore's water supply is ever called into question. And we need to think about energy security that way too. Today, from public domain data, about 95% of Singapore's electricity is generated using natural gas. Supplies by pipeline, also LNG terminal, but it is still almost all natural gas. 95%. Some would say it is a serious concentration of risk. Recent events around the world, market shifts, events in Eastern Europe are a reminder of this. Electric vehicles will further concentrate this risk because EVs also draw energy from the electricity grid. But if the pandemic has taught us one thing, it is that we need to move from just in time to just in case. And there is a case for Singapore to further diversify our electricity sources and to do so ahead of the market for energy resilience, energy security, also to reduce our carbon footprint as part of the climate crisis response. Sir, there's no illusions about it. There is a price for just in case. There is a cost to preparing in advance for danger and for crisis. But by strengthening social support in a progressive way, we can help Singaporean families even as Singapore proceeds through a necessary transition, a just transition. Sir, so how do we diversify our energy security, reduce our climate footprint, raise our climate ambition? Solar is part of the solution, but Singapore's small. We're solar constrained. Even with solar photovoltaic panels on every building rooftop, on every external surface of every building, solar alone would not be enough. Regional power grids can be useful, but they do have limitations. When there's an energy crunch, some regional grids will come under the same market pressures as our own. Even if you use an undersea cable, an HVDC, high voltage direct current transmission line, that line is still one underwater dredging accident or incident away from being unplugged. So we need to look at other options too. In July 2021, I had asked in Parliament about Singapore's potential as a hydrogen hub, in particular low-carbon hydrogen, and whether we should move ahead of existing market conditions. We already have established capabilities in the energy and chemicals sector and in transshipment. And Mr. Speaker, indeed, there is already interest in hydrogen around us and in the region. Reuters news agency recently reported that a Japanese-Australian venture has been testing transport of hydrogen using a ship as a liquid hydrogen carrier. They reported that just this past week, a Japanese-built ship, the Suiso Frontier, delivered the world's first long-distance liquefied hydrogen cargo from Australia to Japan. Early days, but proof of concept. American think tank CSIS, in October 2021, published a commentary. They assessed that Australia by 2030 could well be, quote, a major player in global hydrogen production and trade. Their green hydrogen, when exported, will need to be shipped to destination markets. So the question is, which cities in Southeast Asia have the potential to be a hydrogen hub in the hydrogen economy? Is Singapore among them? And if so, do we want to be first mover, second mover, or too late to move? Moving ahead of the market will help Singapore build capabilities, reduce the risk that will be left behind. Starting up hydrogen-based electricity generation and fuel cell capacity will help us build the experience to scale up when we need to, because the most difficult step is going from no capability to having some hydrogen capability. On other developments, Mr. Speaker, we should also keep a very close watch on developments in nuclear energy, both fission as well as fusion. The International Energy Agency in 2021 observed that nuclear power output avoided about 55 gigatons, 55 billion tons of carbon emissions over the past 50 years, nearly equal to 2 years of global energy-related CO2 emissions. For nuclear fission, we should continue assessing the safety of small modular reactors and whether a future generation of small modular reactor can be safely deployed in the Singapore context. We should keep on looking at this. For nuclear fusion, it is still early days, but promising prospects. In December 2021, a team at the Joint European Torus jet facility near Oxford generated 59 megajoules of energy for 5 seconds, enough energy to power 35,000 homes for those 5 seconds. Again, early days, but notable developments. Sir, we need not decide yet, but we need to understand and build analysis and skills regarding these evolving and emerging technologies so that when the time comes, Singapore can make informed choices, even hard choices, about these new energy technologies. Mr. Speaker, when I was born, the global carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere, CO2 concentration in the atmosphere, was 333 parts per million. Today, you look at the Keeling curve, the CO2 concentration, 420 parts per million. Still going up. Climate crisis, still ongoing. Singapore needs to be ready. In last year's budget debate, I said, we must also ask ourselves, beyond what is possible today, what is necessary for tomorrow? What do we need to do that we cannot yet do? Sir, the climate crisis and our climate ambition means we need new capabilities for our energy security and our decarbonization. Necessary dreams as we face up to necessary realities. I stand in support of this budget.
Sir Louis Chua.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Mr. Speaker, those were the opening lines from the novel by Charles Dickens, A Tale of Two Cities, lines which I find to be quite apt to describe the situation we find ourselves in today. 2 years into the pandemic, we are still battling the latest wave of infections brought about by the Omicron variant, with many of our healthcare workers struggling to cope with the stressful working conditions today. COVID fatigue has also meant that many of us cannot help but feel overwhelmed at times, even as we try so valiantly to live with endemic COVID. On the economic front, it seems that economic growth is starting to pick up again. Singapore's GDP grew by 7.6% in 2021, with the government projecting an above-trend 3 to 5% growth for 2022, with total employment seeing the highest quarterly growth since 2014 of 47,400 workers in 4Q. Yet the rosy headline numbers belie the risk to the fragile global and local economic recovery, not least because of geopolitical tensions and rising concerns over inflation, among others, and one cannot rule out the tail risk of a recession in the near future. Inflation and the rising cost of living in particular have been of grave concern to policymakers globally and demand on the street alike. As shared in one of my speeches in November last year, it was unclear if the current inflationary pressures in the market are transitory or permanent, though the US Federal Reserve has since then dropped the term transitory in its description of inflation, and with concerns about stagflation now appearing in the market lexicon instead. Locally, the MAS has been concerned enough about inflation to surprise the market with a tightening of monetary policy in October, given that external and domestic cost pressures are accumulating. And soon after its first tightening in 3 years, the MAS acted again in its second tightening in 3 months, given upside risk to inflation. Now, even if what MOS Low shared in this House stands true and that inflation is expected to ease in the later part of this year, it doesn't mean prices are going to come down. It just means that prices will still rise, but not jump, and still continue to eat into the real incomes of Singaporeans. Who can forget the slew of price increase signs being put up at the coffee shops since the start of the year? The more than 30% increase in fuel prices, or the 23% increase in electricity prices since a year ago. In the context of rising inflation and an uncertain global economic recovery, a GST hike, while delayed, would still be counterproductive given the potential drag on private incomes, consumption, and ultimately our GDP. As my fellow Workers' Party colleagues have shared earlier, there are alternative revenue sources that can and should be considered beyond the regressive tax that is GST, with options to use more of Singapore's existing fiscal headroom, for example, having the added benefit of minimizing the impact to our local households and economy alike. My speech will thus focus on 3 main areas which warrant urgent consideration. Minister Wong made adjustments to residential property taxes and additional registration fees for cars as part of Singapore's answer to wealth taxes. I welcome these changes. When viewed from a glass half-full perspective, it is a step in the right direction when it comes to tackling wealth inequality and strengthening our social fabric, albeit a small step. However, when viewed from a glass half-empty perspective, the measures are a tokenism rather than a meaningful attempt at wealth taxes in Singapore. Higher property taxes and ARF are expected to result in 430 million increase in annual revenues, and even if you include higher personal income tax rates, the total annual increase is just about 600 million. This is significantly below what some academics had put forth as possibilities, and our conservative estimates of what the net wealth tax could bring at about $1.2 billion annually. For example, in a November 2021 CNA article, Associate Professor Walter Teixeira from SUSS noted that a wealth tax might conceivably pull in a similar amount to raising the GST by a few percentage points, while a Bloomberg article on 16th of February quoted Mr. Christopher Chee, Senior Research Fellow at the IPS, as sharing that a similar wealth tax rate in Singapore, as that of Switzerland presumably, would generate 2.7 billion in government revenues. Consider the case of property taxes, which, as Minister said, is currently Singapore's principal means of taxing wealth. As what a Business Times correspondent Ben Paul shared in his article, as an owner-occupier of a modest apartment in the core central region, property tax is not a particularly big expense for me. In fact, it's nothing compared to the maintenance fees and costs of general upkeep for my unit. While the increase in headline marginal property tax rates appear high, The actual impact on the households involved are unlikely to be material. As noted in Annex C2 of the budget statement, an owner-occupied condominium in a central location is only expected to see an increase of $200 a year, while a very large landed property expected to see a $15,400 increase. The corresponding numbers for non-owner occupied properties are $1,400 and $19,200 respectively. Now, based on my analysis, a centrally located condo in Cane Hill that is being leased out as an investment property need only raise rents by 2% to offset the higher property tax rates, while that of a luxury development located on Nassim Road, commanding monthly rentals of almost $20,000 a month, need only raise rents by 7% to offset the higher property taxes. To put into context, rents in 2021 for private residential already rose by 10%. The other tax change is that of introducing a new ARF tier for cars. For a Bentley Flying Spur, which retails for almost $900,000 without COE, the new ARF tier is expected to increase ARF by about $59,000. Fairly large number in itself, but represents just about 6 to 7% of the cost of a car. For someone who's prepared to pay almost $1 million for an asset that depreciates rapidly over 10 years, is it even meaningful in the grand scheme of things for this person? Thirdly, higher personal income tax rates aren't wealth taxes per se, but I do agree with the principle that those who earn more should contribute more, and it's a fine example of what progressive taxes look like. However, the increase appears to be very modest once we work through the math. For example, someone making $1 million in chargeable income would pay a grand total of $5,000 more in personal income taxes, or 0.5% of chargeable income, while someone making $1.5 million would only pay $15,000 more, or about 1% of chargeable income. I would even argue that the last increase in personal income tax rates in Budget 2015, where the top marginal personal income tax rates were raised to 22%, among others, was an even bolder move than what we have today, raising more revenues at $400 million a year back then as compared to $170 million a year with today's change. Also bearing in mind that from 2015 to 2019, i.e. the latest available year on SingStat, the number of individuals with assessed income of more than $300,000 has increased by 22% within this time span as well. I recognize that the government will continue to study the experiences of other countries and explore options to tax wealth effectively, and I sincerely hope that more meaningful efforts to change our tax system and raise wealth taxes can be made sooner than later. Yes, I agree that taxing wealth has its challenges, but consider a hypothetical case of a multi-billionaire tech founder who made a windfall after his startup's IPO and has retired from the firm. From time to time, he collects dividends as his income, while continuing to hold shares in a listed company which accounts for the vast majority of his wealth. Meanwhile, he's renting multiple luxury apartments instead of owning just one place of residence. And does our tax system adequately capture the wealth of what could be one of Singapore's richest? Would this person even be paying income or wealth taxes at all? If we think about the Forbes 50 richest list in Singapore, just how much of their wealth is in their residential address or the cars that they drive? As highlighted by a 2018 OECD report on the role and design of net wealth taxes, which provides for certain tax design recommendations, in countries where capital gains are not taxed, there may be a stronger justification for levying a net wealth tax. A similar argument can be made for countries that do not levy taxes on inheritances. Singapore would fit into both of these cases, as a country with no capital gains tax, no tax on dividends, no inheritance tax, no estate duties, and still has one of the lowest effective personal income tax rates globally. We must guard against only going through the motions where we move towards addressing wealth inequality, or still leaving the least fortunate among us still pleading, "Please sir, I want some more." Let me now speak about corporate income taxes amidst BEPS 2.0. Of which Singapore is one of 141 members of the OECD G20 Inclusive Framework on BEPS. Corporate income taxes have consistently been the largest contributor to the government's operating revenues, and 2022 is no different at an estimated 18 billion or 22% of operating revenues. However, while part of the goals of this budget is to build a fairer and more resilient tax system, where those with greater means contribute a larger share, could there be more scope for certain corporates to pay their fairer share of taxes, especially against the context of a looming GST hike, which ultimately is borne by the end consumer and not the corporates? To be clear, I fully recognize that many local SMEs and small businesses, especially those in the retail and F&B scene, have been struggling to make ends meet amid the pandemic and the changing SMM rules over the past 2 years. And I applaud efforts by the government to strengthen our local enterprises. However, it's interesting to note that while more than 29 billion of job support scheme funding were provided to corporates in the last 2 years, it appears that corporate profitability as a whole didn't fare too badly. In FY20, while the government expected CIT revenues to fall by 18% year-on-year, or around 3 billion to 13.7 billion in FY20, the actual CIT revenues turned out to be 16 billion, not too far from FY19 levels. Revised FY21 CIT revenues are expected to exceed FY19 levels at 17.5 billion, growing by 9% year-on-year or 1.4 billion, and this is expected to continue into FY22, reaching a new high of 18.2 billion. This brings me to my key point on BEPS 2.0. I acknowledge Minister's comments that the government needs more time to study these issues thoroughly and will announce changes in the corporate tax system when we are ready. However, if things go according to plan, BEPS 2.0 is already on the horizon, with the implementation of the two-pillar solution targeted to start in 2023, next year. I thank the Ministry of Finance and IRAS for patiently addressing my various PQs over the past year on this issue, and I believe the various public officers involved would have done plenty of detailed analysis and scenario planning on this issue by now. With less than a year to go before the implementation of the two-pillar solution, and with the OECD already having published in December last year the model rules for domestic implementation of the 15% global minimum tax, my question is, what is the government's current estimates or range of estimates of the net impact of Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 to our CIT revenues? While Minister Wong noted that Pillar 1 will result in a negative revenue impact to Singapore, this is firstly limited in scope as it is expected to apply only to global MNEs with a global turnover of more than 20 billion euros, with just around 100 of such companies globally. Secondly, it's only 25% of the profits in excess of 10% of revenues that will be allocated away. And thirdly, I do not believe that profits are being artificially inflated here in Singapore given rigorous transfer pricing rules. On the other hand, for Pillar 2, this applies to a much larger group of MNEs. Any company with over 750 million euros of annual revenue would now be subject to a global minimum corporate tax. In Singapore alone, the government shared that there are 1,800 such MNE groups operating here that are likely to be affected. As I've shared in this House last year, I hope that the government will view the global minimum tax reforms as an opportunity rather than a threat. Given Singapore's strong non-tax advantages and attractiveness to MNEs, bearing in mind the current average effective corporate tax rate is closer to 3% in YA19. If you look at the subset of non-SMEs, or those with revenues exceeding 100 million and making an accounting profit, then in YA19, the average effective corporate tax rate is even lower at 2%. Now, profitable non-SMEs contributed 10.4 billion, or 64% of total CIT paid by all companies. If you assume a 15% tax rate instead, this could hypothetically balloon 7 times to 71.5 billion. Of course, this is purely hypothetical, since obviously not all companies will be scoped into the rules, and there could be some slippage from both Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 rules, and the actual impact will be much lower. But the point remains that technically, even a small shift towards the proposed global minimum rate of 15% could result in significantly higher corporate tax receipts for the government. Beyond the dollars and cents, the more important conceptual point to me is this. If a global MNE is already operating in Singapore, what incentive would it have to incur additional relocation costs when the minimum corporate tax rates of 15% would be normalized globally? And with tax considerations out of the way, why wouldn't a global MNE keen to tap on the attractive growth prospects in Asia base their headquarters here in Singapore? The World Bank has consistently placed Singapore as among the best places in the world to do business, and I'm confident that our competitive strengths and strong non-tax advantages will continue to provide a competitive edge to companies seeking a place of business. Lastly, let me touch on the other elephants in the room, the NIRC and our reserves. It is comforting to note that instead of a 54 billion draw on the reserves as announced in Budget 21, the actual amounts to be utilised across 3 years is 43 billion, savings of about 11 billion. It was previously said that we have drawn on our reserves equivalent to over 20 years of budget surpluses. We have used a generation's worth of savings to combat a crisis of a generation. I asked DPM Heng during last year's budget debate, after accounting from the draw, where would our reserves be compared to 5 years ago and 10 years ago, though I don't think there was a direct answer to the question. Hence, I would like to ask Minister Wong, after considering the 43 billion draw on our past reserves, are our reserves today higher or lower compared to 5 years ago? I ask this because it is important to put into context the growth in our reserves as we debate the source of funding for our future expenditures, even if the government continues to be guarded over disclosing the absolute size of the reserves in itself. It is not that I disagree with the need to be prudent, and I agree we should not take our reserves for granted. But just looking at the MAS OFR, they stand at around 566 billion as of January 2022, an increase of 185 billion or close to 50% compared to 2 years ago. Temasek's net portfolio value as of March 21 stands at 381 billion, up 75 billion or 25% compared to a year ago. And I believe GIC would have grown its portfolio as well, given generally supportive market conditions in the last 2 years. Yes, I understand that the design of the NIR framework is to provide a stable, sustainable source of income to our budget, smoothed out over market cycles. But it is also helpful to remind members of this House that our financial reserves grow not just from the balance of 50% of NIR not utilised, but also from inflows directly into the reserves, such as from land sales, which average around 13 billion a year in the past 10 years, and from MAS interventions in the foreign exchange market to dampen appreciation pressures, given Singapore's excess of domestic savings over investments and persistent capital inflow. If the goal of this budget is to ensure a fairer revenue structure, that means everyone chips in and contributes to a vibrant economy and strengthen the social compact, but those with greater means contribute a larger share. If so, should we not revisit the contribution of our investment returns as opposed to the individual Singaporean who is grappling with the rising cost of living? Over the past 5 years, the NIRC provided an average revenue stream of around 17 billion or 3.5% of GDP. If the assumption is that government spending is at 18% of GDP today, but expected to grow to more than 20% of GDP by 2030, could we not raise the contributions from the NIRC to the budget and raise its share of GDP too? I hope Minister Wong will agree with me that raising the NIRC contribution rate will not result in a drawdown in the reserves and would in fact still allow us to continue building our reserves. So to belabor the point, this will not mean that we will not get a steady stream of income from the reserves to benefit today's generation of Singaporeans and our children and our grandchildren. On the contrary, as Minister Wong has said, it is about being able to invest even more in our people and social infrastructure. It is to me about ensuring that we invest not only in financial assets overseas, but in our people, Singaporeans, who to me are the most important resource of this country. It is simply about sustaining the value of our financial reserves and sustaining the lives and livelihoods of our fellow Singaporeans. Mr. Speaker, allow me to conclude in Mandarin. 我们仍然受困于冠病疫情，虽然经济增长似乎再次回升，但也存在一些隐忧。所以我们非常关心，在冠病疫情下，经济复苏还带有许多未知数下调高消费税的风险。与其调高消费税，工人党议员们建议应该考虑政府收入的替代来源。财政部长在他的预算案中对住宅产业税和豪华车的额外注册费进行了调整，作为征收财富税的方式。我对这方面的调整表示欢迎，但我也认为有很多改进的空间。我谈到了企业所得税和国家储备金净投资回报贡献。我国有效的企业所得税率近于 3%， 远低于经济合作与发展组织所宣布的 15% 的全球最低税率。如果新加坡对受税制改革的跨国企业实施 15% 的全球最低税，我认为这不但可以大大的提高我国的企业所得税收入，也可以实现在本次财政预算案的目标，即建立一个更公平、更有弹性的税收体系，让有经济能力者贡献多一些。新加坡有强大的非税收优势和对跨国公司的吸引力，所以政府应该将全球最低税制改革视为机遇，而非威胁。最后，我建议我们应该考虑增加国家储备金净投资回报对财政预算案的贡献。这不仅不会导致储备金减少，事实上， 我们仍然能继续让储备金稳健的增长，同时也能确保我们更有效地利用我们的国家资源，更好地协助维持国人的生活和生计。我们的国人才是新加坡最重要的资产。
Order. I propose to take a break now. Suspend the sitting and we'll take the chair at 4:30 p.m. Order. Order. Order.
Item 1, resumption of debate on the budget statement, first allotted day.
Professor Hun Hien Teck.
Mr. Speaker, sir, giving his budget statement the title, Charting Our New Way Forward Together, the Minister for Finance devoted much space in his budget speech to talk about the need for revenue to bring all the plans that he had laid out to fruition. That prompts the question, why raise taxes? This is a fundamental question in political economy. I think that we can offer 3 answers. First, we raise taxes to create the fiscal capacity to support a well-functioning society. Second, we raise taxes to achieve economic inclusion. Third, and particularly relevant in the Singapore context, we raise taxes to pay for recurrent spending so that we can prioritize the use of our national reserves to manage external shocks as we remain integrated with the global economy. First, building fiscal capacity. We can take a cross-country perspective and an intertemporal perspective. When a country's income per capita is low, the need to raise taxes is great so that the country has the resources to provide public goods like national defense, law and order, as well as relief for the poor. Yet, the viable tax base is small because the tax administration and enforcement ability is low at this stage of economic development. Historically, countries that are starting on the path of development turn to trade taxes in order to generate government revenue to pay for their expenditure. Trade taxes have tended to make up a larger share of total tax revenue at the early stages of economic development because it is relatively easy to keep track of the flow of goods at major shipping ports. These countries then shifted to greater reliance on direct taxation of income, which happened late in the 19th century, and broad-based consumption taxes, which happened from the middle of the 20th century. In Singapore, in 1965, when we became a newly independent country, customs and excise duties make up actually more than 50% of the share of total tax revenue. It steadily declined through the decades, and now make up less than 5% of tax revenue. Consumption taxes were introduced in Singapore only later in 1994. There is a sense in which the way that tax revenues are spent, notably on education, which has been a priority in the very early budgets, is a form of investment in building fiscal capacity. Spending on public schooling generates a virtuous cycle. As a human capital base is expanded, the size of the economic pie grows, so the tax base correspondingly increases. At this stage of our development, boosting innovative activities will play a bigger role in growing the economy, and thus the tax base in the post-COVID-19 world. The support given in Budget 2022 to further strengthen the collaboration in engaging in R&D projects between SMEs and our polytechnics and ITE ultimately expands our fiscal capacity. The initiative dubbed Singapore Global Enterprises provide fiscal support for our large local enterprises, LLEs, to break into overseas markets. As our LLEs expand into overseas markets and become bigger and more productive, they become more profitable and can afford to pay their workers more. It is a statistical, empirical fact
that larger firms doing the same business tend to pay their workers more because they are more productive, and they tend to break into overseas markets. The tax base is accordingly expanded. However, there are also factors acting to contract our fiscal capacity. One is the demographic transition and increased life expectancy. With the bigger share of the population becoming economically inactive, the tax base becomes relatively smaller. I think that's a fact well recognized by many. Another factor that can reduce our fiscal capacity comes from the harm that is caused by climate change, a point that many members have alluded to. The proposed schedule of increases in carbon taxes introduced in Budget 2022 can be justified on the basis of helping businesses internalize the negative externalities caused by emission of greenhouse gases. Unlike a tax on labor income, as an example, which reduces economic efficiency because people respond by working fewer hours when their take-home pay is reduced. A carbon tax, nevertheless, increases efficiency because it reduces activities that society wants to reduce. Roughly speaking, an efficient outcome is for the carbon tax on firms to be set equal to the amount of external damage caused by the greenhouse gas emission. Another point is that a carbon tax also has the effect of giving incentives for upstream firms to develop green technology by discouraging downstream firms from using devices that embody environmentally unfriendly technology. Second, achieving economic inclusion. There is a classic trade-off between equity and efficiency when we use fiscal tools to achieve economic inclusion. Budget 2022 raises the marginal tax rate of the highest income earners, among other measures. While this narrows the income gap, there are microeconomic distortions caused by such tax increases, also called excess burden. It's a standard concept in public finance. The idea is that the quantity of an economic activity, such as labor supply, decreases when there is an increase in the income tax rate. In designing an optimal tax policy, the government has to take into account the fact that raising the tax rate has consequences for the tax base, because if the income tax on income earners goes up, as an example, they work less, the tax base shrinks, so there is an efficiency loss. Nevertheless, despite the loss in efficiency, every society has still got to choose a point on the equity efficiency frontier, sacrificing some efficiency in order to attain a desired level of equity. Since the excess burden of a given tax rate increase rises more than proportionately, it is optimal to broaden the tax mix from this perspective, such as relying also on other tax instruments like raising consumption taxes and wealth taxes to pay for higher social spending. That argument calls for some diversification of tax instruments rather than a dependence on a very narrow particular tax. Budget 2022 seeks to avoid the regressive nature of the increase in consumption tax rate via the assurance package and by boosting the permanent GST vouchers. Since the beginning of the 20th century, and especially in the post-war period, in international cross-sections of countries, there has not been a clear negative relationship between the level of growth of tax-based social spending and GDP per capita. In other words, looking historically, particularly over the last century and across countries as a whole, broadly, the message is that the social cost of financing higher social spending through taxes does not appear to be especially high. Although, obviously, to achieve a certain point on the equity efficiency frontier, there is an efficiency loss, and society has to make its own calculation. Being engaged in work confers non-pecuniary, that is non-monetary benefits that go beyond receiving wages. From that perspective, the use of wage subsidies or wage credits extended to firms as in the progressive wage credit scheme announced in Budget 2022 to co-fund wage increases for certain lower wage workers, as well as the wage income supplements extended to workers through the Workfare Income Supplement WIS scheme, boost workers' take-home wage earnings without discouraging work. For me, it is significant that the WIS scheme will be extended to younger workers aged 30 to 34. Another point, investment in children from low-income families facilitates upward social mobility, and in that way boosts future fiscal capacity when these children, having received help to overcome the initial disadvantages, take up good careers and pay taxes when they become adults. Health spending as a share of total government expenditure is expected to rise with the demographic transition. Enabling our senior citizens to live healthily adds to the country's stock of social capital. It can be argued that even the younger segment of the current population may want the government to raise taxes to pay for health spending going to the elderly, so as to lighten the financial burden of providing care to their parents. Third, and my final point, prioritizing use of national reserves to manage external shocks, particularly negative external shocks. Remaining integrated with the global economy presents Singapore with the opportunity to grow. I think it's undeniable that much of our catch-up from third world to first world was facilitated by international integration. But the earlier stage was very much about technology transfer. In the next stage, we will have to generate innovative activities, but in order to have a steady contribution to growth of the economy, our firms will have to be integrated into the global economy, selling not only domestically, but into the region and into the world as well. But remaining integrated with the global economy will come at a cost of sometimes sharp recessionary shocks. Responding to the global financial crisis from 2007 to 2009, and currently, and in the last 2 years, the COVID-19 health shock. If we were to respond to these negative shocks by raising taxes to finance the national efforts to save jobs, that would be tantamount to incurring huge excess burdens on taxpayers. Recall that the excess burden rises more than proportionately by every unit increase in the tax rate. So being able to draw down our reserves to fund these schemes to save jobs, and especially in coping the global financial crisis, for the government to share some financial risk, allows us to smoothen the tax rate across business cycles. When the economy has recovered, it would be necessary to tax finance recurrent spending in order to keep our reserves for rainy days. The fact that our social security system, the Central Provident Fund, is a fully funded rather than a pay-as-you-go old age retirement scheme contributes to our national savings and thus adds to the stock of reserves. Even as the share of the aging population increases and life expectancy rises, I note that Budget 2022, in increasing the employer and employee CPF contribution rates of workers aged 55 to 70, will boost their retirement adequacy. Now, one context in which there is justification for the government to borrow rather than tax finance is raising taxes for infrastructure investment, which serves to mitigate the adverse effects of climate change, such as seawalls and dikes. Intergenerational distributive justice provides a basis for the significant Infrastructure Government Loan Act passed in Parliament last year. Mr. Speaker, sir, we each function as an individual within a society. The emphasis in the last statement is on the words individual and society. Much of real life is not well represented by the story of Robinson Crusoe, a story that we tend to use in teaching international trade in the classroom. He was, of course, a castaway who lived alone on a deserted island for many years. As entertaining as the novel by Daniel Defoe is, Budget 2022 is built on the premise that we can build a dynamic economy, although more mature now. We've transited from third world to first world. The challenges are bigger. And we need now to generate our own indigenous innovation to propel the productivity growth that we continue to need in order to grow the economy, in order that our citizens will flourish. But such an economy where social collaboration results in creating a surplus. So the economy is not an individual, like living an island trading with another, although that helps. But within the society, we each have different capacities, we each have different strengths. And a society enables that social collaboration so that we create this social surplus. And that social surplus can be utilized through the fiscal system to leave everyone better off than if we had each function in isolation. I stand in support of the budget.
Mr. Leong Man Wai.
Mr. Speaker, the Progress Singapore Party will not support this budget because of the GST hike. Middle-class Singaporeans will have to bear an additional GST burden of $1.2 billion per year. On top of that, many Singaporeans living in private properties who are asset-rich but cash-strapped will bear a significant part of the $380 million property tax increase per year. This budget is a feeble attempt to increase the taxes on the rich after 3 decades of favorable tax policy towards them. The additional personal income tax raised is only $170 million per year, which many Singaporeans cynically pointed out was not enough to pay for the $180 million per year funding for SPH Media Trust. And the additional registration fee increase for luxury cars is not really a burden to the rich because the fee is transferable to future owners. Not enough has been done on foreign manpower policy too. The increase in the minimum qualifying salary for employment pass holders is too little to be effective. I'm also surprised that S-Pass holders are needed in the finance industry where many Singaporeans are hoping to work. The more effective way to manage the quality of our EP holders is to ensure fair competition between the EPs and Singaporeans through imposing a standard wage levy on all EPs who do not make CPF contributions. If we impose a monthly $1,200 EP levy, as I recommended in the budget last year, in the budget debate last year, and then again in the foreign talent and SECA debate, the levy will raise almost $3 billion and make the GST hike unnecessary. As global inflation is on an upcycle, we have to do more to help Singaporeans cope with the rising cost of living and asset inflation. This is the best timing to share with Singaporeans a small part of the huge windfall profits chalked up by GIC, MAS, and Temasek last year. However, not only the government didn't do that, it increases the tax burden on Singaporeans. This is incomprehensible to me. The government used healthcare cost as the main rationale for raising taxes. However, Singaporeans have paid and are still paying dearly for healthcare. Is it fair to ask them to pay more taxes for healthcare again, especially in these challenging times? Look at the facts. $100 billion of the Singaporeans' CPF funds are locked up in MediSave accounts, and Singaporeans contribute $10 billion to MediSave every year. $10 billion of reserves have been accumulated in MediShield and CareShield, while Singaporeans continue to pay $3 billion of CareShield and CareShield premiums every year. And the premiums are likely to rise every 5 years. Singaporeans also pay billions of dollars in private healthcare insurance. Singapore is actually in a very strong financial position. We have the resources to pay for even the large healthcare cost increases forecasted by the government. Look at the facts again. The government reported $1.4 trillion of financial assets as of 31st March 2021. This is an indication of the size of our national reserves. Our nation's financial assets are currently closer to $1.6 trillion due to an increase of $200 billion of reserves over the last 2 years, despite and after the COVID-19 drawdowns. Net investment income from these assets is now more than $40 billion a year. Half of the net investment return, or $20 billion, is recycled back into the reserves. Another $10 billion of annual land sales proceeds is put into the reserves directly and not used for the current year spending. Thus, even without touching the growing reserves, we have a total of $30 billion of unutilized revenues annually, which can be deployed for the current year spending in the future. We can actually provide for our current generation while continuing to save for future generations at the same time. Hence, the government's argument for the future generation does not hold water. The virtue of frugality preached by the finance minister is telling cash-strapped Singaporeans to tighten their belts again, while the government is sitting on massive reserves and unutilized revenues. Of course, we cannot rest on our laurels and rely on our reserves and unused revenues all the time. I only want to stress that we have the buffer and time to make better long-term plans. Those plans should include the government focusing on fiscal efficiency and discipline. While the government has been running budget surpluses these years, public spending cuts have not been discussed openly. Our budget has increased by about 7% per year over the last 2 decades to about $100 billion for financial year 2022. There is thus ample room for us to cut down on existing spending. The Finance Minister has disclosed he's imposing a 3% cut on existing expenditures from next year. If he can achieve that every year, we will have a saving of $3 billion per year. Again, there is no need for the GST hike. And we can probably do more cut than 3%. We advocate setting clear social economic targets for each expenditure. That is the reason we supported the Single scheme, which will bring big infrastructural projects under stricter financial discipline. For example, many Singaporeans are asking, what are the social economic return targets for SPH Media Trust, to which the government is committing $900 million over the next 5 years? How about the billions of dollars of taxpayers' money spent on local universities that have relied heavily on foreign talent but do not seem to be producing sufficient local skills and talent needed for our economy? When public funds are used to support or rescue a commercial organization, are there plans to claw back the funds when the commercial organization starts to make money? For the COVID spending, many Singaporeans have questioned why the $30 billion job support scheme is used to support profitable companies without a clawback feature. The clawback funds could have been used to help many more Singaporeans who needed help. So as the amount of resources at the disposal of the government grow larger, we need to check on the expenditures more closely. We are also against the goodie bag approach as adopted by the government to convince Singaporeans to accept the GST hike. Handing out short-term ad hoc goodies to Singaporeans instead of using permanent schemes will not produce resilient Singaporeans, but dependent Singaporeans. Let me give you a specific example. I've been recommending a minimum living wage of $1,800 per month in take-home pay for all Singaporean workers. This works out to about $2,250 in gross wage per month. This may appear high, but if you add workfare supplement, GST voucher, U-Save rebate, CDC voucher, and now progressive wage credit, you could easily reach the $2,250 gross wage per month. Hence, instead of handing out drips and drabs to Singaporeans, the government could have provided a lump sum to top up the average worker's gross wage to $2,250 per month. A permanent monthly wage of $2,250 will give workers more clarity in making personal financial plans for himself and for his family. That is how we make Singaporeans more resilient. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, 1. The Progress Singapore Party does not support this budget because there is no need for the GST hike. 2. Our country is in a very strong financial position, but Singaporeans need all the help they can get to overcome their current financial challenges. 3. With this budget, the government is asking Singaporeans to tighten their belts again while it sits on massive reserves and unutilized revenues. 4. As Singaporeans are already burdened with high healthcare costs, the government should first control the escalating cost of healthcare by changing the way our healthcare system works. And finally, PSP thinks that Singapore can have a new financial compact which is better than this budget. Speaker, Chinese, please. 前进党反对增加消费税，所以不支持这项预算案。政府通过增加消费税，将给中产阶级国人每年增加12亿元的负担，而同时，政府对富人的所得税和财富税的税收每年却仅增加预计不到6亿元。新加坡财政状况良好，当国人仍在面对各种困境的时候，我们应该花心思制定更好的财政方案，帮助他们。我们至今有16000亿储备金和300亿还没被动用的年收入。政府坐拥着金山银山，为什么还要在这个时刻让新加坡人勒紧裤腰带呢？新加坡人已经在当前和未来的医疗需要上付出了大笔经销，所以我们重点应该首先放在减少不断上升的医疗保健成本，而不是在加重新加坡人的负担。政府的财政支出在过去20年里，以每年7%的幅度迅速增长，是时候看看该如何减少非社会性和非医疗性的开支，其中政府的1000亿元的新冠疫情解救方案，其中的花销需要好好核算，给人民一个交代。前进党寻求一个替代方案，以新的财政模式更公平地分配国家资源，惠及社会各阶层。谢谢。Singaporeans deserve better. Thank you.
Professor Kolianpin. Sorry, Mr. Saktiandi Supat.
Mr. Speaker,
you allow me permission to seek clarification from Mr. Leong Man Wai?
Please do.
Mr. Leong Man Wai, you mentioned that the GST hike will result in $1.2 billion in tax burden on middle-class Singaporeans in the long run. Can you share with us how you got that 1.2 billion figure, as I don't seem to be able to find it in published material? Thank you, Mr. Leong.
Thank you, Member Satyandi, for the question. Speaker, I got the data by calculating from the ratio given by the Minister of Finance in terms of the share of the GST paid by the top 20% and the bottom 80%. It was in the ratio of 60 to 40%. Okay, so 40% to the bottom 80% and 60% to the top 20%. So if the total amount of GST revenue to be raised from a 2% increase in GST, that would be about $3 billion. So 40% of $3 billion, I got my $1.2 billion. That's how I got my $1.2 billion, yes.
That's a second additional clarification, please. Mr. Leong, can I ask you whether you can confirm that your calculations do not take into account the amounts that middle-income residents or Singaporeans will receive under the assurance package and the permanent GSTV scheme? Just want to confirm that your calculations do not include those.
Speaker, yes, the calculation don't take into consideration that, but I presume that the GST vouchers and all the compensation payment will only apply to the lower income Singaporeans. There are some applying to the middle income, but the permanent GST voucher, all that belongs to only the lower income. So at the end of the day, when the government argues that this is not regressive, it is not true. Because apart from the top 20%, who are the people who will bear the remaining 40% of the GST increase? Must be the middle-class Singaporeans. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Leong. I just asked, the reason why I asked is I just want to have an understanding, because the way I interpret the budget booklet and the statement that Minister Lawrence highlighted is that the assurance package and the permanent GSTV in some ways neutralize the impact on the majority, including the middle income as well. But Mr. Speaker, let me proceed with my speech. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for Finance for presenting the strategic yet empathetic budget that is aimed at securing the long-term interests of Singaporeans as a whole, as we face various global disruptions and uncertainties from various fronts. Budget 2022 is an ambitious budget plan. It seeks to strike a fine balance between helping our businesses and people emerge from the pandemic and investing in our longer-term objectives by taking tough decisions today. In my speech, I will start by addressing the concerns of Singaporeans, namely the middle-income segment, amid rising costs of living, including the GST increase. And one of the reasons why I sought clarification, because the middle-income segment is something that will be a theme in my speech, Mr. Speaker. And the need to focus on the real wage growth to combat rising costs. I will then turn to the brave decisions we are taking to build a fair, inclusive and sustainable society. Thereafter, I will round out with some thoughts on maintaining Singapore's hub status. First, on the rising cost of living. As the economy recovers from COVID-19, both domestically and globally, we can expect inflationary pressures to drive prices up. The MAS is projecting a 2 to 3% increase in prices this year, led in part by rising energy prices due to geopolitical tensions, continuing supply bottlenecks, and a recovery in global demand. Against this backdrop of rising costs of living, the GST increase has generated great public attention. The GST was last raised to 7% in 2007, some 15 years ago, while the increase to 9% announced as early as 2018 in light of our aging population and increased healthcare and social spending, will still be lower than the GST or VAT in many other countries, such as Australia and the UK. But it is still a very visible price increase for the average Singaporean, and Singaporeans are understandably concerned. In this regard, I would like to thank the Minister for Finance for pushing back the start date and also staggering the GST increase across 2023 and 2024, as well as topping up the 6 billion assurance package that was announced in 2020, where the distribution of cash, rebates and vouchers will help households to offset 5 to 10 years of additional GST expenses. But we cannot just stop there. To help Singaporeans cope with rising costs of living in a sustained manner, we must focus on growing their wages. Based on MOM's data, the real growth in our full-time employed residents' median gross monthly income has slowed down in the last 5 years. This looks at the income of a typical worker in the middle of after all workers are ranked by their income. After adjusting for inflation, the median gross monthly income has only increased 2.1% year-on-year between 2016 and 2021, down from 3.1% in the 2011 to 2016 period. Mr. Speaker, so middle-income households also require more help, not just the low income. The last 2 years have not been easy for everyone. While I'm happy to hear that we will uplift lower wage workers by extending the progressive wage model to security officers, drivers and workers in the retail and food services sector, what are we doing to boost the wages of our middle-income workers? On that note, I have a few suggestions to make. One, as a start, and probably to nudge the public and private sectors, we could raise the salaries of our frontline workers, regardless of whether they are lower wage workers. I'm mindful that it needs to be paid by from somewhere. But this includes our wider range of healthcare workers and adult educators who are private sector individuals working across the early childhood, student care, universities, private education institutions, and international schools, and who are represented by the NTUC Affiliated Education Services Union, or ESU. The nature of their occupation meant that these adult educators, who are largely aged 35 and above, were one of the first to return to their workplaces as the pandemic dragged on. Increased remuneration will recognize the invaluable societal contributions in this pandemic and extend our appreciation to them, like how we did for our nurses last year. Second, I also welcome the raising of the minimum qualifying salary for foreigners to work in Singapore on employment passes or S passes. Theoretically, this means that jobs which previously paid between old and new salary thresholds, which could have gone to a foreign employee previously, will now have to be filled by a local. However, will the government consider further differentiation of sectors beyond just carving out the financial services sector? Different sectors pay vastly different salary scales, and the point at which they require foreign labor or expertise may vary significantly. So having a single uniform qualifying salary may also penalize sectors where Singaporeans are less interested in those jobs, while those employers cannot get pass holders to do the jobs. Third, another way to raise wages is to ensure that our workers can quickly and smoothly transition from their existing industry, which may be a sunset industry with stagnating wages, to emerging growth areas. In facilitating our current and future workers' transition and upskilling, why is there no further focus on the professional conversion program or the capability transfer program in this year's budget? Over the years, I see value in these programs, especially as we face the risks of structural unemployment and an economy in transition and faced with global disruptions. How are these programs going to sit alongside the New Skills Future Career Transition Program announced by the Minister for Finance? Fourth, given the context of an economy in transition, individuals may experience volatility in income levels or in employment altogether. It may be useful to relook at the option of assessing personal income tax on a current year pay-as-you-earn basis. And I've mentioned this in many of my budget debate speeches, so it's like a broken record. I've been raising this point. This is as opposed to a preceding year basis. This system can help taxpayers, a significant proportion being middle and upper middle income Singaporeans, so that they can better manage their cash flow by matching tax payments with contemporaneous income. Finally, we cannot forget our freelancers. Before the pandemic, the number of freelancers were already on the rise, reaching 8% of Singapore's working residents. Through the pandemic, I've heard from residents that they or their family members have turned to delivery and private hire driving gigs. And the launch of apps to connect gig workers and clients have only accelerated the growth of freelancing. As an advisor to the NTUC Affiliated Education Services Union, One of the first groups of people that come to my mind are the private sector individuals working across the early childhood, student care, universities, private education institutions, and international schools, otherwise known as adult educators. The nature of the sector lends itself to freelancing, as training providers and institutions are increasingly reluctant to hire these individuals as employees. Some adult educators may even be compelled to start their own sole proprietor company and enter a business-to-business transaction just to get the job. Common problems faced by freelancers include not getting paid on time and onerous and unclear contractual provisions such as those that unfairly appropriate the freelancer's materials or intellectual property. Unlike employees who have some protections under employment law, freelancers often fall back on contractual terms that they agree with their clients. Is it possible for the Ministry of Manpower to augment its key terms of engagement form template for self-employed persons to provide default contracting wording, which freelancers can rely on to be market standard, and which they can rely on if the matter goes to the court or the small claims tribunal? For adult educators in particular, I understand that ESU is currently working with SkillsFuture Singapore to formulate tripartite standards for freelance adult educators. When that is done, I hope the government can take the lead and require training providers to adopt the tripartite standards before they are eligible for SkillsFuture funding. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 also demonstrates our government's resolve to tackle the tough but necessary decisions to build a fair, inclusive and sustainable society we want. I'm proud that our government is walking the talk when it comes to addressing inequality, with higher taxes targeting the top 1.2% of earners, luxury cars, investment properties, and on the top 7% of most valuable homes. These progressive measures will ensure that those with more will contribute more, while those with less will still contribute, but a lesser amount, and they will receive more benefits in return. But on the Minister's point that there is some difficulty in valuing and taxing wealth accurately, may I ask if we are rethinking our 2008 decision to repeal estate duty, also known as inheritance tax? A recent OECD report has observed estate duty can be a particularly efficient way of enhancing equity and raising revenue if the class of exempted assets are minimized and the tax base is kept broad. Besides being a fair and inclusive society, we also want to be a sustainable community. Just last month, many members, including myself, spoke on the motion for inclusive transition to a low-carbon society. I'm grateful that the government has taken on board the suggestion to announce our carbon tax plans in advance in order to give businesses the runway to plan ahead. While the contemplated measures to help businesses such as emissions allowances and support for green investments are welcome, are we also looking at adjustment measures to prevent carbon leakage to other countries with looser requirements? For example, Indonesia's carbon tax is going to be set at $2.10 per tonne come April 2022. If businesses simply offshore their operations away from Singapore, not only do we lose jobs associated with such operations, we may also fall short of our goal to manage climate change. In addition, further details would be useful to assuage concerns that exemptions to companies using LNG, diesel, and petrol may undermine our efforts in this space. Finally, I turn to the longer-term priority to maintain Singapore's status and relevance as a leading hub in order to survive and thrive as a resource-scarce nation. Positioning ourselves at the forefront of sustainability trends by developing into a go-to regional marketplace for the trading of carbon credits is essential. I had previously mentioned in the House that the global carbon credit market would be worth more than $50 billion come 2030. In our efforts to build a carbon trading ecosystem in Singapore, as we are in such early stages, I would suggest organizing a dedicated interagency task force now to coordinate these efforts. The creation of a vibrant marketplace with many active participants depends on a range of issues that we will need our different agencies to work out. I'll be filing a card on this during the COS debate to address this in greater detail. Second, on Singapore's overall attractiveness of foreign investments following the implementation of the agreed global tax reform, or BEPS 2.0. What are the government's plans to preserve Singapore's attractiveness as an investment destination in view of this erosion of our corporate tax competitiveness? Is it possible to repackage some of these tax incentives so that agencies like EDB can still continue to have these carrots in the bag as they pitch to foreign investors? And what will happen to the investment tax credits with the changes? The fairness of the global tax reform under BEPS 2.0 and the achievement of its stated aims will depend exactly on how individual countries choose to implement the two pillars. As we consider our own implementation steps, I hope we can adopt a wait-and-see approach to consider how other countries are implementing BEPS 2.0 before tailoring our implementation steps in tandem, rather than pioneer an implementation model ahead of the rest of the world. Operationally, supposedly 1,800 companies are going to be affected, but no indication which sectors and type of companies they are and how hard they will be hit. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude this part of my speech, I would like to address an assertion made by Mr. Leong and PSP, which is that the GST increase will be borne by middle-income Singaporeans. So given the statements and information previously provided by MOF, I think that statement is neither fair nor an accurate assessment. As you can see, and I mentioned it earlier at the start of my speech, and previous budget speeches mentioned by Minister Lawrence and other Minister for Finance, I requested for more help given to middle income. I recall in her response speech to an adjournment motion on taxation for a dynamic and fair 21st century economy just 3 months ago, Second Minister for Finance, Ms. Indrani Raja, clarified that over 60% of the net GST from households and individuals is estimated to be collected from the top 20% of resident households, foreigners residing in Singapore, and tourists. That was not the first time this information has been given to the House. DPM Heng also highlighted this 2 years ago in his 2020 budget debate response speech. Also, all the finance ministers have explained that the assurance package will cover the majority of Singaporeans for 5 years' worth of GST increase and the lower income for at least 10 years' worth. This effectively neutralizes the GST increase for these groups for those durations and in some cases for even longer, not to mention the permanent GST scheme which will add on to that assurance package as well. So to get a sense of how much the different households will receive, colleagues and members, you may find it useful to refer the infographics, and I've seen the infographics on the MOF website. In addition to the middle and low income, they will receive offsets under the permanent GST voucher scheme over and above the amounts under the assurance package. So it is not right to say that GST increase will be borne by the middle income without taking into consideration some of these transfers and some of these longer term and permanent transfers, which is quite unique for Singapore, the GST-V or GST permanent scheme. Mr. Speaker, in Malay, please. Saya gembira kerana pemerintah telah mendengar kebimbangan rakyat dan menangguhkan tarikh mula GST dan secara berperingkat-peringkat selama 2 tahun. Saya juga gembira kerana di bawah package assurance, majoriti keluarga akan mendapat pengimbangan atau offset 5 tahun dan keluarga pendapatan yang lebih rendah akan mendapat sekurang-kurangnya 10 tahun. Sebagai contoh, pasangan warga Singapura dengan 2 anak kecil yang tinggal di flat HDB 4 bilik dan memperolehi pendapatan isi rumah gabungan sebanyak $8,000 sebulan, walaupun mereka perlu membayar $806 dalam GST tambahan setahun di bawah kenaikan GST, mereka boleh menerima bayaran dan ribat sebanyak $3,850 dalam tempoh 5 tahun di bawah pakej jaminan 6.6 bilion yang dipertingkatkan. Keluarga 3 generasi dengan 2 anak bersekolah yang tinggal di flat 5 bilik boleh menerima $6,740 dalam tempoh 5 tahun, mengimbangi kira-kira 7 tahun kenaikan GST. Ini adalah golongan pertengahan yang seperti saya katakan tadi. Dalam contoh lain, pasangan berpendapatan rendah dengan 2 anak kecil yang tinggal di flat HDB 3 bilik dan memperoleh pendapatan isi rumah sebanyak $2,300 berpeluang menerima $5,010 pembayaran dan ribat mengimbangi kira-kira 12 tahun kenaikan GST. Ini tidak termasuk skim GST voucher yang permanent yang akan mereka juga hadapi dan ambil setelah untuk peringkat jangka panjang yang lebih panjang daripada itu. Jika saya boleh meringkaskannya dengan menggunakan pantun 2 rangkap. Beroleh raga bersama kawan, tak kira tempat, tak kira masa. Ramai warga diberi bantuan, bantuan diberi luar biasa. pergi membeli buah tembikai, dibeli dari pengayuh sampan, alah membeli menang memakai, ada keteguhan, ada harapan. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the last 2 years, we have dipped into our reserves and Singaporeans have worked very hard to pull Singapore through the COVID-19 challenges. I'm glad to read that our collective efforts have paid off in buttressing the recession as well as resident unemployment. We must now turn our attentions to middle to long-term goals and uplift our citizens' well-being, as well as we continue to help Singaporeans out of the long shadow of COVID-19. On that note, I support Budget 2022, which aims to secure the welfare and the future of Singapore and Singaporeans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Leong Malboy.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think we got to clarify who is going to pay the $3 billion GST increase. Since Member Satyandi say even the middle class is not paying, who is paying for the $3 billion? Can anyone from the government clarify? Thank you.
Professor Koh Lian Pin.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I declare my interest as a professor at NUS. Budget 2022 introduces measures that reflect the many challenges and opportunities that Singapore faces as we emerge from this pandemic. The budget addresses important bread and butter issues by investing in immediate support for our businesses, our workforce, and our households. These measures will help Singaporeans manage the cost of living, ensure we continue to track a strong and steady economic recovery, and create new jobs and opportunities for all. At the same time, the budget also acknowledges several additional priorities, such as strengthening our social support system, transitioning to a greener economy, and tackling climate change as a global emergency. These social, economic, and environmental sustainability measures are hugely important because they help build our resilience against present and future shocks to the well-being of our fellow Singaporeans, our economy, and our natural environment. Achieving these goals will not be easy and requires careful consideration of the many trade-offs, particularly when different priorities require common and limited resources, such as our land. Some of these new measures may also require businesses to acknowledge the environmental costs of their activities. Faced with these challenges, it may be useful to look back at the most testing times in Singapore's history for insights and inspiration that may guide us forward decisively and successfully. In his speech to the Singapore Press Club in February of 1972, former senior minister, the late Mr. S. Rajaratnam, noted that he once believed Singapore as a small city-state, and I quote, "without a natural hinterland, without a large domestic market, and no raw materials to speak of, has a near zero chance of survival politically, economically, or militarily," end quote. However, when Mr. Rajaratnam made that speech, he immediately acknowledged that he had already been proven wrong. Singapore had in fact not only survived, but also begun to thrive. The reason for that, as Mr. Rajaratnam observed, is because we had been transforming ourselves into a new kind of city, the global city. We had begun to view ourselves not as a self-contained city-state, not as a regional city, but rather as a world-embracing global city. Fast forward to today, as we embark on our sustainability journey, we may wish to consider that Singapore can be a global city for sustainability. In the same way that Singapore has had to transform ourselves when faced with an existential crisis half a century ago, we have to pivot ourselves yet again today as we face the existential crisis of climate change. By working with other global cities as our eager collaborators, our allies, our co-inventors of new knowledge, new technologies, and new opportunities, we can leverage our respective strengths, overcome our individual weaknesses, and amplify our capacity to meet our challenges. As a global city for sustainability, size matters not, because the world is our hinterland. We can free ourselves from the shackles of our geographic limitations. We can expand the canvas of our imagination through innovation. We can collaborate with other global cities to address the emerging sustainability challenges that the world faces. Singapore as a global city for sustainability is not just a thought experiment. The transformation has already begun. Let me highlight a few examples in the areas of research, education, and actions. The Cities of Tomorrow R&D program is a multi-agency effort led by the Ministry of National Development to identify challenges that cities face and to develop solutions to address these challenges. This program has several research-focused areas that address our sustainability goals. For example, the program will develop solutions for creating a more people-centric and pleasant living environment by addressing the impacts of climate change in cities, while considering the social sentiments and needs of the people and communities. As Minister Desmond Lee noted during the Urban Sustainability R&D Symposia 2021, and I quote, "We aspire to build a city that not only meets our physical needs, but that also enables us to forge strong relationships and deep emotional connections with each other," end quote. The program will also support our transformation into a city in nature by developing the necessary tools and techniques for enhancing biodiversity and our natural environment, and implementing nature-based solutions to tackle climate change. These are timely and important goals that will undoubtedly deliver new insights and innovations to benefit Singapore. In fact, as a global city for sustainability, we may want to be even more ambitious by not only developing solutions that cater to Singapore's needs, but also exporting the solutions we develop to meet the needs of other cities around the world. This requires our universities and research institutes to work collaboratively with our public, private, and people sectors towards a common vision of transforming Singapore into a global city for sustainability. Another area that requires close collaboration between these different sectors is education. During the Straits Times Education Forum 2022, held in February this year, Minister Chan Chun Sing highlighted the need for Singapore to retrain about 500,000 adult learners each year through continuing education and training programs. As Minister Chan noted, and I quote, "The skills to learn fast, unlearn, and relearn become more important than getting a particular grade at a particular point in life," end quote. This is especially true in our nascent but rapidly growing sustainability sector, where the need and demand for the upskilling of our workforce may prove to be the greatest. Fortunately, our educational institutions have already been rising to the challenge. For example, Ngee Ann Polytechnic offers a specialist diploma in sustainable facilities management. Temasek Polytechnic offers a diploma in energy management and sustainable design. SMU offers an executive education program on sustainability and sustainable businesses. And NUS offers a Master of Science program on sustainable and green finance, just to name a few. Many of these training programs are taught by both academics and industry leaders who are eager to share their perspectives, knowledge, and experience in the field of sustainability. There is clearly more to be done to build capacity on sustainability across different sectors and value chains. My recent discussions with stakeholders in Singapore point to three main buckets of skills gap as follows. First, the most basic and foundational knowledge on climate change and sustainability that every worker should possess. Second, function-specific skill sets to ensure the capacity of corporate function departments to support the rest of the company in developing and deploying sustainability initiatives. And third, sector-specific competencies to enable the successful transition of key industries towards more sustainable business models and practices. Importantly, as we continue to develop and deploy more training programs to fill these gaps, we should also be cognizant of the needs of other cities. By helping other cities build their capacity for addressing climate change and sustainability challenges, Singapore may also become a sustainability academy for the world. With the bold and decisive announcements in this budget of our net zero ambition by or around mid-century and our revised carbon tax policy, we are signaling to the world that Singapore is absolutely serious about taking concrete actions to tackle climate change. As Minister Grace Fu recently highlighted, our carbon tax increase sends a clear signal to companies that emissions have an explicit environmental cost. Companies must factor these costs in their business decisions. By putting an appropriate price on carbon, we are incentivizing companies to transition to renewable energy, to improve their energy efficiencies, and to invest in cleaner technologies. More importantly, as many of our Singapore-based companies have international value chains, these changes in corporate decision-making and behavior can have far-reaching global impacts. But in my opinion, there is an even more important and impressive aspect of our revised carbon tax policy. From 2024, carbon tax liable businesses will be allowed to use international carbon credits to offset up to 5% of their taxable carbon emissions. This is nothing short of visionary, as also noted by Mr. Mikael Larsen, CEO of Climate Impact X. This measure will go a long way towards supporting the growth of a vibrant international carbon market to achieve climate impact at scale. Crucially, this will also create demand for high-quality, nature-based carbon offsets to help support forest conservation and reforestation projects internationally. These green transition measures are well aligned with Singapore's ambition to be a global carbon services and trading hub. Mr. Speaker, sir, to transform Singapore into a global city for sustainability will demand a measure of courage, imagination, and intelligence, to borrow the words of Mr. Rajaratnam. I am optimistic about the odds of our success, not least because our youth are bursting at the seams with an overwhelming sense of civic virtue, purpose, and pride. In more ways than one, they are the reason we are on this sustainability journey. Ms. Kate Yeo, born and raised in Singapore, is currently a first-year undergraduate student at Dartmouth College in the US. Kate is deeply passionate about environmental and sustainability issues in Singapore and has been regularly posting her explainers and thoughts on Instagram as BYOBottleSG. After hearing about the green transition initiatives on Budget Day, Kate posted the following on Instagram, and I quote, "Still lots of details to be released. And of course, we'll still have to see how these policies will work in practice. But on the whole, I'm hopeful simply because Singapore is sometimes painfully pragmatic and we don't set targets we can't hit. If the government says net zero by or around 2050, I have faith we'll get there, end quote. Mr. Speaker, sir, fellow members of Parliament, and fellow Singaporeans, in these challenging times, our youth are rallying behind us, behind our measures. They are putting their trust in us to do the right thing and to succeed. We must not fail them. At the heart of cities are their people. While Singapore is uniquely challenged in several ways, we are also uniquely endowed in other ways. In particular, the indomitable spirit of our people has enabled us to survive and thrive throughout our history, despite all odds. As we emerge from yet another crucible of fire, to borrow the Prime Minister's words, we will level up and emerge even stronger yet again. As Singapore confronts climate change and other sustainability challenges, we have the opportunity to be part of something bigger than ourselves, to punch above our weight once more, to achieve happiness, prosperity, and progress, not just for our nation, but also the world, charting our new way forward together as a bright green spark, as a global city for sustainability. Sir, I support the budget and thank you for the privilege to speak.
Minister Lawrence Wong.
Mr. Speaker, if you just permit me, because Mr. Leong Man Wai had asked a question just now about the net impact of GST on the middle income groups. And in fact, I believe Associate Professor James Lim had asked a similar question on the broad impact of the GST and the GSTV changes, as well as other tax changes. Sir, all of these are relevant, important questions. In fact, many members would probably surface them in their subsequent speeches too. But I just want to assure members that I will give a full response to all of this when I deliver my round-up speech. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Henry Kwek.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we currently are at the height of the Omicron wave. I know many residents who contacted Omicron or know somebody who has. But Omicron too will pass. If the experience of US and Europe is applicable, Singapore will be in a better shape within weeks or months. And once we get past Omicrons, experts globally have forecasted a period of relative stability for this year compared to the challenging last 2 years. Therefore, it is time for us to start planning for how to encourage Singaporeans involved in COVID management to go back to their industries. When COVID first struck around budget 2020 period of time, I asked the government to hire more displaced Singaporeans, especially mid-career Singaporeans. There are others who made the same suggestion. Our government wisely hired many Singaporeans to implement SMM, to supplement our healthcare and social services, and to help our migrant workers cope. Now with Omicron, the situation is now quite different. A large part of our SMM may no longer be as effective in preventing the hyper-contagious Omicron, and we have to learn to coexist with COVID. And today, most of our industries are in a much better shape compared to 2020 and 2021. In fact, some industries are experiencing a shortage of staff. This contributes to rising costs. This leads to higher domestic inflation. Of course, a large part of this inflation we see is largely due to global supply bottlenecks as well as surging energy costs. But getting a number of Singaporeans currently involved in COVID management back to the industries will certainly help our companies better manage manpower costs, thereby mitigating rising cost of living. Also, MOF spending has done an exceptional job in preventing economic scarring in the lives of our people. I believe it's also equally important that these Singaporeans I mentioned do not stay away from their respective industries for too long, which diminishes their skills in the long run. And this is all the more important because I believe our local labor supply will stop growing within a few years, even after the planned increase in retirement and re-employment ages. To be clear, I'm not suggesting everybody transiting back to their private sector from this group of people involved in COVID management. A core team can remain. The rest can transit back in phases based on whether their previous industries are ready for them and whether they need to be reskilled before going to a different one. We can also supplement this core team with non-Singaporeans from neighboring countries, much like how non-Singaporeans serve as APOs in some situations to supplement our SPF officers. And the non-Singaporeans involved in COVID management can be brought in using additional work pass or S-pass, but with clear sunset clauses that their permits be tied to whether or not there's a continued need for COVID management. Now that brings me to my next point about reducing the cost and complexity for businesses through a decisive streamlining of SMM so as to fight rising inflation. Our MTF chairs have done a good job simplifying our SMM and health protocols as the virus evolves. Recently, our Minister for Finance and other MTF ministers have indicated they will do a thorough review of SMM after the Omicron wave subsides. I'm in full agreement. Let's go decisive on this. I hope our MTF can come up with a carefully considered list of no-go activities and settings, but allow everything else to proceed. Such clarity will help our civil servants achieve a quick, decisive, but effective relaxation of SMM when the time is right. My final point is about our SG Green Plan and our participation in climate change negotiations. Over the past few months, I've met a number of Singaporeans and international climate change groups and organizations. And recently, many of them told me they were absolutely delighted to hear about our new net zero pledge. And given that I have spoken on a number of occasions about the importance of carbon offsets and carbon trading, I'm also heartened to hear that our government is involved in the negotiation of Article 6 of COP26 because it unlocks the possibility for Singapore to fight climate change internationally while having this contribution potentially recognized under our National Determined Commitments or NDC. Article 6 as it stands today mentions bilateral negotiation, but based on my understanding, without mentioning a large number of details. Now, if bilateral negotiations determine how two countries, the one that contributes to the project and the other one where the project is based, split contributions to NDCs, to their respective NDCs, then I hope our government can start bilateral negotiation with a sizable number of countries, some from our immediate region and some from beyond. Doing so will ensure that our overseas climate contributions are not all in one single basket, so to speak, and will not be disadvantaged in negotiation with any one country in the future. Mr. Speaker, let me now conclude with a few general remarks on our budget. Many people I spoke to were relieved to hear that the GST increase will be staggered and only starting in 2023, especially given where inflation is today. Tax increases are never popular, but many Singaporeans acknowledge our pressing and fast-growing needs. Just to name a few, it's not just increasing healthcare costs, it's not just paying for aging infrastructure, it's not just investing for future capabilities. But let's not also forget that there will be less Singaporeans working in the future to support more people. Less taxpayers Singaporean taxpayers supporting more people. And by now, many Singaporeans are also aware that our uniquely Singaporean GST model is progressive. It is, in fact, a tiered GST system where the well-to-do pays more. Now, some careful observers are also heartened to see that the government took a number of other steps first before implementing the GST, which affects many Singaporeans. And these steps include, 1, financing long-term lumpy infrastructure projects through bond. 2, transferring a sizable amount of MAS foreign reserve to GIC so that we can generate more future income through our reserves. 3, implementing wealth tax in a measured and practical way. And 4, getting the very successful contribute their fair share of income tax. Now, all this shows that our government has listened carefully to people from all walks of life, balance our country's needs with the complex global situation, and come up with practical ways to make Singapore better. With that, I offer my strong support for this budget. Thank you.
Minister Gan Kim Yong.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to speak at the budget debate. I rise in support of the budget. Please allow me to speak on the impact of the conflict in Ukraine on Singapore's economy. I will also respond to members' comments on what we can do to help businesses and Singaporeans cope with the rising inflation and the challenges ahead. Let me start with the situation in Ukraine. Minister for Foreign Affairs, Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, had earlier delivered a ministerial statement on the matter. I will focus on its potential impact on Singapore's economy. We are closely monitoring the rapidly unfolding situation. Our initial assessment is that the immediate and direct impact on our economy and firms has been manageable for now. Singapore companies have a limited presence in Ukraine, and we do not import many essential supplies from Ukraine and the region. We have adopted a multi-pronged strategy to manage supply chain risks, especially for essential goods, which we had enhanced during the COVID-19 pandemic. This includes diversifying our imports, stockpiling and producing locally where viable, and working with major importers and retailers to ramp up supply from alternative sources if necessary. Having said that, the conflict is still evolving and the situation could change very quickly. Make no mistake that while Ukraine may seem very far away from Singapore, the conflict there will have real and significant impact on all of us. With the sanctions being imposed on Russia by various countries and the disruption to supplies, global prices of energy and other products are set to rise in the coming weeks. Earlier today, Minister Vivian announced that we will act in concert with like-minded countries to impose appropriate sanctions and restrictions on Russia. These measures will certainly come at a cost to us too, but I hope Singaporeans will understand why we need to make a clear stand, even if there is a price to pay, as Minister Balakrishnan has explained. One key area we will be significantly impacted by the conflict in Ukraine is energy cost, as we import most of our energy needs. We have already seen in recent months a spike in the global prices of oil and natural gas, which Russia is a major exporter of. For example, liquefied natural gas, or LNG, prices have doubled from about $17 per MMBTU, or million metric tons British thermal units, MMBTU, 6 months ago, to about $35 currently. Brent crude, Brent benchmark, also surged past US dollars $100 per barrel just a few days ago, compared to US dollars $71 average we saw last year. Motorists must therefore expect pump prices for petrol and diesel here to rise in time. Electricity rates for both businesses and households will also increase in tandem with escalating global energy costs. These will undoubtedly impact Singaporeans and further raise the cost of living here. The crisis will also further strain global supply chains, as Russia and Ukraine are major exporters of commodities such as wheat and metals like nickel and palladium. Supply disruptions for these commodities will raise the prices of goods that use these commodities as intermediate input. For example, a global disruption in the supply of nickel could affect the production of stainless steel used in manufacturing and construction sectors. Disruptions to palladium supply will affect the semiconductor industry and consequently the wider technology goods market. We are working with our key companies to review their business continuity plans to minimize disruptions to their business operations. We must also be prepared for the follow-on impact on trade and investment flows. A protracted conflict will affect business confidence and weigh on global economies and impact the recovery from the pandemic. So what does this mean for Singapore economy? We earlier projected our GDP would grow by 3 to 5% this year, with CPI all items inflation ranging between 2.5% and 3.5%, and the MAS core inflation between 2 to 3%. The Ukraine crisis has clouded our economic outlook. The actual impact on Singapore's GDP and inflation is difficult to estimate at this stage, given significant uncertainties. A lot will depend on how the conflict unfolds, the global response to the situation, and the long-term impact on global economy. However, what is clear is that inflationary pressures are likely to rise further in the near term, especially through an increase in the prices of oil-related items in the first instance. The downside risks to our economy have also increased significantly. Some may ask, can we shield Singapore from the impact of these external factors? As an open economy, we will not be able to totally insulate Singapore from the impact of higher global costs. Some ask whether we can help businesses and households. The Small Business Recovery Grant and the Household Support Package we announced at the budget will help our businesses and households. I will talk about them shortly. We will continue to monitor the situation closely and, if necessary, introduce additional measures to help them cope with the challenges. Businesses are understandably concerned. After 2 years of the pandemic, many have been looking forward to ride the wave of a strong recovery in global economy this year. The conflict has added considerable volatility and stress on what is an already challenging business environment arising from supply chains disruptions, higher electricity and fuel prices, and a tight labor market. Households have been similarly affected by these inflationary pressures. The government understands the strains that businesses and households are under and will do our best to help them. We have put in place a multi-pronged strategy to do so. First, we will work with industries and firms to keep Singapore economy competitive so that it can continue to sustain real wage growth for Singaporeans. Despite inflation having gone up, the real median income of full-time employed residents for 2021 grew by close to 1% in the COVID-19 year. The growth was significantly higher at 4.4% for lower-income residents at the lowest 20th percentile. Second, MAS on 25th January this year raised the rate of appreciation of the trade-weighted Singapore dollar. A stronger Singapore dollar will help moderate the impact of external cost pressures. Third, the government works with a wide range of stakeholders to carefully manage the various cost drivers. In January this year, Minister of State Loh Yan Ling shared with members in detail our measures to address inflationary pressures, and these include carefully managing the supply of industrial and commercial space to help manage rental costs, working closely with industry partners to ensure that the prices of daily necessities are competitive and affordable, including diversifying food import sources to reduce our vulnerability to global price fluctuations, and working with the Consumer Association of Singapore, CASE, to promote price transparency and help consumers make informed decisions. Some members expressed concerns about electricity prices. As Second Minister Tan See Leng explained to the House last year and recently in February this year, MTI and the EMA have put in place several measures to enhance our energy security and resilience and moderate the volatility in electricity prices. These include ensuring that electricity generation companies have sufficient fuel reserves, establishing a standby fuel facility which generation companies can tap on to produce electricity, and introducing the Temporary Retail Electricity Contracting Support, or TREX scheme. We have already extended the TREX from March to May, and will extend it further if necessary. We are also working with generation companies and electricity retailers to offer more supplies under such contracts. Notwithstanding these measures, with the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine, electricity prices are likely to remain elevated or even increase further. Members also spoke about the challenges businesses face in labor shortage and rising manpower costs. I'm heartened that members appreciate the difficult balance we need to achieve between ensuring sufficient manpower for our enterprises and uplifting the capabilities and employment outcomes of our domestic workforce. especially our lower income workers. Singapore will continue to build a conducive environment for enterprises to grow, our economy to remain open and competitive, and for our workers to benefit from the growth. The Minister for Manpower, Tan See Ling, will share more on what the government is doing to help firms, especially the SMEs, manage the impact of manpower policy changes. The Minister for Finance had also announced a suite of measures in his budget speech to support businesses, especially SMEs, to cope with higher costs. The Small Business Recovery Grant of $1,000 per local employee up to a cap of $10,000 per firm will help eligible firms in sectors most badly affected by COVID-19. The extension of enhanced enterprise loan schemes will facilitate SMEs' continued access to financing and ease their cash flow. The Enhanced Skills Future Enterprise Credit, or SFEC, will now be available to more small and micro enterprises, and the enhancement of the Productivity Solutions Grant will provide support for a broader range of solutions. Together, more firms will be able to tap on government support to improve their efficiency and reduce their reliance on manpower. To encourage take-up, the government will intensify our outreach to SMEs by proactively reaching out to them through the trade associations and chambers, as well as through Enterprise Singapore. Households have also been affected by the rise in inflation, especially from higher utilities and grocery bills. The government will continue to lean forward and help them manage the higher cost of living. The household support package introduced as part of this budget will help HDB households, which will receive double the quantum of their quarterly YouSave vouchers in 2022, to help them defray the cost of higher electricity bills. The support measures are not limited to just HDB households. All Singaporean households will receive an additional $100 in Community Development Council vouchers to help them with their daily expenses. And all children under the age of 21 will receive a top-up of $200 to their child development account, education account, or post-secondary education account to help them with their education needs. This is in addition to the wide range of support measures for seniors and low-income families that the government has enhanced, such as the Civil Support Scheme and the Workfare Income Supplement Scheme. Regular support measures such as the public transport vouchers and the permanent GST voucher scheme also help ease the higher cost of living for many Singaporeans. This is a reflection of our commitment to give more support to those who need it most. Households that still need extra help can also continue to apply to ComCare for financial assistance. The government will monitor the inflation situation carefully and will not hesitate to provide more help should there be a need to. Sir, beyond the immediate challenges at hand, in the longer term, Singapore will continue to face resource constraints such as manpower. There is an urgent need for our enterprises to digitalize and improve their productivity. Firms that are resource intensive must recognize the need to transform their businesses and workforce so that they are able to do more with less and unlock new business opportunities and access new markets and customers. Workers must also recognize that the best way for them to compete and stay employable in an increasingly volatile environment it is to constantly learn and upgrade themselves so that they remain relevant and productive. I will share more about the challenges and economic opportunities that we see and how we will help businesses and workers overcome the challenges and capture these opportunities during the Committee of Supply debate on MTI later this week. Sir, the conflict in Ukraine is a stark reminder that as a small country and open economy, we are vulnerable to the vagaries of international developments, be they military conflict, global inflation, or supply chain disruptions, or other trends like technology and climate change. It is crucial that we strengthen our defenses against such external shocks. And to do that, we need to build a vibrant, diversified, and resilient economy, as well as forge a cohesive and united society. While there are significant challenges ahead, I'm confident that we can weather these headwinds if we work together, the people, businesses, and the government. This way, we can face the future with confidence. Thank you.
Mr. Derek Goh.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we are in the midst of navigating the COVID-19 pandemic. We have collectively fared well so far, and I attribute this to the leadership of our government and the trust and cooperation of our citizens. I applaud the government for boldly putting forward a holistic and expansionary budget of 102.4 billion. Taken as a whole, the budget is not only fairer, greener and more inclusive for individuals and businesses. Importantly, it tackles existing challenges and yet prepares Singapore for opportunities that are before us. Budget 2022 is a clear step forward as it demonstrates the government's commitment towards a fairer society where the better off amongst us contribute more with a progressive and resilient tax system. The GST hike, higher carbon taxes and wealth tax increases as sources of funds are not immediate, and this budget has provided more clarity and certainty for individuals and firms to plan ahead. For the above reasons, this budget, aptly titled Charting Our New Way Forward Together, resonates with me. Our plan is to ensure that no one, individual or business, will be left behind as we ride the wave into a more complex, more digital and greener world. To achieve that, I would like to highlight two areas which we will need to focus on. One, supporting and accelerating our SMEs in their recovery and growth in the new economy. Two, redoubling our efforts to tackle escalating crime trends, specifically to safeguard our citizens against digital crimes such as scams, as well as to protect our youth from the perils of drug abuse. I'll first speak on supporting our SMEs, which are the backbone of our economy. Although Singapore's economy is projected to grow 3 to 5% in 2022, businesses are cautiously optimistic as the world opens up. Headwinds remain. SMEs expect higher business costs from macroeconomic risks such as rising energy and commodity prices, worsening geopolitical conflicts and supply chain disruptions. Locally, the progressive wage model and tighter foreign labour policies instituted will help uplift lower wage workers and boost the hiring of residents respectively. But they translate to even greater expenses for our SMEs. I therefore welcome the 500 million jobs and business support package. This provides payouts to SMEs most affected by COVID-19 restrictions, on top of the extension of other financing schemes. Budget 2022 is clear in its push for SMEs to strengthen its capabilities. 200 million for digitization schemes, 600 million to expand productivity solutions grant, and 100 million to scale company training. All in, support for SMEs to transform and thrive in the new economy is sizable. Nevertheless, what may weigh on the minds of SME owners are the certainty of cost increases against the uncertain benefits of transformation. Therefore, beyond funding, what is key to realize our plans for a new economy is good execution. The government can consider more active role to engage and transform our SMEs quicker. Mr. Jimmy Goh, owner of an SME 500 awardee Sin Chui Mini Mart, recently told me how grateful he was for the support provided by the Productivity Solutions Grant and advice from an SME centre. This helped him to take the bold step to successfully digitize his father's traditional seafood trading business of over 30 years. While the digitalization journey was rewarding, he shared the uncertainties that could deter SMEs, such as the heavy reliance on outsourced solution providers, and therefore the worry of the loss of control of key business data and IT systems. Another feedback provided to me by the Association of Trade and Commerce noted that SMEs amidst the journey are unclear of the roadmap to digitalize, such as the need for online marketing after developing a sales website. SMEs found themselves underestimating the cost and time required to build new digital channels. As we speak about a greener future, what has hogged the media and public conversations has been about the planned carbon tax increases. Looking forward, the focus for SMEs should really be about how to remain competitive and, in fact, capture more opportunities that are ahead. Increasingly, MNCs and governments will require SMEs to be ESG compliant to continue to be on their panel of vendors. These standards are not easy to implement and sometimes confusing. So it's no wonder that many SMEs do not quite know where to start and how to measure and report compliance. While there are different resources available to help businesses in our pursuit of a digital and green economy, SMEs still see transformation as a cost rather than a strategic investment or advantage. This is where the challenge is not about funding alone, but it's about how our government can play a bigger role in actively engaging our SMEs. More can be done to spark a mindset shift in SMEs, marshal them towards the right resources, shape role models in different industries, and to sustain partnerships in their transformation journey. One angle is for government to rope in trade associations and chambers of commerce, or TACs, to contribute more as an effective bridge between our agencies and SMEs. So I'm actually glad Minister Gunn just raised these points earlier, and I hope to hear more details on this at the coming Committee of Supply debate. If we do this right, SMEs can really benefit and be ahead of the curve against regional competitors in the new economy. So, as important as the budget's focus on economic progress is the strengthening of our social resilience. This includes keeping our country safe and secure. I note that Budget 2022 has provided for a modest 1.8% increase in MHA's planned expenditure. I hope that it has catered for the expanding resources and capabilities to deal with evolving crime trends. At last year's budget debate, I called for more action and resources to curb the rise of scams. For 2021, SBF reported over 46,000 crimes. While physical crimes have plunged, scams quadrupled from 2017, and victims lost over 633 billion last year. This is more than the 500 million jobs and business support package or the 560 million household support package to help our young and old. As we battle scams, it is not difficult to worry that more sophisticated cybercrimes that have emerged in other countries, such as ransomware, where perpetrators steal monies and our data, can also impact us. Given the above, we need to dedicate more resources, both skilled staff and capabilities, to the SPF to build on the initial success of the Anti-Scam Center and leverage its partnerships with other stakeholders in the digital ecosystem. We need more public engagement with both individuals as well as businesses. Everyone has a role to play in this multi-layered strategy. An equally worrying trend is that of drug abuse by youth. We owe much thanks to CNB's effectiveness in seizing illicit drugs and apprehending offenders, particularly traffickers, to keep our community safe. Notwithstanding this, youths aged 30 continue to form about 60% of new abusers in recent years. This could be due to the more liberal attitudes they have towards drugs, and the advent of new psychoactive substances could make this trend worse. We know that along with drug addiction come many social ills. We cannot allow the lives of youth who are our future to be marked by drugs. Therefore, more could be done in a concerted effort to engage youth and teachers at schools, as well as parents at home, to deal with at-risk youth for timely intervention. There is no silver bullet to solve these challenges. We have to act swiftly and resolutely to protect our citizens. In conclusion, sir, I'm optimistic that the budget is poised to pivot Singapore as we move towards a post-pandemic world. While challenges remain, we can take heart in the resilience and the unity that have propelled us forward, and we can look ahead with renewed confidence. I support 2022 budget and the plans in charting Singapore's new way forward together. Thank you.
Mr. Chong Kee Hiong.
Deputy Speaker, sir, in Mandarin. 副议长先生，人民目前最担心的是通货膨胀和生活成本的上升。我们不时会听到民生抱怨着说，在新消费税实施之前，水电费、食品、咖啡和日常用品等的价格都已经逐渐上涨了，这让许多家庭感到焦虑和担忧。尽管政府宣布了各种援助配套来抵消明年和后年消费税上调所带来的冲击，但是一般的市民还是担心新消费税的上调会增加他们在经济上的负担。我深信人民在遇到谋取暴利的情况时，他们必须得到保护和享有更有效的追索权。在此，我衷心希望政府会继续严厉看待谋取暴利的案例，并给予消费人协会和新加坡竞争与消费者委员会，还有即将成立的取缔谋取暴利委员会更多资源和权力来处理消费者的投诉，并有效对付谋取暴利的不良商人。然而，我们也了解到，并非所有价格的上涨的情况都是为了谋取暴利。我们必须承认，其实企业，尤其是中小企业、咖啡店和小贩，他们除了在劳动力短缺方面受到影响之外，也受到原材料、配料、水电费、物流和运输成本增加的压力。企业通常会尝试短期吸收成本的增加，以保留客户。物品与食品的价格往往不会每年都有所变化，而是每隔几年调整一次。因此，价格增长往往呈阶梯状。企业必须适应市场的需求，如有必要，改变他们的经营模式和流程，以确保在客户的眼里，他们所提供的产品、食品和服务都是物有所值，或者甚至物超所值。即使价格提高了，客户还是会继续上门光顾。鉴于新加坡几乎所有的物品都需要进口，因此我们是国际市场上的价格接受者。通货膨胀也将继续的存在。为了确保人民仍然能可以负担得起产品和食品，我们必须确保公有的工资增长速度超越过通货膨胀。因此，我呼吁政府能不断地制造机会，让我们的工友提升技能、知识和能力。与此同时， 我也呼吁政府密切留意和确保工资增长率和通货膨胀率这两方面能取得平衡，并在需要时有效地提供适当的援助。For workers' wages to outpace inflation and the rising cost of living, they need to have the skills and expertise that are in demand by the market. We need to equip and train our workers, give them the opportunity to upgrade themselves as they progress along their careers. This will allow them continued access to jobs with higher wages and better work conditions. The government, unions, and businesses must work together to explore the most suitable training models for their sectors. In this regard, I would like to give recognition to NTUC and its affiliated unions for their various initiatives, such as the company training committees. In addition to the task of identifying what kind of training is needed, the question is whether we can also get enough well-qualified trainers. How could the government assist our unions in this endeavor? There are plans to establish tripartite academies for sectors where transformation is needed. How will the training be conducted and courses be accredited? Will there be collaboration with our ITEs, polytechnics, and tertiary institutions? Can the Minister share more details on this? As part of the NTUC Job Security Council, NTUC's E2I has helped match more than 46,000 workers to new or secondary jobs from February 2020 to December 2021. Do we have long-term studies to track how successful these job matches are and identify the main problems where the matches are not compatible so that we can improve on the process? For persistent unemployment, mismatched skill sets need to be addressed, and retraining for the affected workers is needed to equip them with new skills for growing sectors. Next, I would like to appeal on behalf of some elderly private property owners regarding the increase in property taxes for owner-occupied residential properties. The property tax rates for the portion of annual value in excess of 30,000 will be raised from 4 to 16% to 6% to 32%. These are properties that they may have bought long ago. Upon retirement, they have no income and are burdened with ever-increasing cost of living and now have to pay higher property tax as well. These are their homes, not investment properties. They have rental income to offset the property taxes. Would the government consider assisting this group of residents? Last but not least, regarding the additional GST voucher, U-Save rebates under the assurance package, and the regular GSTV U-Save rebates, would the government consider dispersing the rebates based on per capita household income instead of the size of the HDB flat? This would appear to be fairer and more equitable. I would like to conclude with my support for the budget. Thank you very much.
Ms. Po Lee San.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, Budget 2022 is balanced and designed with a clear focus on better preparing Singaporeans for the future. Most measures address concerns such as a green economy, assistance for badly affected businesses, and supporting skills upgrading. The budget is fair and inclusive. The Finance Minister has shared that by raising the top-tier tax rates from 22% to 24%, an additional $170 million of tax revenue could be collected. Over the past year, there has been a 30% increase in the number of millionaires in Singapore, from around 207,000 in 2019 to 270,000 in 2020. The personal income tax rate varies in different countries, It is around 37% in the United States, 40% in Switzerland, 56% in Japan, and 45% in China. Comparatively, even though our top marginal personal income tax is 24%, it is still relatively low compared to these developed countries. Singapore's top-tier earners should find the revised tax rate favorable. Over the past week, I have spoken to several high-income earning Singaporeans. It's heartening to know that most high earners agree that the business-friendly social and commercial conditions in Singapore have helped them succeed and prosper. Some are supportive of the higher taxes to provide for heavier social spending. They understand that the changes to the tax system are necessary for the sustainability and stability of Singapore's infrastructure, conducive policies, secure environment, and well-developed digital infrastructure. Singapore has moved into a different phase of development. Going forward, Singaporeans should expect more tax changes to meet the demands of the changing demographics and economic conditions, with the top-tier earners expecting to contribute even more towards the tax revenues. Some high-income earners may feel that they have worked very hard for their success and that it's not fair to have to share with others who did not work as hard as they did. I do agree that nothing is absolutely fair and it's never possible to completely justify who should be paying more or less taxes. However, it is important to cultivate the growth mindset that those who can afford to pay a little more taxes should do so. Even with the higher tax revenue, the cost of living and doing business will still continue to rise. We will have to manage the rising inflation while maintaining our economy's competitiveness. One major area of concern is the push for productivity gains, especially in view of the curbs in foreign labour inflows as a result of the COVID pandemic. Over the past decades, the availability of low-cost foreign workers has benefited business owners and kept businesses running competitively. To add, these foreign workers are willing to perform labour-intensive jobs which Singaporeans tend to shun. We have to find a way to wean ourselves off the heavy reliance on foreign labour, as the easy availability of foreign workers has depressed our blue-collar workers' wages, and it will continue to do so. There is no easy solution, and we will need to assist our low-wage Singaporean workers by slowing the supply of foreign labour. I am concerned that even with the government's progressive wage credit scheme to support part of the wage increases, businesses will still have to pass along some cost increases to customers and consumers. Through the progressive wage model and the workfare incentives supplement, we have been increasing wages to attract more Singaporeans to take on various jobs, especially those that are currently taken on by foreign workers. Though it's a difficult period for many businesses that are facing severe manpower crunch, we should persist in this workforce transformation and build a strong Singaporean core. We must try to continue to hire more locals. In tandem, we need to redesign the operations and job processes and improve the working conditions for lower wage jobs. While Singaporeans need to change their attitude towards lower wage jobs, business owners should also shift their mindset and relook at how to improve the work conditions that have been deterring Singaporeans to take on such roles. Having said that, workers will always take on jobs with remuneration that justifies. I would also like to appeal to the government to provide more support to social enterprises. Many social enterprises employ untapped resources that include post-retirement seniors and high-functioning special needs individuals. These senior workers can remain active and sharp. With some tweaks in the job roles, this particular group of workers can assist in certain jobs previously done by foreign workers. Though easier said than done, we should automate whenever possible. Understandably, many businesses are reluctant to invest in the capital expenditure required for automation. However, new technology and improved business processes is a must. I hope the Ministry will consider providing better assistance to our SMEs to offset the upfront cost for automation and innovation. Assistance schemes could be interest-free loans or grants to partially offset initial capex investment, particularly for initial large investments required for scaling up automation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will now speak in Mandarin. 我们在改革税收制度方面正朝着正确的方向前进，但我认为政府还可以做得更多。退休人士将受到生活费上涨和明年后实施的消费税增加的双重打击。定薪与援助配套和消费税补助券，例如乐龄花红的现金补助，将抵消消费税增加。但因为积蓄有限，退休人士仍然担心援助期间结束过后呢，有特别需要的，担心援助期间结束后将如何？有特别需要成员的家庭也没有额外的帮助。政府是否会考虑多支持社会企业，帮助有兴趣的退休人士和有特别需要但持有工作能力的国人与微型工作相匹配？对于那些有能力的人，与合适的任务相匹配，能让他们补充家庭收入，并在我们的社区做出贡献时，更有意义地参与其中。We will be starting a wellness kampong for seniors in Sembawang West constituency. This will be a common space at the void deck where residents come together to socialize and exercise. There will also be an urban farm on the rooftop of a multi-story car park next to it that will provide micro-jobs for the seniors. It can be a modern-day kampong where residents exchange information about job opportunities like babysitting, tuition, part-time jobs, handyman jobs, etc. I would like to ask government agencies such as HDB and SFA to be supportive of such community initiatives and review their rules and regulations to facilitate more of such projects that can easily provide positive social impact. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I will now move on to the topic of a greener and more sustainable Singapore. Green capital, including carbon taxes and green bonds, is the catalyst to jumpstart our transition to a green economic ecosystem. The issuance of green bonds will allow the government and businesses to invest in new technology and build a strong foundation for a green ecosystem. These bonds will greatly reduce the financial risks to our government, especially for mega infrastructure investment projects, for green energy production, and for transition to greener business models. As an example, the transformation to a more sustainable Jurong Island. Though the newly introduced phased carbon tax increase will help businesses cope and transit more gradually to greener practices, there has been little mention of grants for developing talents needed to support the green economy. R&D for renewable energy production and energy optimization technologies is important. Presently, many countries are fighting for talents to support their sustainability-related industries. It is advisable to start positioning Singapore as a serious regional green hub. We will need the talent to build our green industries. It is also time for us to invest more in the training and nurturing of a new generation of innovators and engineers for the sustainability sector. In recent years, many young talents have pursued careers with big IT firms that have set up headquarters in Singapore. We also need to proactively plan for some of our very own Singaporeans to pursue engineering, in particular, environment engineering. Advanced technology is the key to unlocking many constraints in harnessing renewable energy and achieving circularity in waste management. The government must do more to signal to the nation about the importance of having the talents in engineering and R&D. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the final segment of my speech, I will share my concerns on the burgeoning spending on social services, in particular in healthcare expenditure as Singapore enters into a rapid aging phase. On top of channeling resources on geriatric care and building more community hospitals, I urge the Ministry of Health to focus more on upstream prevention healthcare services such as free annual health screening services for Singaporeans above 35 years old, as early intervention and treatments are often more effective and less expensive. The preventive efforts should also focus on encouraging the younger population to live a healthier and more active lifestyle. As we recover from the pandemic, more aggressive efforts should be put into community programs focusing on nutrition and fitness. Although these programs will take time and concerted efforts, this may well be the best approach to reverse the rising trend of healthcare spending resulting from diabetes and obesity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to say something in Malay about preventive healthcare. Dengan populasi yang semakin menua, amat penting bagi kita mendapatkan semua rakyat Singapura penjagaan kesihatan pencegahan awal untuk mengharungi gelombang tsunami warga emas. Hala tuju yang betul adalah untuk merancang kehadapan untuk jangka panjang dengan menggalakkan perbelanjaan ke arah penjagaan kesihatan, pencegahan dan berasaskan masyarakat. Malangnya, sejak Menteri Kesihatan Encik Gan Kim Yong mengisytiharkan perang terhadap diabetes pada tahun 2016, kelaziman diabetes ialah 9.5% pada tahun 2019, meningkat daripada 8.6% pada tahun 2016. Kelaziman diabetes adalah lebih tinggi dalam kalangan orang Melayu dan India masing-masing pada 14.4% dan 14.2% berbanding dengan orang Cina pada 8.2%. Adakah pemerintah akan mempertimbangkan untuk memperuntukkan lebih banyak sumber untuk menyesuaikan langkah-langkah kesihatan untuk membantu menurunkan kelaziman di kalangan kumpulan etnik yang berbeza, mungkin terhadap perbezaan genetik, diet dan gaya hidup yang perlu ditangani secara khusus untuk menyiasatkan masalah ini dengan lebih berkesan. The frequent consumption of sugary drinks may cause diabetes and obesity. I'm concerned about the mushrooming of bubble tea outlets all over Singapore over the past few years. Another concern is the prevalence of binge drinking among Singaporeans. Young adults in the 18 to 39 years age group were most likely to binge drink in pubs and bars. Binge drinking may cause a whole host of health problems as well as unsafe acts such as driving under the influence of alcohol. Binge drinking has risen to 10.5%. As part of a suite of preventive healthcare measures, I hope the government is looking to regulate and reduce the number of bubble tea outlets, pubs, and bars. Another major area of concern is mental health, particularly worsened due to the pandemic. Mental health issues are unseen, and it is hard to understand the real extent of this social and health malaise. It is particularly debilitating because many young people are afflicted and the damage can be very long-term or dire. We have no choice but to ensure that we have qualified professionals and allocation resources in our healthcare systems to provide treatment and support for those affected. On this note, I would like to inquire from Minister for Health on the progress of the National Mental Health Competency Training Framework. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, our people are our most precious resource, and we must put in our best efforts to help them stay in good health, physically and mentally, so that they can attain their highest potential and live a happy life as Singaporeans. We are a small nation, and there are only so few of us. All the more we need to take care of one another and leave no one behind. And we need to stay united to survive in a competitive global environment. The budget has established a good framework for all of us to work together for our common future. And I would like to conclude with my support for the budget. Thank you.
Leader.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, may I seek your consent and the general assent of members present to move a motion to take the proceedings on the business set down on the order paper for today beyond the moment of interruption?
I give my consent. Does the Leader of the House have the general assent of honourable members present to so move? Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the proceedings on the business set down on the order paper for today be proceeded with beyond the moment of interruption.
The question is the motion moved by the Leader of the House. As many as are of that opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Mr. Edward Chee.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Sir, I welcome the 2022 national budget announced by Finance Minister Lawrence Wong. This budget builds on the strong social compact between our government with Singaporeans. In particular, our government has made decisive steps in the ongoing transformation of our labour market with a clear focus in uplifting lower wage workers. The Progressive Wage Credit Scheme, introduced in Budget 2022, provides transitional wage support for employers to adjust to upcoming mandatory wages increases for low-wage workers covered by the progressive wage model. Employers understand their critical role in strengthening our social compact and the need for them to build business resilience through fair and progressive employment practices. The transitional wage support, along with support grants and schemes to upskill workers and raise firm-level productivity, will enable employers to sustain these wage increases. Speaking with other employers, these support measures gives us confidence that the government is with us as we uplift our workforce wages. The decision to stagger the increase of GST over the span of 2 years is another strategic choice welcomed by businesses. Many businesses, especially those in consumer-facing sectors, are still reeling from the impact of COVID-19. Hence, this staggered increases provides the additional time needed for businesses to respond. A once-off hike during a period of inflation concerns will have exacerbated concerns over a potential drop in consumer spending. Beyond immediate business challenges, we need to adapt a larger resilience agenda grounded in adaptability and decisiveness. This resilience agenda will move beyond defensive measures and short-term goals to encompass strategies aimed at achieving inclusive and sustainable growth. In my speech, I will expand on 2 key aspects of resilience: labour resilience and climate resilience. Labour market resilience can be characterized by low unemployment rate, sufficient supply of skilled labour, and productivity and wage growth. As observed from Budget 2022, the government aims to instill labour market resilience through 2 broad strategies. Firstly, to ensure that Singaporeans who are willing and able to do the jobs will get good jobs with higher wages and better work prospects. By calibrating the minimum qualifying salary of employment pass and S-pass applicants, employers are strongly encouraged to further consider the quality of foreign workers that they want to bring in, and how these workers also strengthen the larger workforce with our Singaporean core. The second strategy aims to increase the productivity of our labour force through the digitalization of processes and skills upgrading. This strategy is materialized through schemes like the Productivity Solutions Grants that subsidizes the implementation of digital and automated solutions designed to raise productivity, and the Skills Future Enterprise Credit that offsets up to 90% of expenses for skills upgrading initiatives. While most businesses would agree with the rationale behind these strategies to strengthen labour market resilience, they face operational and structural challenges that impede their adoption of these strategies. After many conversations with business owners over the past few months, the difficulty in hiring Singaporeans is a real one. Job recruitment advertisements for Singaporean yield low responses. In a recent meeting with a fintech startup, the entrepreneur shared of his difficulties in hiring software engineers. At the same meeting, a business owner in the manufacturing sector lamented he was unable to hire sufficient staff to fulfill customers' orders. Anecdotes like these are repeated by employers from other industries, even when all of them show eagerness to hire Singaporeans. The hiring challenges is also keenly felt in our social services sectors. In my constituency in Zhenghua, I have received numerous appeals from young parents for childcare and infant care placements. Our anchor operator has just taken possession of a large space at the new Senja BTO development, much to the delight of parents. However, parents will have to wait longer for placements as the operator is still facing challenges in hiring sufficient teaching staff. The centre is unlikely to run at its optimal capacity when it opens. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I believe Singaporeans are talented and driven, but there is simply not enough of us. This is a consequence of our aging population and low birth rates. Our local workforce is anticipated to shrink in the coming years. While I agree that we must provide gainful employment for Singaporeans and strengthen the complementary factor with the foreign workforce, we may soon or already have reached a point where there is simply not enough of us. Beyond complementing our local workforce, we need to look at supplementing our workforce. This is especially so for essential services and what I would term also as enabling services. For example, services such as childcare and infant care enables young parents to dedicate themselves to their jobs, thereby enabling them to be economically active. As we recognize and emphasize the importance of our mental health, there will be a growing need for counselors in our schools, workplaces, and in our communities. With greater mental health capabilities, we can help and enable as many Singaporeans to be at their best mental and emotional state. One thing that I believe that all Singaporeans enjoy is our hawker food. Our hawkerpreneurs and culture is recognized by UNESCO. But will we have enough Singaporeans, especially with other sectors competing for the same local talent, take up the walks as our hawker legends hang up their ladles? Essential and enabling sectors remain highly dependent on human labor. For sectors such as healthcare, social work, and early childhood, human labor is literally the commodity being traded, and digital adoption is commonly seen as complementary to human labor, but not a perfect substitute. There are also regulatory requirements on service providers to client ratios that cannot be changed despite higher levels of productivity. An example would be our early childhood sector, where ACDA mandates a teacher-to-student ratio of 1:8 to 25, depending on ages. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, there is really not enough of us. I seek the government to review the essential services sector's manpower requirements and the projected needs in the coming years vis-à-vis our local workforce numbers. There is also growing concerns within the business and international community that Singapore is perceived to be closing up and foreigners are not welcome. We need to address these concerns as such perceptions have grave consequences for Singapore. As shared, our workforce is aging, our labour force growth is declining, and we won't have enough workers. For Singapore to stay relevant in this fast-changing world, we need access to the best talent and have them be part of our team. Domestically, we need essential and enabling workers to support Singapore's aspirations and care for our seniors and children. This need for Singapore to remain open has been felt both economically and socially to build labour resilience. Singapore has always been a talent capital, and being welcoming to different nationalities and races to call Singapore their new home is essential for our continuous development. Marriage data shows that we have also more Singaporeans marrying foreigners, and this trend is likely to continue. All of this makes social integration and acceptance absolutely important. This acceptance of differences is occurring at all levels of society, from preschools where I've seen children who are not yet attuned to our local languages, to workplaces where respect for religious beliefs in food and practices require more sophisticated HR practices. Retaining and growing our multicultural DNA is absolutely critical, and now with even more diversity in it, we need to constantly work at it from our grassroots to our policy officers. Our social compact needs to be strengthened through social integration. And I believe this is where much more effort can be put in our community with active involvement by companies too. On the productivity front, the time lag between the implementation of productivity enhancement solutions and reaping their results is a very real challenge for businesses. Allow me to elaborate on this. Even when businesses successfully leverage on the productivity enhancement schemes and implement more digitalizations and skills transformation programs, there will be a lag time before digital capabilities are running at full steam and employees up to speed with their skill transformation programs. During this transitional period, businesses face a shortage of plug-and-play labor to meet their business needs, compounded by labor shortages and the scarcity of tech talent in Singapore. As a result, even if companies are open to adopting new technologies, there is still apprehension and resistance to operationalizing such solutions because of the inability to seize revenue opportunities in the short run. Inevitably, businesses will eventually reach a tipping point for technology adoption. The COVID-19 crisis was such one crucial tipping point of historical magnitude. However, the purpose of cultivating labor resilience is to ensure that businesses can ride on the waves of digitalization instead of being submerged under them. At present, operational and structural challenges are impeding businesses from actualizing a resilient labor force. I acknowledge that radical mindset shift on the part of businesses is needed to respond to larger global trends. However, I'd like to ask the government, what else can be done to address the short-term challenges that businesses face in building a resilient labor force? And what other measures can be put in place to guide businesses as they re-envision their business transformation roadmaps? With a clear labor shortage on our shores, what is the bigger strategy for our workforce composition that will enable us to remain competitive? Another aspect of resilience agenda is that of climate resilience. I affirm the government's commitment towards strengthening Singapore's net zero goals and significantly raising carbon taxes. These steps are necessary and crucial in ensuring Singapore's transition to the green economy and affirm Singapore's commitment towards climate change. Despite our efforts, the sobering reality is that it's unlikely for us to fully escape the effects of climate change. The floods that resulted from torrential rain in many states of Malaysia last December exposed the reality of extreme weather patterns caused by climate change. Hence, there is a need to strengthen our climate resilience through infrastructure interventions. The government announced new plans in 2020 for coastal protection measures against rising sea levels to mitigate effects of climate change. Range of options to combat rising sea levels include engineering feats such as reclamation and building seawalls, as well as nature-based solutions are being considered. The Significant Infrastructure Government Loan Act, SINGA, will allow the government to borrow up to 90 billion to pay for infrastructure that will last for at least 50 years. To diversify the funding options for green infrastructure, Budget 2022 announced that 35 billion of green bonds will be issued by 2030 to fund public sector green infrastructure projects. This builds on a 19 billion worth of green bonds issued during Budget 2021. In relation to these new sources of funding, I'd like to ask the government to provide more details on infrastructure projects that have been earmarked for development, and specifically the opportunities for our local businesses to be involved in these developments so that they can build necessary capabilities. In addition to the other opportunities in the green economy, does the government view engineering solutions in climate change adaptation as a sector where our businesses can hone a niche in and eventually export solutions internationally? Overall, this budget will continue to strengthen our common resilience agenda and reinforce Singapore's strong social compact. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise in support of the budget. Thank you.
Mr. Cheng Sing Yao.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I support the budget as outlined by the Minister of Finance. I would like to touch on a few points that I think needs emphasizing. In my interaction with various people in the business, I can sense an admiration for Singapore, our consistent past achievements, and how we are seemingly the only Asian society that managed to move towards endemic COVID-19 are two aspects that they admire. The interest to invest or expand in Singapore is strong. However, one of the most common concerns is whether we have the manpower and talents to support the growth. The reality is that the Singaporean labour force is not big enough. Thus, I'm very glad to hear in Minister of Finance's speech that we will remain open and welcoming to talent from around the world, but we will focus on complementarity. This message is very important. I would like to urge the government to repeat and say it more. This is because, of late, the voice of xenophobia has become louder. We need the business leaders and investors to be clear where we stand. As a relatively wealthy nation, some of us might get complacent and believe that economic development is no longer the main priority. That cannot be further from the truth. The various vulnerabilities we face as an island city nation must be familiar to the House members already. And we also have, as Minister of Finance pointed out, more and more social needs that have to be paid for. We can and should look into refining our progressive and wealth tax regime, with a caveat that we need to be careful of any unintended consequences. Ultimately, unless we can develop and keep our economy vibrant, we will struggle to keep our budget balanced and start to have surplus again. Every public policy comes with an underlying trade-off. As we become more aware of the trade-offs on the environmental and social aspects, we must not underemphasize the economic ones. The concept of complementarity of foreign labor is an excellent guiding principle that ingeniously addresses all the conflicting concerns. I would like to highlight two considerations when we translate this principle into policies. First, the growth and demand for talents will be extremely uneven across business sectors and companies. Even as some experience huge labor shortage, there will still be a significant number of people who are unemployed or underemployed. As businesses are being disrupted at a faster pace, so will the rate of displacement of jobs and skills. I expect the pace at which people will find their skills and knowledge getting outdated to increase going forward. For traditional sectors that we want to transform to raise productivity, the more successful we are with the transformation, the more people will be displaced by new machines and talents. When crafting our policies, we should separate the needs for growth from the need to care for the displaced workforce.
so that we don't unnecessarily limit our growth potential. Secondly, opportunities come to those who are strong and successful, not to those who are weak and needy. To stay successful, we have to keep seizing new economic opportunities when we're still doing well. If we forgo one or two opportunities, we are unlikely to sense any difference. But that is a slippery slope. By the time we have lost our appeal, it is already too late. The difficulty for the government is to convince the public of a future-oriented policy when nothing seems to be broken yet. My final point is about a Singapore vision or dream. I want to once again thank the MTF and the whole of Singapore for the way we responded to the pandemic. The last 2 years was a big shock to Singapore and the world. In business, sometimes the best time to reform a company is after it has gone through a major disruption. Perhaps we can use this time to put together a refreshed Singapore vision. Minister has addressed a similar point in terms of renewing and strengthening our new social compact. In the 1980s, when I was in my secondary school, the government's Vision 1999 had a big impact on me. It was a vision that covered many different aspects, but the parts that I related to the most were the target for Singapore to achieve the Swiss standard of living then by 1999 and the plans for Singapore's new downtown. The latter played a part in why I have become an architect and joined the URA to be an urban planner. For mid-career folks like myself who have gone from having handwritten letters to emails and then social media, what would inspire us? For the young ones who are digital natives, what would inspire them? It would be exciting to find out. As we chart our new way forward to emerge stronger and towards a low-carbon society, it might be useful to also define the qualitative aspects and value system of our society that we want to have in future. After 2 years of pandemic talk, I like the idea of having a holistic, refreshed, and inspiring Singapore vision to strive towards. With this, I support the budget. Thank you very much.
Ms. Rachel Ong.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a budget of hope, social consciousness, and sustainable growth. Several residents I spoke with shared that Budget 2022 responded to the needs and aspirations of Singaporeans. It tackled some very difficult issues that our people are concerned about and is a big step forward towards a more equitable, harmonious, and progressive Singapore. It is also encouraging to note that a large part of the budget is devoted to social well-being, particularly our seniors who can retire better with stronger financial support and adequate health care. Our less privileged families and children will also not be left behind. Our lower wage workers will be given a much desired lift through increased government expenditures in workfares and subsidies to help employers co-fund progressive wage increases. The other aspect of this year's budget that struck a chord is the effort to redistribute wealth through progressive taxes on top-tier earners and expenditures, directing these to the uplifting of those most in need. Those in the top income brackets, while asked to contribute more, are still only taxed moderately as compared to many first world countries. It is noteworthy that the top 10% of our income taxpayers contribute to 80% of personal income tax revenue. This is a significantly higher contribution to total income tax revenue than the top 10% of income earners of the US and UK by at least 10 percentage points. I believe this redistribution of wealth serves well to build up the social foundation by which our people can thrive together. Now, if I may share some observations and 2 considerations on advancing our green transition. Observations on carbon tax and climate resilience. As corporates around the world race to zero in the weeks and months leading up to COP26, one glaring area of needed change to Singapore's efforts was our $5 per tonne carbon tax. With a gradual increase in carbon tax to $50 per tonne and a further $80 per tonne by 2030, this starts to address the need to price in externalities and is a laudable move. My resident and community leader, who also serves as the Sustainability Director at Lendlease Singapore, shared with me that Lendlease uses a shadow price of $20 USD per ton in 2020, rising to $100 USD per ton in 2030 and $140 USD by 2040, which is integrated into Lendlease investments decision and prices in financial risk associated with climate change. Singapore should continue to assess our carbon tax on an ongoing basis, aligning with international best practices to respond to and aid the transition towards a low-carbon economy. This recognizes the ecosystem services that our environment provides, and in donor economics theory, this points to the ecological ceiling by which we should not cross. A greener living environment should also ensure that our buildings and infrastructure are climate resilient so that our people can be. Flood risk is a significant physical climate risk that low-lying nations must contend with. I understand that at Lendlease, climate change and adaptation plans are integrated in all major developments to ensure that communities served have access to facilities in case of floods. Forward planning by the government, as well as other private developers, should consider climate risk and ecological limits for Singapore. This goes far beyond carbon emissions to include rising water levels, biodiversity loss, amongst other ecological impacts. While we are cognizant of our limited natural resources and the need to balance economic and societal needs, applying such ecological limits may compel all of us, government, urban planners, corporates, and people sectors, to be truly creative in the way we use our resources and overcome limitations. As for the two considerations, here's the first consideration: reducing our direct emissions in tandem with electrification. Soaring electricity prices in recent months have impacted economic recovery for businesses. Even as we move towards electrification for vehicles and land transport, Singapore still has to deal with emissions arising from electricity generated. While electric vehicles, EVs, are inherently more sustainable, producing less emissions per kilometre, EVs are still have a significant carbon footprint unless the electricity is from a renewable source. One transitional option could be reducing our Scope 1 direct emissions via the use of alternative fuels such as renewable diesel, also known as RD, which produces only a tenth of conventional diesel's emissions for the land transport, logistics, and construction sectors. This recommendation follows encouraging news that our aviation sector will now have access to sustainable aviation fuel. On the land transport front, Singapore has made limited progress despite the fact that we have Neste, one of the world's leading producers of RD, producing 1.3 million tonnes per year at our doorstep. To date, I understand that none of this diesel is meant for local consumption, since there's no local distributors and the supplies are currently shipped to Europe and US, where there are government subsidies for RD. With oil prices rising, impacting both palm and electric prices, as well as internal combustion engines and EVs, Singapore should consider a third fuel alternative, especially when Neste is producing locally. The second consideration: accelerating the renewables market. The ability to use international carbon credits to offset up to 5% of taxable emissions will support the development of a regulated carbon market in Singapore and the region. I would also like to suggest that Singapore incorporates and considers regulating the use of international renewable energy certificates, also known as IRECs, as an alternative means to carbon credits for corporate compliance in taxable emissions. This can be applied to companies who are large energy consumers. Examples, those under GHG Protocol Scope 2, but not the large emitters in Scope 1. The Singapore renewable market is illiquid at the moment, with much demand and insufficient supply. Prices for Singapore RECs have doubled in the last 1 year, from $35 per megawatt hour to $70 per megawatt hour. By encouraging and regulating IRECs as an alternative environmental attribute next to carbon credits, this could provide greater liquidity in the market and also support major developers' pursuit of net zero carbon developments. Mr. Deputy Speaker, though there will always be areas where we can do better, I'm persuaded that this budget shows up very meaningfully for our people in such a pivotal time as this. With this, I'm grateful and I support the budget.
Mr. Sean Huang.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, Singapore has many notable science and tech achievements. Those of my generation would fondly remember the 1989 Sound Blaster by Creative Technologies, Sim Wong Hoo. It's probably difficult to comprehend why the hype over quality music and sound over a desktop computer. Back then, this was cutting edge. It was a computer chipboard that enabled users to play and record speech and music, selling more than 400 million Sound Blaster cards worldwide, and the first Singapore company to be listed on Nasdaq. Just 2 decades ago, Track 2000, a Singapore company invented the thumb drive. Using a USB interface, the thumb-size storage device had a plug-and-play convenience. It was a wave that swept the floppy disk and mobile storage segments. Looking at the trend of mobile payments today, a cashless society and the rise of mobile wallets, NETS, Network for Electronic Transfers, started work on their ambition in 1986 with electronic transfers at point of sales. The digital or mobile wallet in the form of cash card was then rolled out in 1996. Singapore was ahead of our time in spearheading technologies and pushing the frontier of fintech. Today, on the list of the world's 10 most valued and largest companies by market cap, except for the 2, which is Berkshire and Saudi Aramco, all the rest are IT and tech companies. The future economy will be driven by the 4th IR moving from traditional digitalization to an intelligent era. Smart homes, smart factories, lights out manufacturing, a great way to mitigate manpower and environmental issues, and smart cities. The future powerhouses will be driven by innovation. According to the World Bank in 2017, Singapore's R&D percentage spent of GDP was 1.94%, an estimated of 6.7 billion USD. The same time in 2017, Israel spent 16 billion on R&D. In 2021, Israel was 4.94%, Korea was 4.53%, Switzerland 3.37%, Slovenia, Czech Republic, and Iceland ranks higher for percentage GDP spent on R&D. The OECD average is 2.4%. To further put into context, Alphabet, the parent company of Google, spent $31.5 billion on R&D, Amazon 42.7, and Microsoft 19, just to name a few. Although highly innovative companies with substantive R&D expenditures provides much opportunities and some form of inoculation, it does not guarantee survival. Much still requires leadership. We know of Kodak, Nokia, BlackBerry, and Yahoo. Interestingly, any keen observer will realize Kodak and Fujifilm were in the same position. Kodak filed for bankruptcy, but in 2010, just when Kodak was close to bankruptcy, Fujifilm posted a 57% revenue growth between the year 2000 and 2010. This was because Fujifilm had the courage to face possible realities, act swiftly, and change its business. There was no time to be incremental, no time for quick wins, no time for low-lying fruits. These methods would not have been sufficient to steer a behemoth. The management quickly downscaled production lines, closed redundant facilities, and they unified their research efforts, enhanced communication, and improved the culture of innovation amongst the engineers. But this wasn't enough. The president of the company ordered a quick stocktake of all of Fujifilm's technologies and quickly mapped out how existing in-house technologies could use to power future markets. It was an existential moment for them, and Fujifilm survived. Moving into pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, and functional materials. With rapid tech cycles and disruptions to industries, we must be courageous in investing and building our future capabilities. One example amongst numerous is oil and gas. With peak oil expecting to occur between 2025 and 2030, we will expect the subsequent decline of oil and gas within the next 50 years. Singapore has substantial investments and revenue from Jurong Island, and this is truly one Kodak moment we want to avoid. Avoiding Kodak moments is only one small aspect. There is an imperative to recognize long-term trends and ability to foresight. And most importantly, is Singapore technologically agile and capable to pivot rapidly? Does it have the ability to build strong networks of ecosystems to solve disruptive and multidisciplinary challenges of today and the future? Is our workforce able to build expertise in different ecosystems and networks to spur collaboration and innovative capabilities? WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization, ranked Singapore 8th in Global Innovation Index in 2021. It has been top 10 in the last 14 years. More recently, Singapore is second on the Bloomberg Innovation Index. Looking further into the details of the report, from 2018 to 2020, WIPO ranked Singapore number 1 in innovation inputs, but ranked 15 in innovation outputs. In a sub-segment of knowledge and technology outputs, Singapore was ranked 13. To note, China, Korea, Japan rank higher in knowledge and technology output within Asia. Singapore produced less innovation outputs relative to its level of innovation investments. Singapore's education system, infrastructure, R&D, environment, as well as business ecosystems are our core strengths. And we rank very, very high on those categories. However, the ability to produce knowledge products and creative assets have been less than ideal. To achieve the high level of productivity we aspire, we must maximize our innovation potential and project tangible and quantifiable results. We must not forget that science, technology, and innovation landscape is constantly shifting. Taking China, for example, China's feat is dramatic. China's global share of research papers in the field of just one, AI, has vaulted from 4.26%, which is about 1,000 papers in 1997, to 27.68% in 2017. This is global. 37,343 papers, AI patents filed, surpassing any country in the world, including the US, a position it continues to hold. China also consistently files more AI patents than any other country. As of March 2019, the number of Chinese AI firms has reached 1,189, second to only the US, which has more than 2,000 active AI firms. Many countries are systematically gaining ground, with China, Malaysia, Thailand, Turkey, Vietnam, India, Philippines improving their rankings substantially in the last decade. Competition does not stand still. They are constantly on the move, moving at a rapid pace and gaining ground. This is from a whole country's perspective. But in reality, science and technology activities are centered around clusters, tech ecosystems that are usually defined by geographical areas. Some of them are well known, like Tokyo, Yokohama, which is ranked first. Second, which is Shenzhen, Hong Kong, Guangzhou, followed by Seoul, Beijing, and then San Jose's, the famous Silicon Valley, at fifth. Singapore is ranked at 29th behind Daejeon, Nagoya, Osaka, Nanjing, Hangzhou, Shanghai, Taipei. Singapore is ranked 47th in science and technology intensity amongst top 100 science and technology clusters. In terms of total IP filing activity, Singapore ranks 28th behind Ukraine, Mexico, and Thailand. The term startup nation was titled of a book in 2009 by Dan Senior and Sal Singer about the economy of Israel. The presence of thousands of startups and more engineers per capita than anywhere else in the world makes Israel a natural hub for innovation. Best known for defense and military-inspired technologies, entrepreneurs across the nation are now focused on building the next generation applications, helped by government support, societal acceptance, and presence of large numbers of multinationals eager to buy innovative technology from startups. Israeli companies are building a wide range of products and services for the world. So from between creative sound blaster cards to pioneering cashless payments and disrupting the data storage industry, Singapore has journeyed a long way since independence, with progress from being and having the ambition for innovation in the 1960s, build up a strong core of citizens in engineering and science, attract technologically advanced foreign investments, a national plan for research and development, the formation of A-STAR, our research investments into biomedical science, our RIE plans, and more recently, our highly successful Smart Nation Initiative, and the formation of SNDGO to better serve Singapore and Singaporeans. Here are a few suggestions I would like to make. First, the breadth and depth of Singapore's research, science, and technology capabilities, together with our creativity, innovation, ambitions, are critical in ensuring that we remain agile in a disruptive world, navigate global challenges, and achieve our strategic and national goals. Today's problems are complex and far-reaching into different domains. There are significant long-term and substantial science and technology endeavors that require a high level of aggregating efforts at the highest level. MTI with A-STAR and EDB, PMO with NRF and GovTech, MCI with CSA and IMDA, and depending on the sector or domain, it would require further participation of other stakeholders, such as MAS for finance, BCA for building and construction, or LTA for transport. Scientific America published an article on the need for the US to establish a federal Department of Science and Technology as its STEM-related policies is administered by a bewildering array of entities, which dilutes its effectiveness. It stated that the failures of producing COVID test kits, slow and ineffective rollout of COVID vaccines, and cybersecurity attacks on government agencies despite multiple warnings. This reflects the central failure of agencies with science and technology ambitions to meet the challenges of the 21st century. Similar to events leading up to 9/11 in the US, where organizational weaknesses were revealed in scattering of multiple intelligence capabilities across agencies and the federal government. As such, there is a need to better organize scientific efforts. More recently, the US has elevated the Office of Science and Technology to a cabinet-level appointment, with plans to establish a new Department of Science and Technology. Many other successful and innovative countries have done so: South Korea, Japan, Israel, India, Denmark. Given the emerging trends and existential nature of science and technology for Singapore's future, it may be timely to consider re-establishing the Ministry of Science and Technology to bring laser focus on making Singapore's scientific, technology, and innovation efforts more effective. Next, to succeed, we must keep our pace. In fact, we must double or triple our pace to maintain our competitiveness and relevance. These are important decisions, and the choices that the government takes on research, innovation, science, and technology will set the future trajectory for Singapore. One of the most important commitments is to increase the total R&D investment. To achieve and maintain global leadership requires sustained increased investments, both from a percentage GDP and also from absolute numbers. Given Singapore's relatively small GDP, we must aim to commit a much larger percent GDP spend on R&D to sustain and keep up with the competition. To achieve at least the OECD average of 2.4% today, and with a further commitment to increase 3 to 4% of GDP in the next 5 years. Third, for Singapore to maintain its competitiveness as a business destination for investments in R&D, the government should review the speed and agility of business execution in Singapore and balance with the risk-reward outcomes. Singapore must keep pace with the decision cycle and execution agility of businesses today, especially so when added stability will reduce R&D investment risks, enabling businesses to invest in the long term and build innovative partnerships. These investments must be coherent with our ambitions to build up local enterprises, manpower, and Singapore's overall capabilities. Fourth, building local R&D capabilities by supporting local research and development clusters, collaborate, partner, and sharpen product and service quality locally, build portfolio and credentials locally for international markets, and accelerate growth through regional and global networks. ST Engineering is one prime example. For decades, MINDEF has partnered ST Engineering to develop capabilities in-house. Through these R&D and capability development, ST was able to scale and export capabilities overseas. We can build more of these such champions, and there are numerous opportunities. For example, given that we are the largest customer of elevators in the world, there are opportunities to build a regional, if not global, elevator technology champion. Our Singapore water story is one of the most compelling in the world. Building capabilities and overcoming challenges. We have co-developed water technologies, and there are opportunities to build a multi-billion-dollar Singapore water technology champion. We had a Singapore company that was a potential unicorn in the renewable energy for Singapore and the region, but today we are not. Road and building technologies, healthcare such as COVID test kits, high-tech hand sanitizers, and the list goes on. I've spoken to some entrepreneurs who have mentioned the difficulty that their products having to face immense scrutiny by local regulatory authorities, the skepticism of being a locally made product, and the fear of endorsing a product. I think we can do much more to build a collaborative environment that encourages partnerships to help these entrepreneurs navigate through difficult requirements and enable them to build on their capabilities. We must seize every opportunity to build long-term R&D partnerships and to co-create capabilities with our local enterprises. Fifth, Singapore must be open to attract talent from across the world. In the United States, evidence shows that immigrants are often the most productive innovators and entrepreneurs that are vital to competitiveness and fuel growth. In the United States, the National Foundation for American Policy finds that 55% of the billion-dollar startup companies in the United States had at least one immigrant founder. These companies are not only valuable, but they employ a lot of people. Among privately held billion-dollar startup companies in the United States, those with immigrant founders have created an average of 1,200 jobs per company in the US. The collective value of some of these 50 immigrant-founded companies far exceed the entire stock market of several countries. America's ability to attract international students foster entrepreneurship. About 23% of billion-dollar startup companies had a founder who first came to America as an international student. Slack, Peloton, SpaceX, and WeWork are all immigrant founders. The American education system has embraced international students as part of the learning experience and cultural exchange, which results in more robust, vibrant, and competitive landscape. 6, we must strengthen Singapore's skills and competencies by maintaining a strong supply of skilled workers, provide continued training and skills acquisition throughout their careers, build up alternate entry pathways for those who are doing mid-career switches, and recognize the transferability of skills. This will provide the required opportunities for Singaporeans to remain agile and productive longer. It must also be recognized that present and future challenges are complex and multidisciplinary, which would require a team with diverse skills and expertise. We must stretch the potential of Singaporeans to enable them to progress, to enable them over their lifetime, on their own time, to achieve the highest education and skills potential. It can be a diploma, it can be a degree, master's or PhD, or any other professional certifications. Working experience that builds upon skill sets. According to the World Economic Forum, percentage of PhDs and higher education OECD average was 1.1%, with most innovative countries taking the lead, like Israel, US, Switzerland, Germany, at 3, 1.4, 2%, Sweden, and Denmark. This OECD average is set to increase to 2.3%. By advancing knowledge and research across academia and industry, doctoral students and holders can make economies more innovative. However, I want to caution that this is not a narrative about certifications, but a macro trend of increasing demand for skills and increasing competitive supply of skills worldwide. We must also be mindful not to be overly concerned with degrees and diplomas, as we are all reminded the likes of Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Mark Zuckerberg, Sean Parker, and Mark Dorsey. None of them had university degrees, but a good combination of cognitive, interpersonal, self-leadership, and digital skills that set them apart from the rest. This opens possibilities across education, experience, skill archetypes, everyone that has a role to play. Most importantly, as we embark on this journey, we leave no one behind. I believe that everyone deserves an opportunity for a good job for every Singaporean. Every Singaporean, including those who are neurodiverse. The last 18 months was the most rewarding journeys for me, a journey that's proved to those who are neurodiverse and can hold good jobs, that pay well and have rewarding careers. Careers in ICT and cybersecurity, an industry with much promise. I work closely with Sister Denise Pua and her team in ARC, supportive bosses, Dylan and Casey, my teammates, Tsai Shao and Ariel and Keng Hui, with leading cybersecurity company Ensign, with support of Tammy and Stephen. It was an open collaborative environment where ARC identified neurodiverse individuals and together with Ensign, trained them and then placed them in high-quality jobs and provide them with job support. The Ensign team also trained to make sure there was a conducive working environment for all. It was a team effort, and that was what made the difference. All of us doing a bit more for one another, from a small training pilot program of 4 cybersecurity analysts a year, within 2 months, and because of these individuals' remarkable performance, we will now want to increase hiring by 400% from 4 a year to 4 every quarter. When I heard that the program was a success, it truly touched my heart. Be bold in investing in our future. Be bold in investing in our people. Be bold. And there'll be a place for all of us. Geraldine, on your birthday, Papa would like to wish that you have a Singapore that is tech-enriched, inclusive, and above all, kind, loving in all we do. Fighting for a better Singapore. Majula Singapore. I support the budget. Thank you.
Ms. Cheryl Chan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in 2019 budget debate, I spoke about the need for a decent living wage for the lower income workers, in particular those with young families, so that they can have more cash at the end of the month and not have to live hand to mouth. I'm glad that there are actions since by the government, from implementing progressive wage models across more sectors, more social programs to support these families, and in this current budget, there are more schemes to uplift the lower income group. This pandemic has seen our strong dependence on the essential workers in Singapore and globally. As we speak, the need for frontline workers to get us through this pandemic has not subsided. Let's remember, we need every segment in our society in good and bad times. Thus, I'm supportive of the measures in this budget that will drive us forward as a nation and help those that are more in need. Our ability to accept this and contribute meaningfully in our own way is what defines us as a growing country that keeps up with time. I see Budget 2022 as a crucial turning point as we adapt to a post-pandemic life, pivoting our industries to the new economy and learning what it takes to address nation building with our citizens at different life stages. A few things stood out for me in Budget 2022. Our strengthened focus on the green transition, building new capabilities for the future, involving Singaporeans to enable healthy aging in place, and addressing concerns on the rising cost of living. Sir, as we seek to forge a new normal, the lingering effects from the pandemic and the lessons learned must be held dearly. With core inflation having risen to 2.1% in December 2021, and with the impending height of the GST, it is only natural that the cost of living continues to bear on the minds of our people. While I'm thankful that the government uses tax rebates, cash payouts, and other forms of aid to cushion the impact of the GST hike for a large majority of Singaporeans, particularly the low-income group, I would like to raise the following for consideration towards a multi-pronged approach to address the rising cost of living on the longer-term horizon. First, strengthening resiliency in critical supply chains locally and globally. Supply chain bottlenecks have been a pertinent issue in 2021, exacerbating in the last quarter with a spillover that may persist through a large part of 2022. The supply chain effects result in rising pressures on all fronts that touches the lives of every individual, from food, transport, utilities, and more. With more severe weather patterns occurring globally and unstable political situations, the likelihood of an end of escalating inflation and costs are nowhere in sight. Singapore's scarcity of natural resources and heavy reliance on imports for necessities from food to energy meant the impetus to redesign our supply chains and buffers to better weather the inflation due to shortages from time to time is critical. I'm certain the agencies have thought about this, the need for diversification and the vulnerabilities of not doing so, as illustrated in the creation of New Water and the 30 by 30 plan. But what I'm suggesting is for a more concerted and focused approach by looking across the entire value chain and deepening our access of capabilities into the critical elements of each part of the value chain. In building these capabilities, a more intentional effort to scale up the number of local enterprises, bringing their expertise international, and to better export Singapore's brand beyond education and governance. Due credit is to be given to Enterprise Singapore for its efforts in helping local enterprises internationalize and assisting the startups. The next steps would be increasing the number and breadth of the different types of enterprises to enable them to create a value chain with scale that can truly create an impact to Singapore's ability in being more self-reliant, especially in the strategic industries. While this company's international growth is important to us, the larger benefit of their growth is the ability to tap on the resources of raw materials, labor, and produce overseas to secure the supply for needs back in Singapore. There have been some successful enterprises like PSA, Capital Land, and many others who have scaled its international operations over the years and are able to compete internationally. We need more of them. And the group of enterprises to create different value chains that are significant to our own supply needs. To illustrate this, I will use an example of the food industry. The 30 by 30 plan today outlined the focus on the supply of 30% of our nutritional needs by 2030, but it doesn't include how we are looking at the food volume supply. In expanding the food supplies, we need to look beyond just basic procurement of supplies. Instead, help local enterprises to scale with partnership models in Southeast Asia or countries where their source of land for agriculture, but they require technology to increase the yield. This would help to enable faster experimenting the growth of different crops and allow us for expansion in future when our local shores are constrained by land availability. The second area I would like to touch on is to increase the workers' ability to have more active incomes. Most people are familiar with the concept of active income during their working years until retirement. But with longer life expectancy and later retirement age, the challenge we face is multifaceted. Often, we hear feedback about ageism at workplace, a lack of work scope redesign that caters for part-time work, returnees from expatriate postings overseas that are unable to find suitable roles due to seniority, etc. As the world becomes more volatile and uncertain, the possibility of a young worker's career being truncated or relocated due to the competitive external climate and remote nature of work is looming. Thus, I'm glad that we continue to invest in the skills and ensuring our workers' relevance in the workforce. Over the years, much has been done to support the upskilling of workers through SkillsFuture and SG United mid-career programs. However, beyond that, what can be done to provide supplemental pathways to enable our workers to have additional income streams beyond their day job? In picking up freelance roles, it will also allow flexibility in learning new skills, augment their savings, and buffer the slack in the workforce. And for this, I do not mean those in the gig economy that's doing some of the freelance work about deliveries and those where we think more in the blue collar, but really more those in the professional sense. Because age will not become a barrier for these individuals and professionals who choose to continue working in the gig economy after the official retirement age. In my previous speeches, I have also raised the need to provide micro-jobs for the seniors and the special needs community to better allow more flexibility to provide them a sense of dignity in the road to independence. Could we consider how to expand the scale of micro-jobs to feed the needs of part-time workers, where women with family care duties and senior workers can also better participate in the workforce? Beyond the need for financial retirement adequacy, our ability to increase the workers' ability to have more active income till later years will enable them to be active mentally and physically for much longer time. And such interactions will only help to lower their need for healthcare services and thus expenses. While it is not uncommon for senior executives to take on advisory roles during retirement, could this practice be expanded to a greater proportion of the workforce? From the expat returnees guiding local enterprises that are looking for internationalization opportunities, or for them to mentor companies by domain expertise or their area of interest. Their wealth of experience and network will benefit the ecosystem. This would involve a whole of society approach and a change in mindset as to how they perceive their golden years to be. From a time to enjoy one's retirement, of course I'm not saying they can't, they could if they choose to, but to another trench of lifestyle where there's a transfer of knowledge from one generation to another. And lastly, balancing the taxation structure and intensifying the use of existing resources. Rising cost of living also impacts us as a nation as the government expenditures increase due to sociological changes in demographics and inflation. While Singapore's comparative advantage is in skilled labour and expertise, and the ability to attract investments due to our stable socio-economic political climate. It also similarly exposes the risk we as a nation face. The recent budget by Minister Lawrence Wong outlined new strategies in generating government revenues, primarily through progressive taxation on different income tiers. While this approach may help to enable a more inclusive and equitable society over time, we still run the risk of not being able to address the return of funds into our reserve that we've dipped into, nor cover the budget deficits. Also, many of the highly skilled labour and multinational corporations are global citizens in nature. They have the ability to relocate or offshore services as long as the conditions and the new host countries are palatable. This undeniably would have an impact on our government revenues on the long run, and there will be new constraints or challenges to raise the corporate taxes unreservedly. As we rethink our nation's taxation structure, it is equally sensible to be prudent in our use of funds and resources as well. This involves creative solutioning to problems, existing problems and new ones, working with existing resources and infrastructures instead of investing in new each and every time we think of solving a problem. In the longer term, it involves looking at the social compact and the partnerships between the government and citizens, including the ones with private sectors as we move towards the green transition. To summarize, sir, with Singapore's reliance on imports for resources, inflation and, by extension, the rising cost of living would be a constant fixture in the years ahead. The way to more holistically manage this issue sustainably, in my opinion, is for us to adopt a whole-of-government and perhaps even a whole-of-society approach. We need to become more increasingly sustainable for our own basic necessities and having some degree of independence for strategic resources by being prudent and intentional in our use of existing resources in solving our country's problems. I'll end off with a quote from Charles Darwin, and I quote, "It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one that's more responsive to change." And I believe Singapore and Singaporeans have the ability to do so. With that, sir, I rise in support of the budget.
Mr. Yip Hon Weng.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'll share three perspectives on the budget. First, what this budget is essentially about. Second, what we should do less of. And finally, what more can we do to build up the Singapore we love? Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as we emerge from the worst of the pandemic, we will have to increase government spending to strengthen our social compact and to create opportunities and growth. Managing the budget is a zero-sum game. We consume public resources, therefore we need to pay for it. Yet the idea of increasing taxes to fund programs evokes resistance. In reality, revenue and expenditure are two sides of the same coin. To spend without regard for revenue is not sustainable for the future. The question is how to raise revenue from taxes in a fair and equitable way. One method is through a progressive tax system. This means that the wealthy and higher income earners will pay more taxes. This is a slight shift from previous budgets in the direction of fairness and inclusivity. It brings to life our claims of a new social compact. But we must strike a balance. There will always be populist calls for wealth taxes. But if we push the narrative that the wealthy are responsible for driving inequality, we risk provoking resentment and jealousy against those who may have accumulated wealth through hard work and sacrifices. This will only further polarize society. Our current revenue structure is a balanced one, where ultimately everyone contributes taxes, but those who are richer contribute more. For the less privileged, I've raised concerns about a GST hike on previous occasions in Parliament. I shared my residents' sentiments that a GST hike should only be implemented after the job market stabilizes. I'm heartened that the government has listened to the ground feedback. It has not only delayed the GST implementation, but has staggered it over 2 years. This gives more time for the job market and economy to adapt and prepare. I've also previously asked whether additional assistance would be provided on top of the assurance package and the GST voucher scheme. I'm pleased that the government will continue to absorb GST on essentials like healthcare and education. Permanent schemes like the workfare income supplement and the GST voucher schemes are also enhanced. Overall, it's a fair and comprehensive budget with an eye for the future. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, doing more for our people doesn't necessarily mean we should spend more. Instead, we should challenge ourselves and think hard about what we should spend less on. This is quite a contrarian view, as the budget is a time where we discuss how government will increase spending in various areas. The hard truth is that while it's good to have everything, our resources are finite. We should reduce non-essential, duplicative, and non-strategic initiatives. One tangible example is roadworks. Roads are often dug up and closed for various types of works, ranging from the installation of broadband cables, water pipes, to electrical cables, etc. They never seem to end. Many of the works are certainly necessary. However, can we coordinate better amongst the agency for a fixed period where the road is dug up and all are repaired at the same time? Moreover, frequent road closures slow down traffic, adding to inefficiencies. Another example is the numerous government apps and websites sometimes offering similar services. The more there are, the more maintenance is needed. It also inconveniences residents who have to navigate numerous websites and install many apps on their phones. Can we take some inspiration from the UK government, which consolidated their 300 over websites into one in 15 months? Being prudent with finances is a virtue that's not incentivized enough. When a department receives a budget, the goal purportedly is to spend it all. The common mentality is that while having surpluses will imply that the department did not work hard enough and need to find new areas to work on. We need to stop linking expenditure with KPIs. Ministries should not feel guilty about having excess money to return to the coffers. In fact, the government should throw a grand challenge, create an award, and recognize ministries that best reduce their expenditure, streamline their operations, and cut out non-essential projects. The savings can go to the people or be used for more important areas and social programs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, one important area which we will certainly need to do more for is for our seniors. We are a rapidly aging society. The provision of minimum protections around risks like illnesses, unemployment, and old age are better shared by society and the community rather than individuals, families, or employers. I have three suggestions. First, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we want our seniors to live well. One particular area is to facilitate meaningful employment for our seniors who wish to work. I applaud the raising of CPF contribution rates for senior workers, but we need to go beyond monetary incentives. I wish to reiterate my hopes for the government to play a bigger role in promoting microjobs. Many members have shared about this earlier. For example, to offer integrated search and listing platforms with accreditation and training available for persons who may want to take up microjobs in the community, such as healthcare assistance and babysitting. Next, focus on job redesign by allowing employers to hire and retain senior staff in the long term. We need to look into stronger support for workplace redesign for senior workers. How many companies have made use of the job redesign grants for older workers? Will the government take on a more proactive approach to cooks and compel companies to move in the right direction? Second, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for those seniors who are frail and cannot work, we must ensure that we can better care for them. From my conversations with my residents, care navigation in Singapore has room for improvement. Today, government agencies like MOH and MSF often focus on policy and administrative matters and devolve the actual provision of care to various social service agencies or SSAs. Yet some of these organizations have limited resources. They may also not be equipped to deal with clients saddled with multiple comorbidities and complex social issues. Having choices and the lack of clear information complicate matters for caregivers trying to find the most suitable and affordable formal care service for their family's needs. We need a simple platform that integrates all available resources and service providers for caregivers to seek out all the available options and do their own cost-benefit analysis. Ultimately, we need an integrated care system that works on the ground. This means better sharing of information, care plans, resources, networks, and financial support schemes. Caregivers need only to browse this one-stop center to have all their concerns addressed. A Yio Chu Kang resident, Mr. K, confided that he gave up his career and went into full-time caregiving to both his aged parents. The burden fell upon him as he was the only son. He did not feel safe leaving his parents in the care of a foreign domestic worker who may neither have the professional experience nor temperament to care for the elderly with special needs. He does not regret the decision, but it is no doubt a setback for his career. Most of us will agree that caregivers like Mr. K should be applauded for prioritizing family over career. But we should not take the sacrifices of caregivers for granted. As a society, we must do more to uplift caregivers. Lastly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we need to help seniors at the end of life to live well. In my past experience working in the healthcare sector, I see how people die badly. They die in pain, with tubes connected to all parts of their body in a sterile hospital environment, just to have life extended by days and at max by weeks. It is a torture, both for the individual as well as for the families. We need to facilitate their departure to be as comfortable as possible and for them to live out their remaining lives with dignity. We must push for higher standards of palliative care. Only 4 in 10 of healthcare professionals receive training in palliative care, according to a 2021 survey. Consequently, most healthcare professionals did not feel prepared to give palliative care. The Singapore Hospice Council is doing good work, and they are developing a training framework on palliative care. Will the government provide more resources and funding to support this effort? How will the government take the lead to improve the quality of palliative care and to generate more awareness in Singapore? In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the pandemic has posed many challenges to our society over the past 2 years. Our budget is well balanced and provides a path forward as we emerge from COVID-19. To be prudent, we should reflect on what we can spend less on, cut waste, reduce redundancies, and for the government to coordinate better. Resources should be channeled to areas where more help is needed. One clear area is in caring for an aging population. The signs are already here. We may be an aging society, but what we face need not be a silver tsunami. It can be a silver fountain, one of vitality and productive longevity, where we can all keep well, age well, and die well. I support the budget.
Leader of the House.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, may I seek your consent to move that the debate be now adjourned?
I give my consent.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as are of the opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Resumption of debate what day?
Tomorrow, sir.
So be it. Leader.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that Parliament do now adjourn to 11 a.m. tomorrow.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn to 11 a.m. tomorrow. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order.